Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about common nouns. Let's get started. Okay, so a noun is a word used to identify people, places, or things. These nouns are called common nouns, or a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these, and that is called a proper noun. For example, in the sentence, you can buy coffee at Starbucks. Coffee is a common noun. It is a word used to identify a thing. Starbucks, on the other hand, is a proper noun because it is used to identify a particular place. Now, a common noun is a noun showing a class of objects or a concept as opposed to a particular individual. For example, there was a sofa, 2 chairs, and a wardrobe in the room. Note that the common nouns are general names. They are not capitalized unless they begin a sentence or are part of a title. For example, capitals of the countries are usually very large. The word capital is at the beginning of a sentence, so it's capitalized. And in this sentence, London is the capital of Great Britain. The word capital is not capitalized. Now, when we add s to a noun, it becomes more than one or plural. For example, flower, flowers, dog, dogs. And nouns ending in s, ss, sh, ch, x, z, or o, we add es to it so that we can make a plural or more than one. For example, bus, buses, watch, watches, box, boxes, potato, potatoes. And nouns ending in y change into I plus es when we want to make a plural. For example, baby, babies. And nouns ending in f or fe change into f, ve plus s to make a plural. For example, life, lives, wolf, wolves. But belief turns into beliefs. Chef turns into chefs. Now here are some nouns that are irregular. For example, the singular form of the word man is man. In the plural, men. Woman, women. Person, people. Child, children. Tooth, teeth. Foot, feet. Mouse, mice. Now let's practice a bit. As earlier mentioned, a common noun is a noun showing a class of objects or a concept as opposed to a particular individual. Now I want you to read the sentence, fruit and vegetables are good for you, and underline these nouns. Fruits, vegetables are the nouns. Now again, common nouns are general names. They are not capitalized unless they begin a sentence or are part of a title. I want you to read this sentence. Books can help you learn something, and underline these nouns. Books. Great. Now again, most of the time we add s to singular nouns to show more than one plural. What is the plural form of the word map? Maps. The word cake? Cakes. And if the singular form ends in s, ss, sh, ch, x, z, or o, add es to make it plural. More than one. The word sandwich? Sandwiches. Cross? Crosses. Fox? Foxes. Tomato? Tomatoes. And if the singular noun ends in y, again, change y into I and add es to make it plural. More than one. Try with the word here, lily. Lilies. And if the singular noun ends in f or fe, f is often changed into ve before adding s to make it plural. Try with the word wife. Wives. And calf? Calves. Okay, so some nouns do not follow any of the rules explained earlier. They are irregular. For example, a mouse is a small rodent. Try to make it plural in this following sentence. Mice can find their way into your house. Okay, now here is a short story using common nouns. I want you to listen as I read so you see how they are used in real life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I'm going grocery shopping in a bit. Could I get you anything? I think we're running out of milk. You should buy that. And I don't mind some cookies or candies. Okay, I'll put it on my list. Anything else? You can't look in the fridge and just buy whatever you feel like we need. Oh, and don't forget to grab the newspaper on your way back home. I'd really appreciate that. Okay. Now time for you to practice on your own. Try to transform the following singular nouns into plural. Light, man, life, lady, tax. Next, find mistakes in the following sentences. A. Don't forget to take your jacket. It's really cold outside today. B. Your foot are really cold. You are freezing. C. Elizabeth is a doctor in a local hospital. D. I like high-waisted jeans a lot. I feel really stylish wearing them. E. There are many thieves in this area. Be careful. Now, let's check your answers. Light, lights. Man, men. Life, lives. Lady, ladies. Tax, taxes. Don't forget to take your jacket. It's really cold outside. Your feet are really cold. You are freezing. Elizabeth is a doctor in a local hospital. I like high-waisted jeans a lot. I feel really stylish wearing them. There are many thieves in this area. Be careful. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello! Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about proper nouns. Let's get started. Now, a noun is a word used to identify people, places, or things. These kinds of nouns are called common nouns, or a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these. And those kinds of nouns are called proper nouns. For example, in the sentence, we have you can buy coffee at Starbucks. Now, the word Starbucks is a proper noun because it is a word used to name a particular place. Starbucks. And on the other hand, the word coffee is a common noun because it is a word used to identify a thing. Now, a proper noun is a noun that refers to a unique thing, such as names, names of cities, planets, corporations, etc. But a common noun usually refers to a class of things. For example, London is the capital of Great Britain. London, name of a city. Great Britain, name of a country. Also note that proper nouns are unique names, and so they are capitalized. So for example, here we have Olivia wants to travel around Europe next year. The word Olivia is a unique name, so it's capitalized. The same with the word Europe. We should also capitalize proper nouns that are names of festivals. For example, Christmas and Thanksgiving are my two favorite holidays. Now, the proper nouns Christmas and Thanksgiving are names of festivals, and so they should be capitalized. We should also capitalize the name of a person's title. For example, everything depends on President Trump and his decision. The proper noun president is the title of Trump, and so it should be capitalized. Also, we should capitalize the names of books, films, plays, and paintings. We use capital letters for the nouns, adjectives, and verbs in the titles. For example, I've just finished reading The Old Man and the Sea. The Old Man and the Sea is the title of the book I've just finished reading. Now, sometimes we use a person's name to refer to something they have created. For example, we were listening to Mozart the other day. I'm reading an Irish Murdoch now. Now, when you use a word about a family member, for example, mom, dad, uncle, capitalize it only if the word is being used exactly as you would use a name. In other words, if you were addressing the person directly. If the word is not being used as a name, it's not capitalized. Now, for example, in this sentence, we have, please ask dad if he can buy wine on his way home. The word dad is used to address the person directly, so it's capitalized. And in this sentence, is your dad coming over for dinner? The word dad is not capitalized because it's not being used as a name. Now, whenever you see a capitalized word, question whether or not it is a proper noun. Make sure that the capitalized word is in fact a noun, as there are also proper adjectives. For example, in this sentence we have Asia is one of the continents of the world. The word Asia is the name of the continent, so it's a proper noun. And in the sentence we have I don't really like Asian food. The word Asian is a proper adjective. It is a word used to describe the noun food. Now, let's review some points and practice a bit. I want you to read the following sentence and underline the nouns that refer to a unique thing. Brenda went to Germany last year. He liked Berlin and Munich the most. Brenda, Germany, Berlin, Munich. Name of a person, country, city. Note that we should also capitalize proper nouns that refer to festivals, people's title, the name of books, films, plays, and paintings. Let's start with festivals. Read the following sentence and underline the proper noun that refers to festivals. When are we celebrating Easter this year? Easter. People's title? You need to contact Dr. Drake to receive further information. Doctor. The names of books, films, plays, or paintings. I'm dying to see Heartbreak House. Heartbreak House. Also, sometimes we use a person's name to refer to something they have created. Read the following sentence and find a word that refers to that something a person has created. I heard that a Van Gogh was sold for $20 million. Van Gogh. Now, when you use a word about a family member, for example, mom, dad, uncle, capitalize it only if the word is being used exactly as you would use a name. In other words, if you were addressing the person directly. Read the following sentences and decide in which sentence the word mom should be capitalized. Please ask mom if she knows that I'll be late. Does your mom know that I'll come home later today? Great. Now, whenever you see a capitalized word, make sure you question whether or not it is a proper noun. Make sure that the capitalized word is in fact a noun, as there are also proper adjectives. Now let's practice. At Easter, kids get candies from Easter bunnies. Which Easter is a proper adjective and which is a proper noun? Great. Now here is a short story using proper nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Emma, what did you get for Christmas? My mom and dad got me a Polaroid. I was beyond happy. Wow, that's such a cool gift. Yeah, I know. And what did you get? My parents bought me a trip to New York for 5 days. I've never been to the East Coast, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll go there in the summer though. That's amazing. Don't forget to take photos. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined words should be capitalized. A. Honestly, I don't really like Coca-Cola. B. My Aunt Kelly is a wonderful person. C. See the list of 2018 Oscar nominations, including Best Pictures, Best Actors and Actresses, and more. D. I'm sure you like Pride and Prejudice. E. Maybe we should get some fast food for dinner. F. Pam studied engineering at college. G. Texas is the second largest state in the United States by both area and population. H. When I saw a Monet for the first time, I was blown away. I. Kate doesn't like winter months that much. J. Under the U.S. Constitution, each state is given a number of electoral votes in rough proportion to its population. Now, let's check your answers. Honestly, I don't really like Coca-Cola. Capitalized. My Aunt Kelly is a wonderful person. See the list of 2018 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actors and Actresses, and more. I'm sure you'd like Pride and Prejudice. Maybe we should get some fast food for dinner. Pam studied engineering at college. Texas is the second largest state in the United States by both area and population. When I saw a Monet for the first time, I was blown away. Kate doesn't like winter months that much. Under the U.S. Constitution, each state is given a number of electoral votes in rough proportion to its population. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about subject pronouns. Let's get started. Now, a subject is the person or thing that performs the action in the sentence or clause. And a subject pronoun is a pronoun that takes the place of a noun as the subject of a sentence. For example, in the sentence, we have, she told me about her worries. Now, the word she is a pronoun, and it is the subject of the sentence. And so the word she is a subject pronoun. Note that subject pronouns replace nouns that are the subject of their clause. Have a look at the table below. When we talk about the first person, in its singular form, we use I. In plural, we. When we talk about the second person, we use you. In its plural, the same, you. When we talk about the third person, we use he, she, it. Plural, they. Also, we should replace the subject with a subject pronoun to avoid repetition. For example, Mary is a student and Mary is very hardworking. The repetition of the proper noun Mary should be avoided. We should say something like, Mary is a student and she is very hardworking. She refers to Mary. Also note that we use the subject pronoun it when we refer to objects, things, animals, or ideas. For example, love is eternal. It will last forever. The pronoun it refers to the word love. And sometimes, when we don't know the sex of a baby, we can use it. For example, their baby is so small. It only weighs 2 kilos. We also use it when we talk about time, weather, or temperature. For example, what time is it? It's 7 o'clock. It's quite cold today. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that subject pronouns replace nouns that are the subject of their clause. So what do you think would be the proper subject pronoun to use to replace the word Helen? She. And dog? It. Students. They. My brother and I. We. Also note that we should replace the subject with a subject pronoun to avoid repetition. Have a look at the sentence below. Fred and Molly are very good friends. Fred and Molly have known each other since middle school. Try to avoid this repetition by using a subject pronoun. They have known each other since middle school. Let's have a look at another sentence over here. Look at the cat. The cat is so cute. Note that the subject pronoun it is used when we refer to objects, things, animals, or ideas. Try to avoid repetition in the sentence by using the correct subject pronoun. It is so cute. Now sometimes when we don't know the sex of a baby, we can of course use it. Fill in the blanks using the proper subject pronoun in the sentence. The baby didn't sleep well, kicking all night. It was kicking all night. Remember that we can also use it when we talk about time, weather, or temperature. Have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the proper subject pronoun. Minus 10 degrees Celsius outside. You should definitely wear a hat. It's 10 degrees Celsius. Now here is a short story using subject pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Shall we go out tonight? The weather is lovely. Yes, it is. Maybe we could go for a walk. I don't feel like eating. It's strange. Are you feeling well? I'm alright, thank you. I was at my grandma's today and she cooked a lot of stuff for lunch. I felt like I was about to explode. I know the feeling. All grandmas are like that. They show their love by feeding their grandkids. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and replace the subject with the appropriate pronoun. A. Kylie is looking for a job at the moment. B. My kids absolutely love reading books. C. The temperature is 25 degrees Celsius today. D. My friends and I like to go on trips together. E. Mrs. Smith is my neighbor. Now, read the following sentences and correct the mistakes you find. A. The dog stole Amanda's hot dog before he ran away. B. My brother likes working out in the morning. He gives him energy for the rest of the day. C. There are raindrops on my window. Are they raining again? D. Her husband is really sweet because her husband brings her breakfast in bed. E. You can have ice cream after they have your broccoli. Time to check your answers. He is looking for a job at the moment. They absolutely love reading books. It is 25 degrees Celsius today. We like to go on trips together. She is my neighbor. The dog stole Amanda's hot dog before it ran away. My brother likes working out in the morning. It gives him energy for the rest of the day. There are raindrops on my window. Is it raining again? Her husband is really sweet. He brings her breakfast in bed. You can have ice cream after you eat your broccoli. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello! Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about object pronouns. Let's get started. An object is the person or thing that receives the action in the clause or sentence. Now, an object pronoun is a pronoun that takes the place of a noun as the object of a sentence. For example, in this sentence, she told me about her worries. The word me is an object pronoun because it refers to the person that is receiving the action. Also note that the object pronoun comes after a verb or a preposition. Object pronouns are used to replace nouns that are the direct or indirect objects of a clause. Let's have a look at the table below. When we want to use a pronoun as the subject of a sentence, we use I, you, he, she, it, we, or they. And when we want to use a pronoun as the object of a sentence, we use me, you, him, her, it, us, or them. As earlier stated, object pronouns come either after a verb or a preposition. For example, in this sentence, Ethan asked me to talk to them. The object pronoun me comes after the verb asked, and the object pronoun them comes after the preposition to. Also note that the subject pronoun it and the object pronoun it look the same. For example, do you know the movie Pretty Lady? It is my favorite. In this sentence, the pronoun it is a subject pronoun because it is used as the subject of the sentence. And in this sentence, I've seen it many times. The pronoun it is an object pronoun because it is used as the object of the sentence after a verb. Remember that object pronouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. In this example over here, for example, in this sentence we have he and me. Also, remember that object nouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Also, remember that object pronouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Now let's have a look at the sentence over here. He and me went to the movies. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the object pronoun me is being used as the subject of the sentence. The correct form would be he and I went to the movies. Let's have a look at another example over here. Mrs. Keith called her and I. Now this sentence is incorrect because the pronoun, the subject pronoun, I is being used as the object of the sentence. The correct form would be Mrs. Keith called her and me. Also, we should replace the object with an object pronoun to avoid repetition. Let's have a look at an example over here. I can't stop thinking about Amy. I can't stop imagining my future with Amy. Now we can avoid repeating the word Amy by using object pronouns. For example, I can't stop imagining my future with her. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that object pronouns are used to replace nouns that are the direct or indirect objects of a clause or a sentence. Let's have a look at the pronouns below. What is the object pronoun of the subject pronoun I? Me. You. You. He. Him. She. Her. It. It. We. Us. And they. Them. Also note that object pronouns come either after a verb or a preposition. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate object pronoun. My mom asked to do. My mom asked me to do it. Note that the subject pronoun it and the object pronoun it look the same. Have a look at the sentences below. In which sentence is the pronoun it a subject pronoun? And in which sentence is the pronoun it an object pronoun? I like this book a lot. It is one of my favorites. I often read it when I'm feeling down. In the first sentence, the pronoun it is a subject pronoun. And in the second sentence, the pronoun it is an object pronoun. Remember that object nouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Try to correct the following sentence. John invited them and I to his party. John invited them and me to his party. Also, we should replace the object with an object pronoun to avoid repetition. Have a look at the sentence below. and try to avoid the repetition in the second sentence by using an object pronoun. You can't talk with Greg every hour. Constantly being on the phone with Greg leaves you with zero free time. Constantly being on the phone with him leaves you with zero free time. Here is a short story using object pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What should I get them? It's their anniversary, but I can't think of a gift. It should be something cheap but yet memorable. Why don't you give them something that you made yourself? Maybe a poster with their photos that they haven't seen? I think they'll be happy to get it. I knew I could turn to you. This is a great idea. I'll definitely do it. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the appropriate object pronouns. A. I saw the way Kate talks to Jeffrey. I am sure that she is in love with. B. I can't find my glasses. Maybe that's because I'm wearing. C. Is that Mike's new girlfriend? Don't ask me, ask. D. Why is he always talking about Liz? He obviously likes. E. Amy doesn't want to be in the same room with Nick and I think she doesn't like us. F. What's the title of the movie we saw last night? I don't remember. G. Your brothers are being very noisy. Could you ask to be quieter? H. I can't stop thinking about his words. It's been bugging for a long time. I. Don't you like apples? I absolutely love. J. Why don't they invite over? My husband and I are very nice people. Now, let's check your answers. I saw the way Kate talks to Jeffrey. I am sure she is in love with him. I can't find my glasses. Maybe that's because I'm wearing them. Is that Mike's new girlfriend? Don't ask me, ask them. Why is he always talking about Liz? He obviously likes her. Amy doesn't want to be in the same room with Nick and me. I think she doesn't like us. What's the title of the movie we saw last night? I don't remember it. Your brothers are being very noisy. Could you ask them to be quieter? I can't stop thinking about his words. It's been bugging me for a long time. Do you like apples? I absolutely love them. Why don't they invite us over? My husband and I are very nice people. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello! Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about articles. a, an, and the. Let's get started. Articles are words that define a noun as specific or unspecific. Now, in the English language, there are two types of articles. One is indefinite, a or an, and the other is definite, the. Let's have a look at the example over here. A nurse. The hospital I'm working in is huge. Now the article a defines the noun nurse, which is unspecific. And the article the defines the noun hospital, which is specific. The indefinite article takes two forms, a or an. Now use the indefinite article a when it precedes a word that begins with a consonant, and use the indefinite article an when it precedes a word that begins with a vowel. Let's have a look at the following examples. A table, an umbrella, a university, an honest person. Note that the indefinite article a indicates that a noun refers to a general idea rather than a particular thing. Have a look at the following sentence. What does a fox say? The article a defines the noun fox, which is general. And we use an or a when the listener does not know which person or thing we are talking about. Have a look at the following example. Helen's brother works in a factory. I don't know which factory exactly. A defines the noun factory. The factory is unknown. And if we refer to something for the first time, it will be new information for the listener. And so we use a or an. And when referring to the same thing again, make sure to use the, because now the listener knows what we are talking about. Have a look at the following sentence. I bought a new computer. It's really great. The computer is much better than the previous one. New computer, the computer. Note that the definite article is the word the, and it limits the meaning of a noun to one particular thing. We use the when it is clear which thing or person we are talking about. Let's have a look at the sentence below. The cake is in the fridge. I know that Kate made it. The listener knows where the cake is and who made it. So we use the article the. Note that we also use the definite article the with a, nationalities and other groups. For example, the French, the Italian, the old, the poor. B with time. For example, in the past, in the future, but at present. C with superlatives. For example, you are the first one. D, musical instruments. I played the piano as a kid. E, with countries which are a group or plural. For example, the US, the UK, the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands. F. Names of ships. We sailed on the Claudia. G. Oceans. The Pacific, the Atlantic. H. Rivers. The Amazon, the Nile. Note that we use zero article with plural and uncountable nouns when we are generally talking about something. Have a look at the examples below. Dogs are not allowed in that shop. In this sentence, we are talking about dogs in general. And in this sentence, the dogs next door were barking at night. We are talking about the particular dogs, the dogs next door. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the indefinite article a when it precedes a word that begins with a consonant. And we use the indefinite article an when it precedes a word that begins with a vowel. Have a look at the following list of words and fill in the blank using the appropriate article. Apple, an apple. European country, a European country. Talented actor, a talented actor. Union, a union. Monk, a monk. Also note that the indefinite article a indicates that a noun refers to a general idea rather than a particular thing. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate article. Should I get her gift? I've just met her. Should I get her a gift? Now, if we refer to something for the first time, it will be new information for the listener. So we must use a or an. And when referring to the same thing again, make sure to use the, because now the listener knows what we're talking about. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate article. Well, I bought dress for the upcoming party. I'll go to a spa, get a hairdo, and I'll look amazing in dress. Well, I bought a dress for the upcoming party. I'll go to a spa, get a hairdo, and I'll look amazing in the dress. Note that we use the definite article the with nationalities and other groups, time, superlatives, musical instruments, countries, which are a group or plural, names of ships, oceans, and rivers. Have a look at the examples below. The Russians, the British, the sick, the educated. In the near future, but at present. The best performance, to play the flute, the UK, the Netherlands, to sail on the Mary, the Indian Ocean, the Thames. Also note that we use zero article with plurals and uncountable nouns when we are generally talking about something, as in this sentence below. Fruit and vegetables are food for your health. Here is a short story using articles a, an, and the. Listen as I read so you see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Liz, can I get you anything? A cup of coffee would be nice. I feel extremely exhausted. I haven't thought that flying over the Atlantic would be the worst trip I've ever taken. And you know that I hate train rides the most? Well, the flight was delayed too, so you were stuck at the airport for a longer period of time. I'm just hoping that in the near future, we'll build a teleport. Then traveling from the US to the Netherlands won't take that long. I wish it were like that. Here's your coffee. Thank you. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a, and, or the. And note that sometimes no article is needed. A. Dog that bit me ran away. Wounds were treated by doctor. Dr. Smith is professional. B. Rabbits are small mammals in family Leporidae. C. Love is wonderful thing. D. Olivia is English teacher. She's not working at present. E. I didn't want to go parking lot, so I went home on foot. It was only 15-minute walk. Now, let's check your answers. The dog that bit me ran away. The wounds were treated by the doctor. Dr. Smith is a professional. Rabbits are small mammals in the family Leporidae. Love is a wonderful thing. Olivia is an English teacher. She's not working at present. I didn't want to go to the parking lot, so I went home on foot. It was only a 15-minute walk. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about demonstratives. This, that, these, and those. Let's get started. Demonstratives are words that show which person or thing is being referred to. Now, demonstratives show where an object, event, or person is in relation to the speaker. Note that they can refer to a physical or psychological closeness or distance. Now let's have a look at the example over here. This is Hugh and that is Kevin. Now the demonstrative this is referring to where Hugh is, who is physically close. And the demonstrative that is referring to where Kevin is, who is physically distant. Now when what we are referring to is near the speaker, we use the adverb here. And when it's far from the speaker, we use there. And when the noun is singular and uncountable, we use this for when it's near the speaker, and that for when it's far from the speaker. But when the noun is plural and countable, we use these for when it's near the speaker, and those when it's far from the speaker. Remember that demonstratives can be placed before the noun or the adjective that modifies the noun. Let's have a look at the examples below. That old man stole my purse. The demonstrative that modifies the adjective old, which modifies the noun man. These oranges are delicious. These modifies oranges. Also note that demonstratives can appear before a number by itself when the noun is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence over here. I'll take this one, please. I'll take this watermelon, please. Now these sentences are both the same. In this sentence, we have watermelon, which is understood from context. So instead of saying, I'll take this watermelon, please, we can say, I'll take this one, please. One referring to watermelon. Note that demonstratives can be used by themselves when the noun they modify is understood from context. Have a look at these sentences below. Those aren't yours. Put them back. Those shoes aren't yours. Put them back. Shoes in this sentence is understood from context. And so we can use the demonstrative by itself, as in the example over here. Those aren't yours. Put them back. Now, when talking about events, the near demonstratives are often used to refer to the present, while the far demonstratives often refer to the past. Have a look at the sentences below. This situation is quite unstable. The demonstrative this is referring to a present event, situation. That event made me realize how important my family is to me. In this sentence, the demonstrative that is referring to a past event that made me realize how important my family is to me. Now, time for us to review and practice a bit. Remember that we use demonstratives to show where an object, event, or person is in relation to the speaker. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate demonstratives. This is Mary, and these are my parents, John and Anne. Also, remember that demonstratives are placed before the noun or the adjective that modifies the noun. Have a look at the sentence over here. Fill in the gap using the appropriate demonstrative. Can you see that red car over there? I think I've seen it somewhere else before. Note that we can place demonstratives before a number by itself when the noun is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence over here and find the noun that can be understood from context and then replace it with a number. Note to use demonstratives before a number. These earrings aren't as nice as those earrings. These two aren't as nice as those two. Also note that demonstratives can't be used by themselves when the noun they modify is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence below and find the noun that the demonstrative modifies and that can't be understood from context. The gossip about Pam has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Note that when talking about events, the near demonstratives are often used to refer to the present, while the far demonstratives are often used to refer to the past. Have a look at the sentence over here and fill in the gap using the appropriate demonstrative. This job was a waste of time. I didn't get any experience. Here is a short story using demonstratives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Good morning. How can I help you? Hi, I'm looking for a formal dress. Could you help me find one? Yes, of course. Maybe we could try this one. We got this dress only a day ago. I'm sure you'll be the only one wearing it. Honestly, I don't really like this color. Maybe you could show me that one over there? I like the print a lot. Surely. And what about the shoes? I have a picture on my phone. I want something like that. I think those ones are quite similar. You have excellent taste. Let me get those for you. Now time for you to practice on your own. Have a look at the following sentences and fill in the gaps using this or these. A. Hey, why are you scared? Pointing at a snake. B. Which bags are yours? Once. Could you help me with them? C. You are always late. It's not true. I'm right on time. D. Harry Potter? Movie is my absolute favorite. E. People are boring. I might leave the party early. F. Is Mr. Johns? No. Is Mr. Adams. Mr. Johns is over there. G. Is for me? I'm so touched. H. Tickets are so expensive. I don't know if I can afford them. I. Is unbelievable. I can't understand why they did to her. G. Are the books you asked for? Now let's check your answers. Hey, why are you scared? This. Pointing at a snake. Which bags are yours? These ones. Could you help me with them? You are always late. This is not true. I am right on time. Harry Potter? This movie is my absolute favorite. These people are boring. I might leave the party early. Is this Mr. Johns? No, this is Mr. Adams. Mr. Johns is over there. This is for me? I'm so touched. These tickets are so expensive. I don't know if I can afford them. This is unbelievable. I can't understand why they did this to her. These are the books you asked for. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about distributives, all and half. Let's get started. Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individual within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Now let's have a look at the example over here. All people want to love and to be loved. The distributive all refers to people, and it tells us how many people want to love and how many want to be loved. Note that the distributive determiner all is used to talk about a whole group, with a special emphasis on the fact that nothing has been left out. Note that all can be used with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns by itself. Now, in this usage, it refers to the group as a concept rather than as individuals. Have a look at the example below. All parents want the best for their children. The distributive determiner all is referring to parents everywhere. All can be used with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns preceded by the or a possessive adjective. Now, in these uses, the word of can be added just after all and with no change in meaning. Have a look at the sentence over here. Have you eaten all the cookies in the jar? Have you eaten all of the cookies in the jar? Both sentences have the same meaning. The only difference? In the sentence, we add of, which does not change the meaning of the sentence. Also note that all can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. Have a look at the sentence below. All of us are going to be there tonight. Us, plural, of. All can be used in questions or exclamations with uncountable nouns preceded by the demonstratives this or that. Or all can be used with countable nouns preceded by these or those. Now, in these uses, the word of can be added just after all with no change in meaning. Now let's have a look at the examples below. Look at all the snow out there. This sentence is an exclamation. The distributive all is preceded by the demonstrative this, which modifies the uncountable noun snow. Let's have a look at the second sentence. What are all these people doing in our house? This is a question, and the distributive all is preceded by the demonstrative these, which modifies the countable noun people. Now let's have a look at the distributive have. The distributive determiner have is used to talk about a whole group divided into two. Have can be used as a distributive in several different patterns. Let's have a look at those patterns. First, have can refer to measurements if it is followed by an indefinite article, a or an, and then a noun. Let's have a look at the example below. I'll be back in half an hour. Half an hour meaning 30 minutes. Second, have can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. For example, in the sentence we have, only half of us are going to be there tonight. Meaning that if we are 10, only half of us means only 5 of us are going to be there tonight. And have can be used with nouns preceded by the, a, an, a demonstrative, or a possessive adjective. Now, in this case, the meaning refers to a concrete physical division. Note that the word of can be added just after have with no change in meaning. Let's have a look at the following examples. Half the people have already left the party, meaning that if 50 people were at the party, 25 of them have left the party. Putting half a kilo of sugar in the topping will ruin the cake, meaning that we have to put just a quarter of sugar in the topping, not half a kilo. I want half of that cake, meaning that I do not want the whole cake. I want half of the cake. Sorry, but I used half of your eggs making breakfast today. Meaning that if there were 12 eggs, I used only 6 eggs for making breakfast. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use all with uncountable nouns and plural countable nouns by itself. Now, in this usage, it refers to the group as a concept rather than as individuals. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. All students are sleep deprived during the finals. Also, remember that all can be used in questions and exclamations with uncountable nouns preceded by this or that. Or we can use all with countable nouns preceded by these or those. Now remember that in these uses, the word of can be added just after all and with no change in meaning. Have a look at this sentence over here and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Look at all these cute puppies. I want to adopt one. Also, remember that we use have when we refer to measurements. Now, in these cases, have needs to be followed by an indefinite article, a, or an, and a noun. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Sarah always runs half a mile in the morning. And note that we use have with nouns preceded by the, a, and a demonstrative or a possessive adjective. Now, in this case, the meaning refers to a concrete, physical division. Have a look at the sentence over here. Fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. I need to get rid of half of my clothes. They are too small for me. And remember that all and half can be used with plural pronouns preceded by of. Have a look at the sentences below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributives. All of them were invited to the party. Half of them were invited to the party. Here is a short story using distributives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Are all of you going to the party tonight? No, I think only half of us are going. Not all of us have free time in the evenings. But all of our staff are going to be there. I think it would be nice to celebrate Halloween all together. Think of all the fun stuff we can do. Yeah, but half of our employees are married and have kids. It's tough to find time for things like that. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find mistakes. A. My dad usually runs half miles a day. B. All parents want his kids to be happy. C. Think of all money that went into the preparation. D. Half of the students was present today. E. Look at these cute shoes. I want to buy them. Look at the following table below and match the sentences accordingly. A. Half of them ignored our dinner party. B. You better not eat this burger. C. Look at all these balloons. D. Where are all the apples? E. I don't know if this movie is worth seeing. 1. Are they having a party over there? 2. I bought a kilo yesterday. 3. Only half of the reviews are positive. 4. Think of all the calories. 5. That was very disrespectful of them. Now, let's check your answers. My dad usually runs half a mile a day. All parents want their kids to be happy. Think of all the money that went into the preparation. Half of the students were present today. Look at these cute shoes. I want to buy them. Half of them ignored our dinner party. That was very disrespectful of them. You'd better not eat this burger. Think of all the calories. Look at all these balloons. Are they having a party over there? Where are all the apples? I bought a kilo yesterday. I don't know if this movie's worth seeing. Only half the reviews are positive. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello! Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about distributives, each and every. Let's get started. Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individual within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Have a look at the example over here. Each person is unique. Every person is unique. Now, the distributive each and every are both related to describing the members of a group. These distributives can only be used with countable nouns by being placed before the nouns. Now, in many cases, they are interchangeable, but there is a subtle difference between them. Let's have a look at that subtle difference between each and every. Now, each is used to describe and highlight an individual member of a group or multiple individuals. Note that by using each, you recognize the item is a part of a group, but that it also needs to be pointed out as a singular item too. Have a look at the example over here. Each book on the shelf had a unique cover. The distributive each refers to the countable noun book, which is part of other books on the shelf. Note that each can be used with plural nouns and pronouns, but it must be followed by of, as in the example over here. Each of the pupils received a Christmas card. Pupils is a plural noun. Also, each can be used after the subject or at the end of the sentence. Let's have a look at the following examples. My siblings each have their own room. After the subject. My mother gave my sister and I $20 each. This means that she gave $20 to each of us. Now let's have a look at the distributive every. By contrast, every is a way of referring to the group as a collection of individual members. Note that every cannot be used with plural nouns. Let's have a look at the example over here. Every boys in my class wanted that computer game. Now this sentence would be incorrect because boys is plural and we cannot use every with plural nouns. The correct form would be every boy in my class wanted that computer game. Also, remember that every can express different points in a series, especially with time expressions. For example, in the sentence we have, every morning Philip goes for a run. Now in the sentence, the distributive every expresses a time expression, which is morning. And in the sentence, and every time Anne would forgive him, the distributive every expresses the word time, which tells us about what Anne does every time in a series. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use each to describe and highlight an individual member of a group. By using each, you recognize the item is part of a group, but that it also needs to be pointed out as a singular item too. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Each contestant had something special about them. Now remember that each can be used with plural nouns and pronouns, but it must be followed by of. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate distributives. Each of us wanted to volunteer for the project, and each of the members filled in the application form. Also, note that each can be used after the subject or at the end of a sentence. Again, have a look at the sentences below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate distributives. My parents each have their own car. I bought 3 pairs of shoes, $30 each, meaning that each pair of shoes cost $30. Remember that the distributive every, by contrast, is a way of referring to the group as a collection of individual members. Note that every cannot be used with plural nouns. Have a look at the sentence below and provide the correct version of the sentence. Every people want to live a happy life. Every person wants to live a happy life. Also, remember that every can express different points in a series, especially with time expression. So have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate distributive. Every time I say something, my brother gets annoyed. Here is a short story using distributives, each and every. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you heard of Crystal's upcoming wedding? They are throwing a huge party with 300 guests invited. That's a lot of people. Yeah, and each of the guests received a handwritten invitation. Could you believe that? Maybe they wanted everyone to feel welcomed. I could have never done something like that. That's just insane and sounds like a total waste of time. Well, to each his own, I suppose. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct distributive. A. My two sisters, each or every, have their own business. B. I live with a roommate, so we are paying $500 every or each. C. Every or each of the board directors sign the papers. D. Stop being so judgmental. As they say, to every or each his own. E. Every or each day I read 20 pages of a book. Now read the following sentences and rewrite them so that they have similar meaning and contain the distributive in brackets. A. Whenever I tell you to calm down, you snap at me. B. Susan, Megan, Kelly, and I got free tickets to the cinema. C. The police searched all the buildings in the neighborhood. D. Different people like different things. E. I was looking for you everywhere, and all of our friends were trying to reach you too. Now let's check your answers. My two sisters each have their own business. I live with a roommate, so we are paying $500 each. Each of the board directors signed the papers. Stop being so judgmental. As they say, to each his own. Each or every day I read 20 pages of a book. Note that both variants are possible, though every is used more often. Every time I tell you to calm down, you snap at me. Each of us got free tickets to the cinema. The police searched every building in the neighborhood. To each his own. Each of our friends was trying to reach you too. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today we are going to talk about verb conjugation, persons. Let's get started. Verb conjugation refers to how a verb changes to indicate a different person, number, tense, or mood. Let's have a look at the following example. I'm a student. Now in this sentence, the subject is in the first person, it is singular, we are using the present simple, and an indicative mood. Remember, the verbs should be conjugated with regards to person. Depending on the subject, a verb can stand in the first, second, or third person. Now let's have a look at the table below. Now when the subject is in the first person and it's singular, we use I. Plural, we. When the subject is in the second person and it's singular, we use you. Plural, you. And when the subject is in the third person and it's singular, we use he, she, or it. Plural, they. Now, as you can see, the pronouns I, we refer to the first person, you to the second, he, she, it, and they to the third person. Have a look at the examples below. We work on Saturdays. We is in the first person. You need to take a break. You is in the second person. It is snowing outside. It, third person. Now, usually, we assume the person of the verb in the sentence automatically, as we almost always state a subject explicitly. Let's have a look at the example over here. Sarah has signed up for a yoga class. Now, Sarah can be substituted with the pronoun she, which is in the third person. Note that the verb to be is irregular and has 3 forms in present tenses and 2 forms in past tenses. Now, these forms depend on the person expressed by the subject. Have a look at the table below. When the subject is in the first person and we are using the present tense, we say I am or we are. In the second person, you are, you are. And the third person, he, she, it, is, or they are. And when we use the first person in the past tense, we say I was, we were. Second person, you were, you were. And in the third person, he, she, it was, they were. Now let's review and practice a bit. Have a look at the following sentences and substitute the subject with the correct pronoun. First sentence, Mrs. Claire is the friendliest person on earth. She is the friendliest person on earth. A bird is sitting on my windowsill. It is sitting on my windowsill. The Lakers are going to stay at our place for 3 days. They are going to stay at our place for 3 days. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct form of the verb to be. My parents watching a movie. Steve playing outside, and I melting on the couch. My parents are watching a movie. Steve is playing outside, and I am melting on the couch. Will you free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. Will you be free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. It's so cold yesterday, and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away in the closet. It was so cold yesterday, and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away into the closet. Here is a short story using verb conjugation. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. When I was your age, I wanted to become a nurse. I liked the idea of helping people when they need it the most. Why aren't you a nurse then, Grandma? Well, sweetie, we grow up, and sometimes our goals change. I'm a teacher now, and I have never regretted my choice. And you are helping people anyway. That's true. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the verb stands in the first, second, or third person. A. Why can't we find a common ground? B. You should be attentive to details. C. These jeans are too tight. D. I was too shy to say a word. E. The Potts will be attending the ceremony as well. And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the correct form of the verb to be. A. You must. Kidding me. How this possible? B. If we invited, we need to think of a present. C. We have here for ages. We can't wait any longer. D. Someone called you when you running outside. E. I so frustrated. Why? It's so difficult to find a paid internship now. Now, let's check your answers. Why can't we find common ground? First person. You should be attentive to details. Second person. These jeans are too tight. Third person. I was too shy to say a word. First person. The Potts will be attending the ceremony as well. Third person. You must be kidding me. How is this possible? If we are invited, we need to think of a present. We have been here for ages. We can't wait any longer. Someone called you when you were running outside. I am so frustrated. Why is it so difficult to find a paid internship now? Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about the past simple tense. Let's get started. We use the past simple when we talk about an action which happened at a definite time in the past. Now this tense emphasizes that the action is finished. Note that we can also use this tense to talk about how someone felt about something. Let's have a look at the dialogue over here. When was your wedding? It was 3 years ago. I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. Now in this sentence, when was your wedding? The past simple is used to ask a question about a past event. And in this sentence, it was 3 years ago. It is used to describe exactly when this event took place. And in this sentence, I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. The past simple is used to talk about how that person felt. And with infinitives, all we have to do is add ed to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. He worked part-time as a waiter. We liked our stay at the hotel. Note that all persons have the same form. Now, when a word ends with a consonant plus y, we keep the consonant and turn the y into ied when we want to create the past simple. Have a look at the following words. Cry, cried. Try, tried. And when a word ends with a vowel and a consonant, we keep the vowel, double the consonant, and add ed, as in the example below. Stop, stopped. Regret, regretted. And make sure to use the past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. For example, be turns into was or were. Eat, ate. Drink, drank. Now the past tense form of the verb be depends on the person of the subject. Have a look at the tables below. I was, we were. You were, you were. He, she, or it was. They were. Now let's have a look at the use of did or did not plus verb. Now let's start off with a positive sentence. His sister lived in Sutton, London. The negative form of this sentence would be his sister did not live in Sutton, she lived in Harrow. The question form of this sentence would be did his sister live in Sutton? Where did his sister live in London? Note that we can use yesterday, last night, not a long time ago, 2 years ago, etc. to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. Shakespeare died in 1616. Ryan did not go to work yesterday. He got sick. When did you move to Spain? I moved there not a long time ago. Note that we use did or did not with the verb to have. Have a look at the sentence below. I didn't have enough money to buy a new computer. Note how we used didn't with the verb have. But we do not use did with the verb to be, was, or were. Rather, we use it as follow. Why were you so angry? I wasn't angry. This was my usual self. Now let's review and practice a bit. Read the following sentence and add ed to the bare infinitive of the regular verb to make sentences in the past simple. Julie to pass her exam this March. Julie passed her exam this March. Remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. I'll, am, etc. Julie not to pass her exam this March. Julie didn't pass her exam this March. Note that we use past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. Read the following sentence and change the irregular verb into the past simple. Jake to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake ate tons of fast food as a kid. Also, remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. Read the following sentence and turn it into a negative sentence. Jake not to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake didn't eat tons of fast food as a kid. Now read the following sentences and make the correct form. Make sure to pay attention to spelling. I forgot when was the last time to cry. I forgot when was the last time I cried. Pete to stay at home last night. Pete stayed at home last night. My mom to drop her phone in the pool. My mom dropped her phone in the pool. Now read the following sentence and use the correct form of the verb to be in the past tense. I to be hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends not to be eager to join me. I was hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends were not eager to join me. Look at the sentence below and find the time markers. It felt like the party was just last night, but actually it was 3 weeks ago. Last night? 3 weeks ago. Here is a short story using the past simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mom, do you have a minute? Sure, kid. What's up? When was the last time you went to a beauty salon? Well, I don't remember. Maybe it was a year ago. And when was the last time you had a night out with Dad? I'm not sure. It was definitely a long time ago. And what did you do last night? I stayed at home with your dad. We fell asleep watching some boring movie on TV. I bought 2 tickets to Costa Rica. You need a vacation, Mom. Now time for you to practice on your own. Write the correct form of the following sentences. A. Nick's mother not want to. A. Nick's mother not to want to stay at home the whole day, so she to sign up for Spanish classes. B. I to run every day when I to be a teen, but I don't know that anymore. C. Where you or to be last night. I to try calling you, but you not to pick up the phone. There are 2 mistakes in each sentences below. Find those mistakes and correct them. A. Kim goed on a date with David the last night, but didn't call him afterwards. B. How you did get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. C. We didn't invited Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. D. Yesterday, I driven to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. And now, answer the following questions. A. Where did you grow up? B. What did you do last night? C. When was the last time you went on a trip? Now, let's check your answers. Nick's mother didn't want to stay at home the whole day, so she signed up for Spanish classes. I ran every day when I was a teen, but I don't do that anymore. Where were you last night? I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up the phone. Kim went on a date with David last night, but didn't call him afterwards. How did you get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. We didn't invite Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. Yesterday, I drove to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. I went clubbing with my friends last night. I went on a trip to Germany last year. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello! Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about the present simple tense. Let's get started. Now, we use the present simple when we talk about things in general. Note that we use this tense to say that something happens all the time, happens repeatedly, and is true in general. Have a look at the example over here. Jane works as a barista. Her shift begins at 7 a.m. Now, in the first sentence, Jane works as a barista is the general truth. And in this sentence, her shift begins at 7 a.m. It shows that this is something that happens repeatedly, all the time. Now, when we use the first person, the verb does not change. But when we use the third person, he, she, or it, we add s to the verb. Have a look at the example below. I like apples, but my father likes grapes. Father is in the third person, so we add s to the verb like. And over here, I is in the first person, so we do not change the verb like. But when the verb ends in o, s, ch, sh, or x, we add es to the verb. For example, in this sentence, we have, my sister watches TV in the evening, and my brother does his homework. Note that we added es to the verb that ends in o and es to the verb that ends in ch. Remember that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the table below. I am, we are, you are, you are, he, she, it, is, they are. I have, we have, you have, you have. He, she, it has, they have. Note the difference between be and am. Have a look at the differences below. I have got a car. I have a car. Now let's have a look at the use of do not and does not plus verb. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start off with a positive sentence. He gets up at 6 o'clock every morning. The negative form of this sentence would be he does not get up at 6 o'clock every morning. He gets up at 7. And the question form, does he get up at 6 o'clock every morning? Another question form, when does he get up? Now we can add time markers such as always, often, usually, sometimes, rarely, never, every day, etc. to the present simple tense. Let's have a look at the examples below. I usually cook at home, but my friends always eat at the local cafe. Kim is always late for classes. Note that we place these time markers right before the verb. Cook, usually cook. Always eat. Always late. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that in the present simple, we use the bare infinitive of the verb. And in the third person singular, we add s to the verb. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Agatha to hate when her little brothers to leave toys in the living room. Agatha hates when her little brothers leave toys in the living room. Also, remember that we add es in the third person singular if the verb ends in o, s, ch, sh, and x. Read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Noah to wash the dishes and his wife to cook dinner. Noah washes the dishes and his wife cooks dinner. Note that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the following sentence and again provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. My mom's family to be quite big. She to have 4 brothers and 3 sisters. My mom's family is quite big. She has 4 brothers and 3 sisters. Also note that we form the negative forms of sentences by using do not or does not. Read the following sentence and use the contracted forms of the verbs. James, not to like reading. I, not to get how it is possible. James doesn't like reading. I don't get how it is possible. Now let's practice the use of time markers. Read the following sentences and put the time markers in their appropriate place. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun rises in the east. Always. She is tired after work. Usually. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun always rises in the east. She is usually tired after work. Here is a short story using the present simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello? What's your name? Oh, hi. My name's Sarah. And yours? I'm Alex. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Nice to meet you too. So, where do you come from? I come from Germany. And where are you from? I'm from the UK. Oh, I have a lot of friends from the UK. You probably have a great sense of humor. I'm not sure about that. I don't always get our jokes. You're an exception then. Take that as a compliment. Now time for you to practice the use of the present simple tense on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Excuse me, do you know or does you know the time? B. My sister always is or is always in a hurry. C. What time you go or do you go to bed on Fridays? Now read the following sentences and write the correct answer. A. Kelly to stay or often at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. B. Her brother not to use the internet, he to like everything the old-fashioned way. C. When you or to get home, we need to talk. D. You or to know, Lucy. She to be my friend from college. And now, answer the following questions. A. What do you do for a living? B. What are your hobbies? C. What does your typical Sunday look like? Now let's check your answers. Excuse me, do you know the time? My sister is always in a hurry. What time do you go to bed on Fridays? Kelly often stays at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. Her brother doesn't use the internet. He likes everything the old-fashioned way. When do you get home? We need to talk. Do you know Lucy? She is my friend from college. I work as a teacher. I teach second grade. I like painting and reading. I sometimes go hiking. I wake up really late, have a big breakfast, and watch TV all day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we are going to talk about subject-verb agreement. Let's get started. The subject-verb agreement is the correspondence of a verb with its subject in person, first, second, or third, and number, singular or plural. Have a look at the example over here. Liz is an accountant and she has a typical 8 to 5 job. Note that the verb is corresponds with the subject Liz, which is in the first person and singular. And the verb has corresponds with the pronoun she, which is in the third person and singular. Remember that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in person, first, second, or third. Have a look at the table below and note the subject-verb agreement rules of the verb to be in the present tense. In the first person, singular, I am. Plural, we are. Second person, singular, you are. Plural, you are. Third person, singular, he, she, it is. Plural, they are. Have a look at the example over here. I am a student. First person. My brother is a pupil. Third person, brother. And you are a teacher. Second person, you are. Note that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in number, singular or plural. Thus, if a subject is singular, its verb must also be singular. And if a subject is plural, its verb must also be plural. Have a look at the example below. She cooks dinner and her brothers make breakfast. The verb make corresponds with the noun brothers, which is plural. And the verb cooks corresponds with she, which is singular. And when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by the conjunction and, make sure to use a plural verb. For example, brothers and sisters don't often get along. Brothers and sisters are connected by the conjunction and. And so we use the plural form of the verb do and get. Don't, get. Note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular. And so you must use a singular verb. Have a look at the following examples. Each of these suggestions is interesting. Someone was standing at the door. Also note that when two or more singular nouns or pronouns are connected by or nor, make sure to use a singular verb. Have a look at the example below. Either your mother or Dad needs to contact me. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb, and that is also called the rule of proximity. Have a look at the examples below. The teacher or the students write homework on the board. Note how the teacher is singular, but the students is plural. And so the verb write needs to be in its plural form. Second example, the students or the teacher writes homework on the board. Again, note how the teacher is in its singular form and students is in a plural form. The verb write is in its singular form because the subject that is closer to the verb is singular. Also remember that in sentences beginning with there is or there are, the subject follows the verb, and that is also called the inverted subject. As there is not the subject, the verb agrees with what follows. For instance, in this example, we have there is a book on the table. There is not the subject, book is. So the verb must agree with what is followed. Book. There are books on the table. Again, are agrees with the subject books, which is in its plural form. Also note that the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portion. For example, a lot, a majority, some, all. Now, if the noun after of is singular, make sure to use a singular verb. And if it is plural, use a plural verb. Have a look at the following examples. There is a lot of fuss around his arrival. The verb is must agree with the subject fuss, which is in its singular form. And in this sentence, there are a lot of people in the room. The subject people is in its plural form, and so the verb needs to be in its plural form as well. Also note that we use a singular verb with distance, periods of time, sums of money, etc. when considered as a unit. Have a look at the following examples. $10 is a high price to pay for socks. Note that $10 in this sentence is considered as a unit. And in this sentence, $10, in other words, dollar bills were scattered on the floor. $10 is not considered as a unit. Also remember that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence over here. My family is very big. Note that the word family is a collective noun. It implies more than one person but is considered singular. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use a plural verb when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by and. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. John and Carol to work together at the coffee shop. John and Carol work together at the coffee shop. Also note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular and require a singular verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. No one to want to work 16 hours a day. No one wants to work 16 hours a day. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb, which is also known as the rule of proximity. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the verbs. My sister or my parents to give me a ride home. My sister or my parents give me a ride home. My parents or my sister to give me a ride home. My parents or my sister gives me a ride home. Note the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portions. For example, a lot, majority, some, all. If the noun after of is singular, use a singular verb. And if the noun after of is plural, make sure you use a plural verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. There to be a lot of people waiting in line. There are a lot of people waiting in line. Also note that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. The team to lose a lot of games this year. The team has lost a lot of games this year. Here is a short story using the correct subject-verb agreement. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. Now, after I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. There are a lot of people outside. Do you know what's going on? These people are protesting. Maybe you've heard the recent news that some company wants to build a huge factory right over there? And surely no one is happy about that. But I didn't see any media around. I'm sure that some reporters will come in a bit. It's not like there are a couple of people, so it's difficult to ignore this. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word. A. The aim of the research was or were to find life of Mars. B. The group meets every other week. C. My cousins and my brother don't or doesn't know how to cook. D. Nobody masters a language without making mistakes. E. Neither Sarah nor I am or are going to college this year. F. I, as well as my friends, am or are excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. G. The jury has or have finally reached a decision. H. 10 kilometers is or are too far to walk. I. This or these jeans is or are too revealing. J. A car and a bike is or are my means of transportation. Now let's check your answers. The aim of the research was to find life of Mars. The group meets every other week. My cousins and my brother don't know how to cook. Nobody masters a language without making mistakes. Neither Sarah nor I am going to college this year. I, as well as my friends, am excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. The jury has finally reached a decision. 10 kilometers is too far to walk. These jeans are too revealing. A car and a bike are my means of transportation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today we are going to talk about the future simple tense. Let's get started. We can refer to the future by using will, be going to, or by using present tenses. Note that we use will when we want to talk generally about future beliefs, opinions, hopes, and predictions. Have a look at the example over here. I promise myself that once I start college, I will do all my assignments on time. Note that will in this sentence is used to talk about future hopes. Now let's have a look at the use of will plus verb, the negative will not or won't plus verb. Let's start with the positive sentence. Sam will probably move to Canada next year. Future prediction. Negative sentence would be Sam won't move to Canada next year. He'll move to the US. In the question form, will Sam move to Canada next year? Another question, where will Sam move to? Let's have a look at time markers and probability markers. Time markers: tomorrow, next month, in a day, etc. Probability markers: perhaps, probably, definitely, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Perhaps it'll snow tomorrow. I'll definitely finish my essay next month. Now make sure you pay attention to the word order. Positive sentence: we'll probably do it tomorrow. Negative: we probably won't do it tomorrow. Note that some speakers use shall to refer to the future informal situations with I and we. However, nowadays, shall is used for suggestions only. Have a look at the example over here. Shall I go or shall we leave together? In this sentence, shall is used for suggestion. Now let's review the future simple tense and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus verb to make sentences in the future simple. Note that we form questions by inverting the subject and will, and the negative forms by using will not. Transform the following sentence into the future simple. They not to go to the bar tomorrow. They will not go to the bar tomorrow. What you to do next week? I don't know. I to meet up probably with some friends. What will you do next week? I don't know. I will probably meet up with some friends. Now try to practice using the contracted forms of will and will not, which is I'll and won't. Read the following sentence and practice. I to call you later, okay? I'll call you later, okay? I not to do anything without your advice. I won't do anything without your advice. Now read the following sentences and find the time or probability marker. He'll finish his book in a week or two. Week or two. You probably won't listen to me, but I'll try to explain it. Probably. Remember that nowadays we use shall for suggestions. Rewrite the following sentences using shall for suggestion. We to go. It's getting late. Shall we go? It's getting late. Here is a short story using the future simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mike, what are your plans for tonight? I don't know really. I'll probably play some video games after work. And what will you do tomorrow? Well, I definitely won't go out with my friends tomorrow. And what will you do next week? I'll most certainly start learning another language. Mike, how do you have an answer for everything? It's quite simple. I don't plan anything. Things will happen on their own. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find time markers. A. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. B. Max will certainly come later tonight. C. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Now read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. Why can't you come over? I to let you sleep at my place. B. I, not to do it unless you prove Jane wrong. C. We, to try to make it work. We, to let you know. D. We, or to go to the restaurant tonight. I, to pay for the meal. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you do tomorrow? B. Where will you stay during your summer vacation? C. Will robots take over the planet? Now let's check your answers. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. Max will certainly come later tonight. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Why can't you come over? I'll let you sleep at my place. I won't do it unless you prove Jane wrong. We'll try to make it work. We'll let you know. Shall we go to the restaurant tonight? I'll pay for the meal. Sample answers. I'll probably stay at home and sleep the whole day. I'll stay at my friend's place. Robots won't take over the planet. I don't think that robots will take over the planet. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the gerund. Let's get started. The gerund looks exactly the same as the present participle, but the gerund always has the same function as a noun, although it looks like a verb. Note that the gerund is a noun made from a verb by adding ing. Have a look at the following example. Cooking at home can help you save a lot of money. Note that the word cooking has the same function as a noun, but it is made from the verb cook. Now, when a verb ends with E, we get rid of E and add ing to the verb when we want to create the gerund. Have a look at the example over here. Make turns into making. Write, writing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. For example, knit, knitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends with ie, we turn it into y, then add ing. As in the following example, lie, lying, die, dying. Remember that the gerund can be made negative by adding not. For example, in this sentence, we have the best thing for your health is not smoking. Note that the gerund can function as A, the subject of the sentence. For example, smoking causes lung cancer. The gerund smoking is the subject of the sentence. B, the complement of the verb to be. For example, the hardest thing about learning Russian is memorizing the verbs of movements. Note that the gerund memorizing is the complement of the verb to be is. Also note that the gerund can be used a after prepositions or as part of expressions such as there's no point in spite of, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Can your brother count to 10 without looking at his finger? In this sentence, the gerund looking is used after the preposition without. And in this sentence, there's no point in going back to his place now. The gerund going is used after the expression there's no point in. B. The gerund can be used after phrasal verbs. They are composed of a verb plus preposition or adverb. For example, I ended up buying a new computer. Note that ended up is a phrasal verb, which is composed of a verb, ended, and up preposition. Have a look at the second example. Rachel gave up drinking sugar drinks. The gerund drinking comes after the phrasal verb, gave up, which is composed of a verb, gave, and up preposition. Now let's review the gerund and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, we get rid of the E and add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, we turn it into y, then add ing. Now look at the words below and turn them into a gerund. Stop, stopping. Dive, diving. Fly, flying. Cook, cooking. Shop, shopping. Fish, fishing. Snorkel, snorkeling. Start, starting. And remember that we use the gerund as the subject of the sentence. Rewrite the following sentence using the gerund. To eat sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Eating sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Also note that we can use the gerund as a complement of the verb to be. Rewrite the following sentences using the gerund. The first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness to get a hobby. The first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness is getting a hobby. Also remember that the gerund can be used after prepositions or as part of certain expressions. Look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. She ruined the party by to get drunk. She ruined the party by getting drunk. Also note that we use the gerund after phrasal verbs. Have a look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. My sister always to put off go to the doctor. My sister always puts off going to the doctor. Here is a short story using the gerund. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why don't we go to the beach this weekend? I don't know. I'm really afraid of swimming in the ocean. But you can still play volleyball with us. I'm not good at volleyball. I keep on dropping the ball. You'll be our cheerleader then. Cheerleading is not something I like doing. If you make up your mind, give me a call. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct word from the following list: volunteering, parking, cooking, making. A is a great way to make friends. B. James surprised Helen by her a romantic dinner. C. Is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. D. I keep on the same mistakes all over again. And now, correct the following sentences. A. He was sorry for to shout at his wife the day before. B. Are you interested in to go to concert with me? C. I am tired of to get your packages all the time. Now answer the following questions. A. Should people give up on their dreams? B. What are you good at? C. Is there anything that you can't live without? And now, let's check your answers. Volunteering is a great way to make friends. James surprised Helen by cooking her a romantic dinner. Parking is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. I keep on making the same mistakes all over again. He was sorry for shouting at his wife the day before. Are you interested in going to concert with me? I am tired of getting your packages all the time. Sample answers. No, people shouldn't be giving up on their dreams. I am not good at making people laugh. I can't live without traveling. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the helping verb to be. Let's get started. Now we use auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, to form questions, negative sentences, compound sentences, the perfect tense or the continuous tense, and the passive voice. Note that the basic auxiliary verbs are to be, to do, and to have. Note that the helping verb to be can be used as an auxiliary and a main verb. Have a look at the following examples. My sister is kind. Now in this sentence, the verb is the main verb. And in this sentence, My sister is cooking dinner. The verb is an auxiliary verb that helps to build the present continuous tense. Cooking dinner. Remember that the verb to be is irregular. Have a look at the table below. Now the base form of the verb to be is be. The present form, am, is, or are. Past form, was or were. Present participle or gerund, being. Past participle, been. Now you can use the auxiliary verb to be A, when you don't want to repeat something. For example, everyone was working that day, but I wasn't. Meaning, I wasn't working. B, to deny something or say that it's not true. For example, you're being unreasonable. No, I'm not. Meaning, I'm not being unreasonable. C, to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. For example, Kelly and Peter are dating. Are they? Really? Showing surprise. D, with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. For example, I'm sleepy. So am I. I agree. I'm sleepy too. My parents are never late. Neither are mine. Meaning that my parents are never late either. Now let's review the helping verb to be and practice a bit. Remember that we can use the helping verb to be as an auxiliary or a main verb. Now read the following sentences and decide whether the verbs are being used as an auxiliary or the main verb of the sentence. His grandfather was a brave man. Main verb. The students were working on a group project. Auxiliary verb. Also remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be when you don't want to repeat something. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb. Anna's husband was happy about the upcoming job opportunity, but she wanted to stay in LA. Anna's husband was happy about the upcoming job opportunity, but she wasn't. She wanted to stay in LA. Also remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be to deny something or say that something is not true. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. The party was a disaster. No, it was a blast. No, it wasn't. It was a blast. Note that the auxiliary verb to be can also be used to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. Don't you know that Samantha is moving abroad? Are you sure? Is she? Are you sure? Remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. And note that the auxiliary verb goes before the subject. Practice responding to the following sentences using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. Jack is feeling uplifted. So is she. I'm not happy about the news. Neither am I. Here is a short story using the helping verb to be. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Max and Anne are getting married next month. Are they? Really? I'm quite surprised. So am I. It all happened so fast. They have known each other for such a short time. It's crazy, isn't it? Yes, it is. And are they inviting everyone to their wedding? No, they aren't. I think that they are planning on having a small wedding. Are they? Well, maybe it's for the better. I'm not a fan of big weddings. Nor am I. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined verb to be is an auxiliary or a main verb in the sentence. A. I've never been to Paris. B. My friends were enjoying the hike, but I wasn't. C. I'm trying to concentrate. Don't bother me with your questions. D. Jenny was extremely upset after getting her exam results. Read the following sentences and give short answers using the auxiliary verb to be. A. I wasn't upset to find out that our classes were canceled. B. Rachel's Thanksgiving trifle with bananas and beef was a disaster. C. Do you know that Liz is going to participate in a beauty pageant? D. Are you trying to say that I'm wrong? E. We are happy to be here with you today. F. I'm not very interested in joining the club. Now let's check your answers. A. I've been to Paris. Main verb. My friends were enjoying the hike, but I wasn't. Auxiliary verb. I'm trying to concentrate. Don't bother me with your questions. Auxiliary verb. Jenny was extremely upset after getting her exam results. Main verb. Sample answers. Neither was I, nor was I. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Joey liked it. Is she? Really? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. So am I. Neither am I, nor am I. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the helping verbs to do and to have. Let's get started. Remember that we use auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, to form questions, negative sentences, compound tenses, the perfect tense or the continuous tense, and the passive voice. Also note that the basic auxiliary verbs are to be, to do, and to have. Now the verbs to do and to have can be used as auxiliary and main verbs. Let's have a look at the examples below. My sister does her own taxes. Now in this sentence, the verb does is used as the main verb. And in this sentence, do you believe in ghosts? The verb do is used as an auxiliary verb to form a question. And in this sentence, Anne has a well-paying job. The verb has is used as the main verb. Anne has got a well-paying job. Has got auxiliary verb. Remember that the verbs to do and to have are irregular. Have a look at the following table. The base form of the verb do is do. Have, have. The present form, do or does, have or has. Past form, did, had. Present participle or gerund, doing, having. Past participle, done, had. Note that we can use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have A. when you don't want to repeat something. For example, everyone likes going to the movies, but I don't. Meaning that I don't like going to the movies. B. to deny something or say that it's not true. For example, have you ever been abroad? No, I haven't. Meaning that I haven't been abroad. C. to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Have a look at the example below. They have been married for 50 years. Have they? That's unbelievable. Surprise. D. with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. Now in this case, an auxiliary verb goes before the subject. Have a look at the following examples. She has helped me a lot. So have I. Meaning that I have helped you too. I don't want to go to work. Neither do I. Meaning I don't want to go to work either. Now let's review the helping verbs to do and to have and practice a bit. Remember that we use to do and to have as the auxiliary or main verbs of a sentence. Read the following sentences and decide whether the helping verb is the auxiliary or main verb of the sentence. Kim does her homework at night. Main verb. Do they know about this? Auxiliary verb. My grandma has a bad memory. Main verb. Lucy has forgotten to buy milk. Auxiliary verb. Also note that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have when you don't want to repeat something. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Kate called in sick, and she had called in sick 2 times already, and Kate called in sick, and I didn't. She had called in sick 2 times already, and I hadn't. Remember that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have to deny something or say that something is not true. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Do you remember calling me? No, Do you remember calling me? No, I don't. Has he been playing tennis for 10 years? No, he has just started. Has he been playing tennis for 10 years? No, he hasn't. He has just started. Remember that we also use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. They don't know how to cook? How is it possible? They don't know how to cook? Do they? How is it possible? She had tried it many times before. I've never heard about it. Had she? I've never heard about it. Remember that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. Read the following sentences and provide a response using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Emma wants to go out with Daniel. So does Ellen. I've never been to England. Neither have I. Here is a short story using the appropriate forms of the helping verbs to do and to have. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you heard anything from Sam? No, I haven't. I've tried calling him, but he doesn't pick up the phone. So have I. Well, maybe he's busy with something right now. Actually, I think that Anna has told me something about Sam trying to find a new job, so he might be stressed out now. Does she even know him that well? Yes, she does. They met at my birthday party last year, and they have become friends at once. Have they? I've never seen them hanging out together. Anyway, I hope that he's doing all right. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined verbs to do and to have are auxiliary or main verbs in the sentence. A. I've never been to Finland. B. She has a big collection of shoes. C. I can't believe they have forgotten about our birthday. D. Peter hasn't got any motivation lately. Now read the following sentences and give short answers using the auxiliary verbs to do and to have. A. I don't think they will win this game. B. My friend has never spent Christmas together with his family. C. Kate likes shopping at weekends. D. Have you heard the latest news? E. I've never seen anything like that. F. Do you believe in fate? Now let's check your answers. I've never been to Finland. Auxiliary verb. She has a big collection of shoes. Main verb. I can't believe they have forgotten about your birthday. Auxiliary verb. Peter hasn't got any motivation lately. Auxiliary verb. Sample answers. Neither do I, nor do I. Has he? So do I. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Neither have I, nor have I. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about modal verbs, can and could. Let's get started. We use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible or not. Remember that we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember that modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, meaning that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now, the modal verb can has only two forms, can in the present and could in the past. Now, we use can, A, to talk about general abilities or skills in the present. For example, I can cook and bake. General ability or skill. B, to make general statements about what is possible or impossible, not allowed. For example, it can be very hot in summer. General statement about what is possible in summer. You can't smoke here. Impossible, not allowed to smoke here. C, to ask for permission. Informal. For example, can I borrow your pencil, please? D, to request something. Informal. Can you help me, please? E, to make offers. For example, can I carry these bags for you? And could is used A, to talk about general abilities or skills in the past. For example, I could paint beautifully as a kid in the past. B, to make general statements about what was possible or impossible, not allowed. For example, it could be very hot in summer. General statement about what was possible. He couldn't do it. He is such a sweet guy. It was impossible for him to do it. C, to ask for permission. Formal. Could I use your phone, please? D, to request something. formal. For example, could you show me the way, please? E. To make suggestions. For example, we could go to the bar if you want. Now let's review the modal verbs can and could and practice a bit. Remember that we use can or could to talk about general abilities or skills in the present or in the past. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verbs. My mother sing and play the piano at the same time. My mother can sing and play the piano at the same time. When we were younger, we make friends in 1 second. When we were younger, we could make friends in 1 second. Also note that we use can or could to make general statements about what is or was possible or impossible. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate forms of the modal verbs. You litter in the streets. You can't litter in the streets. I call him due to the poor cell phone reception. I couldn't call him due to the poor cell phone reception. Remember that we use can or could to ask for permission, request something, or make offers or suggestions in an informal or formal way. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate forms of the modal verbs. I go outside to play with friends. Can I go outside to play with friends? You spell your name, please? Could you spell your name, please? I help you with anything? Can I help you with anything? We go to the park if the weather is nice. We could go to the park if the weather is nice. Here is a short story using modal verbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Jamie, could you help me, please? Yeah, of course. Could you be the one to cook dinner today? Well, I can cook, but I'm not the best at it. Are you sure you want me to help? Yes, I am sure you can do it. You can simply follow the recipe. I'll leave the cooking book on the table. That I can do. You can count on me. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with can or can't or could or couldn't. A. Liz loves her brother to death, but she understand why he behaves like that sometimes. B. My grandmother traveled a lot. She speak 4 languages. C. I eat 4 brownies in 1 minute. D. I looked everywhere for the book, but I find it. Read the following sentences and react to the situation using the appropriate form of the modal verbs. A. Your friend is struggling with his project. Offer your help. B. You are having a family dinner. Ask your aunt's husband, William, to pass the salt. C. You are 8 years old and you want to go to your friend's place. Ask your mom's permission. And now, answer the following questions using the appropriate form of the modal verbs. A. Can you play any musical instrument? B. Could you become a superhero? C. Can you learn 20 new English words a day? Now, let's check your answers. Liz loves her brother to death, but she can't understand why he behaves like that sometimes. My grandmother traveled a lot. She could speak 4 languages. I can't eat 4 brownies in 1 minute. I looked everywhere for the book, but I couldn't find it. I can help you with your project. William, could you pass the salt, please? Mom, can I go to my friend's place, please? Sample answers. Yes, I can play the guitar. No, I couldn't become a superhero because I am too anxious. Yes, I can learn 20 new English words a day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Hello, welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about adjectives and adverbs. Let's get started. An adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Now let's have a look at the examples over here. This is a cute cat. Now the adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat. And note that it comes before the noun. And in the sentence, this cat is cute. Again, the adjective cute modifies the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. On the other hand, an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Remember that usually adverbs modify verbs, and they tell us how often, when, or where something was done. Let's have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked. How we walked. Remember that adjectives can modify nouns, for example, girl, boy, etc. Or pronouns, for example, we, it, etc. Now let's have a look at the examples below. Lily is an honest person. Note that the adjective honest modifies or describes the noun person. And in this sentence, the movie was awful. The plot is simply boring. The adjective awful modifies or describes what kind of movie it was. And the adjective boring describes the plot. Remember that if something is, the adjective ends in ing. And if it makes you feel something, the adjective ends in ed. Let's have a look at the examples below. He is excited because the event is exciting. Note that the adjective excited modifies the pronoun he, and it tells us how or what the event made him feel. And the adjective exciting describes what the event is. And in this sentence, I am annoyed because the whole situation is annoying. Note that the adjective annoyed describes what I felt about the whole situation. And the adjective annoying describes what the whole situation is. Now, sometimes we use two or more adjectives together. Let's have a look at the table below. A nice sunny morning. Now, there are two adjectives describing the noun morning. The adjective nice describes quality or opinion. And the adjective sunny is a fact. And in this sentence, two intelligent young ladies. There are three adjectives modifying the noun ladies. The adjective two is the quantity or the number of ladies. And the adjective intelligent describes the quality or opinion about the ladies. And the adjective young is a fact. And in this sentence, a beautiful, large, round wooden table, there are sets of adjectives describing the noun table. Beautiful, the quality or opinion. Large, round, wooden is the fact. Now, there are times when we use two or more fact adjectives. Let's have a look at the table below. A big, old, round, wooden table. Now, in this sentence, we used several fact adjectives. Big describes the size of the table. Old, the age of the table. Round, shape of the table. Wooden, material or origin of the table. And in the sentence, new white tennis shoes. There are three fact adjectives used to describe the noun shoes. New describes the age, white, the color, and tennis, the purpose. And in this sentence, a tall, young, polished boy. The adjective tall describes the size of the boy. Young, the age of the boy. Polish, the origin of the boy. On the other hand, an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies a. verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. For example, the cars drove fast. The adverb fast describes how the cars drove. B. An adverb is also used to modify adjectives, making them stronger or weaker. Have a look at the example below. Anne looked absolutely amazing. The adverb absolutely modifies or describes the adjective amazing. How amazing? C. An adverb is used to modify other adverbs, changing their degree or precision. For example, you're speaking too loudly. The adverb too describes the adverb loudly. It tells us how loud. Degree. Now let's review the use of adjectives and adverbs and practice a bit. Remember that when forming an adjective, if something is, the adjective ends in ing, and if it makes you feel something, the adjective ends in ed. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the following adjective. Tiredness. This work is so, it makes me really. This work is so tiring. It makes me feel tired. Remember that quantity or number and quality or opinion adjectives go before fact adjectives. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their appropriate places. Gorgeous. 3 models were in the ad on TV. 3 gorgeous models were in the ad on TV. We asked them to get wooden, comfy 6 chairs. We asked them to get 6 comfy wooden chairs. Note the order of fact adjectives: size, age, shape, color, material or origin, and purpose. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their appropriate places. Tim needs black new leather shoes. Tim needs new black leather shoes. I'd like to buy an wooden, round, white, antique table. I'd like to buy an antique, round, white, wooden table. And remember that we use adverbs to modify verbs, indicating how often, when, or where something was done. Read the following sentence and underline these adverbs. I try to go quickly to coffee shops every month. Quickly. Also note that we use adverbs to modify adjectives, making them stronger or weaker. We also use adverbs to modify other adverbs, changing their degree or precision. Read the following sentences and underline the adverbs that modify adjectives or other adverbs. This game was insanely popular in the 90s. Insanely. The band plays extremely well. Extremely. Here is a short story using adjectives and adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm really tired. We've got a very important project to work on. It must be tiring. Is it going well though? Yes, very well. Our department is quite big, so one could imagine that there would be problems with task management. But I must say that my co-workers are extremely professional and responsible. Everything is going to be great. The amount of dedication you have is amazing. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether an adjective or an adverb should be used. A. Your house is very close or closely to ours. B. She moved quick or quickly around the shop. C. Listen careful or carefully. I won't repeat it again. D. It is not as bad or badly as it sounds. Now read the following sentences and put the adjectives into the correct order. A. Our apartment is and modern, spacious. B. I want to hear reasons why you don't want to go with us. Good. 2. C. Marian has dogs, black and white, lovely too. Answer the following questions. A. How often do you go to the movies? B. Are you close to your family? C. What is something that you can do extremely well? Now let's check your answers. Your house is very close to ours. She moved quickly around the shop. Listen carefully. I won't repeat it again. It is not as bad as it sounds. Our apartment is modern and spacious. I want to hear 2 good reasons why you don't want to go with us. Marian has 2 lovely black and white dogs. Sample answers. I go to the movies quite often. Yes, I'm very close to my family. I can play the guitar extremely well. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about descriptive adjectives. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronouns. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in this sentence, this cat is cute. Again, the adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. Note that descriptive adjectives describe nouns or pronouns in detail by giving an attribute to that particular word. Remember that they usually express things through the five senses: touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound. Have a look at the example over here. This is a delicious sandwich. Now the adjective delicious modifies or describes the taste of the sandwich. Note that descriptive adjectives can be organized into the following categories. A. Simple adjectives are the most basic type of descriptive adjectives. Have a look at the example below. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Clear sky, sweet smell of blossoming trees, green grass, cheerful people. It seemed as if the world had united to celebrate the coming of spring. Note that the adjective beautiful describes the day. Clear describes the sky. Sweet, the smell of blossoming trees. Green, color of the grass. Cheerful, feeling of the people. B. Compound adjectives are created when two words are combined to create a descriptive adjective. Now the two words are typically connected with a hyphen, as in the example below. Pam was a baby-faced, long-legged girl. Baby-faced and long-legged are adjectives that describe the girl, and they are connected with a hyphen. Now let's review the use of descriptive adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use descriptive adjectives to describe nouns or pronouns in detail by giving them an attribute to that particular word. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. We bought a spacious apartment in a quiet part of our town. Spacious, quiet. Note that descriptive adjectives usually express things through the five senses: touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. The food smelled awful. It tasted horrible, and it did not look tasty. Awful, horrible, tasty. Remember that we express such aspects as feelings, time, sound, quantity, taste, appearance, size, age, color, shape, and material through simple adjectives. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. I wanted to buy 3 white wooden chairs. 3 white wooden. Also note that we form compound descriptive adjectives by combining two words, usually with a hyphen. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. Anne is an example of a girl next door. She's sweet, kind, and has a lot in common with boys. Next door. Make sure to always pay attention to the order of adjectives in a sentence. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their proper places. When we were kids, my friend was a funny-looking short boy, and he grew up to be a tall, young, drop-dead gorgeous man. When we were kids, my friend was a funny-looking short boy, and he grew up to be a drop-dead, gorgeous, tall, young man. Here is a short story using descriptive adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I've heard that you are going to move abroad next month. Yes, that's true. We are going to sunny Spain. I think I know the reason behind this. After living here in ice-cold Finland, you want something less depressing, weather-wise. Yeah, exactly. We want to explore the narrow streets of Madrid, dine at small family restaurants, enjoy magnificent sunsets. You're going to love it there then. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the descriptive adjectives. A. I saw a lovely young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before. B. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man who argued with such wearisome good sense. C. And he kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression as though he had never been brought there for sale. Read the following sentences and form compound descriptive adjectives. A. If someone resembles a bird, he is. B. If someone broke your heart, you are. C. If you use your left hand to do everything, you are. Now read the following sentences and put the adjectives into the correct order. A. Jim drew a picture of dragons, three-headed two. B. Jack bought a or an ring, diamond, expensive engagement. C. She was a lady, self-centered, young. Now, let's check your answers. I saw a lovely young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man who argued with such wearisome good sense. And he kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression, as though he had never been brought there for sale. If someone resembles a bird, he is bird-like. If someone broke your heart, you are broken-hearted. If you use your left hand to do everything, you are left-handed. Jim drew a picture of two three-headed dragons. Jack bought an expensive diamond engagement ring. She was a self-centered young lady. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about proper adjectives. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in this sentence, this cat is cute. The adjective cute describes the noun cat, but note that it comes after the noun. Now, proper adjectives are formed from proper nouns and modify nouns and pronouns. Have a look at the example below. I love Italian culture. The word Italian is a proper adjective, and it's formed from the proper noun Italy. Remember that a proper noun is the specific name used for any person, place, or thing, as in Italy. Also note that proper adjectives typically look like their original proper nouns, but have some sort of alternative ending. Have a look at the examples below. He lives in America. America is a proper noun. It is the name of the country. And in this sentence, he likes American holiday. American is a proper adjective, but it's formed from the proper noun America. Only the ending is different. Note that proper adjectives are derived from proper nouns, and so they are capitalized. Have a look at the example below. When she lived in China, Liz ate a lot of Chinese food. Note that the proper adjective Chinese is capitalized, and it's derived from the proper noun China. And when a proper adjective has a prefix, the prefix itself is never capitalized. However, the proper adjective itself is still capitalized. Have a look at the example below. In pre-Columbian America, corn was the only cultivated cereal. Note that the prefix pre is not capitalized, but the proper adjective Columbian is capitalized. Let's have a look at the table below. Now, proper adjectives that are derived from proper nouns and end in IAN, EAN, or AN are as follow. Italian, derived from Italy. Korean, Korea. Moroccan, Morocco. And proper adjectives that end in IC. Icelandic, Nordic, Hispanic. ESE, Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese. Iraqi, Israeli, Pakistani. ISH, Danish, Finnish, Irish. Now let's review the use of proper adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use proper adjectives to modify nouns and pronouns. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate proper adjective. I have a lot of China and Korea friends. I have a lot of Chinese and Korean friends. Note that proper adjectives are derived from proper nouns, and so they typically look like their original proper nouns, but have some sort of alternative ending. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. Peter is fond of Scotland. Scotland is a proper noun. He has been to many cities. He has been to many Scottish cities. Remember that proper adjectives are capitalized as they are derived from proper nouns. Have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. The drama club performed the Shakespeare play. Shakespearean play. Also remember that when a proper adjective has a prefix, the prefix itself is never capitalized. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate proper adjective. There was a steep rise in anti-Semitic incidents worldwide at that time. There was a steep rise in anti-Semitic incidents worldwide at that time. Note that we use the most common endings for nationalities, such as IAN, EAN, AN, IC, ESC, ISH to form proper adjectives. Read the following proper nouns and provide the appropriate proper adjective. Russia, Russian. Poland, Polish. Iceland, Icelandic. Saudi Arabia, Saudi. Lebanon, Lebanese. Turkey, Turkish. Ukraine, Ukrainian. Vietnam, Vietnamese. United Arab Emirates, Emirati. Spain, Hispanic. Here is a short story using proper adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you know that Kelly works at a Mexican restaurant? Yeah? But I know that she doesn't like Mexican food. That's true, but we don't have any European or Asian restaurants here. Actually, I heard that some French place is going to open in a month or two. Really? I think she would love to work there. Her cooking skills are excellent. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the adjectives should be capitalized. A. She's been reading Buddhist teachings. Painting originated in prehistoric times. C. An anti-theft backpack holds just about anything you need while keeping it all safe with enhanced safety features. D. He was described as a real Renaissance man. Read the following sentences and provide the proper adjective form of the words in the bracket. A. France. Toasts may be eaten as a dessert in France. B. Billy likes reading Greece myth. C. Have you ever tried traditional Ireland stew? D. The band plays Christ music. E. I like to try Belgium waffles. F. The Edward era of British history covers the brief reign of King Edward VII. And now, let's check your answers. She's been reading Buddhist teachings. Painting originated in prehistoric times. An anti-theft backpack holds just about anything you need while keeping it all safe with enhanced safety features. He was described as a real Renaissance man. French toast may be eaten as a dessert in France. Billy likes reading Greek myths. Have you ever tried traditional Irish stew? The band plays Christian music. I'd like to try Belgian waffles. The Edwardian era of British history covers the brief reign of King Edward VII. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about possessive adjectives. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in the sentence, this cat is cute, the adjective cute again modifies or describes the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example below. This sandwich is delicious. This is a limiting adjective, and it tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, in this category, there are possessive adjectives, and they modify the noun following it in order to show possession. These adjectives are my, your, his, her, its, our, and their. Have a look at the example below. I told my friend that I like someone. Then she told that to her friend, and that friend told that to his friend, and now everyone knows everything. Note that the possessive adjective my modifies the noun friend, and it comes before the noun it modifies. And the possessive adjective her modifies the noun following it, which is friend. And his modifies the noun friends. Now let's have a look at the table below. In the first person, singular, the subject is I. Object, me. The possessive adjective is my, as in my cat. Possessive pronoun, mine. In the second person singular, you. Subject, object, you. Possessive adjective, your cat. Possessive pronoun, yours. Third person singular, subject, he, she, or it. Object, him, her, or it. Possessive adjective, his cat, her cat, its cat. The possessive pronoun, his, hers, its. First person, plural. Subject, we. Object, us. Possessive adjective, our cat. Possessive pronoun, ours. Second person, plural. Subject, they. Object, them. Possessive adjective, their cat. Possessive pronoun, theirs. Third person, plural. Subject, you. Object, you. Possessive adjective, your cat. Possessive pronoun, yours. Note that the possessive adjectives need to agree with the possessor and not with the thing that is possessed. However, the verb that is used needs to be in agreement with the noun. Have a look at the examples below. She has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is very kind. Note that the possessive adjective her is in agreement with what is possessed, which is boyfriend, and the noun boyfriend is in agreement with the verb is. And in this sentence, Peter likes to cook. His cooking skills are great. Note that the possessive adjective his is in agreement with what is possessed, which is skills. And the noun skills is in agreement with the verb are. Remember that possessive adjectives are often confused with possessive pronouns. Have a look at the examples below. Your car is black. Your in this sentence is an adjective which modifies the word car. And in this sentence, mine is white. Mine is a pronoun which functions as the subject of the sentence. Also, remember not to confuse its and its with an apostrophe. Its is the possessive adjective for it, and its is a contraction of it is. Have a look at the examples below. It is a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Both sentences are the same. They have the same meaning. Only difference? It's is the contraction of it is. But in the sentence, the dog was wiggling its tail. It's is the possessive adjective for it, and it modifies the dog's tail. Also remember not to confuse there and there. There is the possessive adjective for they, and there is a contraction of they are. It's in the example over here. They are best friends. Same thing as they're best friends. But in the sentence, I want to see their performance. There is the possessive adjective for they, and it modifies the noun following it, performance. Now let's review the use of possessive adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use possessive adjectives my, your, his, her, its, our, and their to modify the noun following it in order to show possession. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate possessive adjective. We. Family is very energetic. Our family is very energetic. Note that the possessive adjective needs to agree with the possessor and not with the thing that is possessed. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate possessive adjective. She. Father is a writer. Writing skills are truly amazing. Her father is a writer. Her writing skills are truly amazing. Remember not to confuse possessive adjectives with possessive pronouns. Read the following sentences and decide whether the words in bold are possessive adjectives or possessive pronouns. Their house is huge. There is an adjective which modifies the word house. Hers is small. Hers is a pronoun which functions as the subject of the sentence. Also, remember not to confuse its and its with an apostrophe. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the appropriate possessive adjective. Such a cute cat. Look at tiny paws. It's such a cute cat. Look at its tiny paws. Also, do not confuse there and there. Read the following sentence and fill in the gap with either there or there. Going on vacation. Flight has been booked a long time ago. They're going on a vacation. Their flight has been booked a long time ago. Here is a short story using possessive adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hey, have you seen my phone anywhere? No, I haven't seen it. Maybe you should check your backpack. When I lose my phone, it's usually there. I can't seem to find it though. Could you call me? Yeah, sure. I think I have your number. I don't want to use our company phone for personal matters, and I really hope that I haven't lost my phone somewhere. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with my, your, his, her, its, our, or their. A. Peter is from the UK. Wife is from the US. B. These students didn't do homework. C. Look at the kitten. Look at tiny paws. D. Mary loves grandfather a lot. She visits him every week. E. Pam and Kate go to high school. Little brother goes to nursery school. F. We go to the same school. School is amazing. G. I don't like haircut. I think it doesn't suit me. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with its, their. A. Such a nice day. Maybe we could go to the beach. B. Parents are very strict. They never let them go out with us late at night. C. Sorry, but I can't believe it. So kind to everyone. Now, let's check your answers. Peter is from the UK. His wife is from the US. These students didn't do their homework. Look at that kitten. Look at its tiny paws. Mary loves her grandfather a lot. She visits him every week. Pam and Kate go to high school. Their little brother goes to nursery school. We go to the same school. Our school is amazing. I don't like my haircut. I think it doesn't suit me. It's such a nice day. Maybe we could go to the beach. Their parents are very strict. They never let them go out with us late at night. Sorry, but I can't believe it. They're so kind to everyone. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about forming adverbs. Let's get started. An adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that they usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, telling us how we walked. Remember that we form adverbs by adding ly to an adjective. For example, slow, slowly. And when adjectives end in l, we keep the l and add ly. For example, careful, carefully. And when adjectives end in y, we change the y to I and then add ly. For example, easy, easily. And when adjectives end in able, ible, or le, we replace the e with y. For example, probable, probably. Terrible, terribly. Gentle, gently. And when adjectives end in ic, we add ally at the end. For example, economic, economically. Note that sometimes adjectives end in ly, as in friendly, lively. And when this happens, we cannot change it into an adverb by adding ly. And so it's better to use, as in, for example, in a friendly way or manner. Have a look at the example below. He talked to me in a friendly manner. Note that the following adverbs have the same form as the adjective early, fast, hard, high, late, near, straight, or wrong. Have a look at the following examples. The train is very fast. Fast in this sentence is an adjective. It modifies the noun train. And in this sentence, the train goes fast. Fast is an adverb because it modifies the verb goes. Now the adverb well corresponds to the adjective good. Have a look at the example below. Tom is a good student. He studies well. Good in the sentence modifies the noun student, and so it is an adjective. Well, on the other hand, is an adverb that modifies the verb studies. And the adverb hardly is not related to the meaning of hard. The adverb hardly has the meaning almost not. Have a look at the example below. Hardly anyone writes to me these days, meaning almost no one writes to me these days. And in the sentence, Susan ate hardly anything, means Susan ate almost nothing. And now, let's review forming adverbs and practice a bit. Remember that we form adverbs by adding ly to an adjective. And when adjectives end in l, we add ly. When adjectives end in y, we change the y to I, then add ly. And when adjectives end in able, ible, le, we replace the e with y. And when adjectives end in ic, we simply add ally. Now read the following adjectives and change them to adverbs. Quick, quickly. Simple, simply. Angry, angrily. Faithful, faithfully. Happy, happily. calm, calmly, comfortable, comfortably, romantic, romantically, beautiful, beautifully, incredible, incredibly. Remember that adjectives ending in ly, such as friendly or lively, can't be made into adverbs by adding ly. Instead, we use it as such. In a friendly way or manner. Provide the correct form of the following sentence. Julian was speaking friendly. Julian was speaking in a friendly way or manner. Also note that the following adverbs have the same form as the adjectives early, fast, hard, high, late, near, straight, and wrong. Read the following sentences and decide whether the words in bold are used as adjectives or adverbs. Peter is a late bloomer. Late in the sentence is used as an adjective. The train arrived late. Late in the sentence is used as an adverb. Note that the adverb hardly is not related to the meaning of hard. The adverb hardly has the meaning almost not. Read the following sentence and provide a similar sentence using the word hardly. There was very little traffic. There was hardly any traffic. Here is a short story forming adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I miss Anna terribly. We hardly ever see her. I understand you completely. I haven't seen her for ages. At least she often calls us. Yeah, she doesn't forget calling us regularly. Especially with her job. She works very hard. She told me yesterday that she had to work overtime. She must be so tired. I'll try to persuade her to take a vacation and come here. She definitely needs to rest to work productively. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Hard, happily, hardly, well, successfully. A. Alan dances very and never steps on people's feet. B. I can believe it. C. And they lived ever after. D. We completed the course. E. Susan worked very and was promoted in February. And now, rewrite each sentence so that it has a similar meaning and contains the adverb in brackets. A. Sam didn't sleep well. Badly. B. Jane lives abroad, so her friends almost never see her. Hardly ever. C. Lucy's parents are slow walkers. Slowly. D. The couple lived together and were happy. Happily. E. Philip is ill. Well. Now, let's check your answers. Alan dances very well and never steps on people's feet. I can hardly believe it. And they lived happily ever after. We completed the course successfully. Susan worked very hard and was promoted in February. Sam slept badly. Jane lives abroad, so her friends hardly ever see her. Lucy's parents walk slowly. The couple lived happily together. Philip isn't feeling well. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about adverbs of manner. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that they usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. As in the example over here, we walked really slowly. The adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, and it tells us how we walked. Now, an adverb of manner tells us how something happens. Have a look at the example below. I carefully read the note left on the counter. Now, the adverb of manner carefully modifies the verb read, and it tells us how we read. Also note that adverbs of manner are usually placed either before the main verb or after the object. Have a look at the examples below. Tom quickly left the building. Now, the adverb of manner quickly modifies the main verb left, and it comes before it. And in this sentence, Tom left the building quickly. Again, the adverb of manner quickly modifies the main verb left, but it comes after the object, building. Note that such adverbs as well, badly, hard, fast are always placed after the verb. Have a look at the examples below. Alice, hard work. This sentence is incorrect because the adverb is placed before the verb. The correct form would be Alice worked hard. And when there is more than one verb in a clause, the position of the adverb is very important. Let's have a look at the examples below. Samuel slowly decided to leave the party. Now, in this sentence, the adverb slowly modifies the verb decided, not leave. And in the sentence, Samuel decided to leave the party slowly. The adverb slowly describes or modifies the clause to leave the party, not decided. Now, some writers put an adverb of manner at the beginning of the sentence. This is only to catch the reader's attention. Have a look at the example below. Confidently, she entered the room. Now let's review the use of adverbs of manner and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of manner to show how something happens. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate adverb of manner. I typed the message. Hurry. I typed the message hurriedly. Remember that we place adverbs of manner either before the main verb or after the object. Now read the following sentence and add an adverb of manner before the main verb and after the object. And the sentence ended. And the sentence ended abruptly. And the sentence abruptly ended. Also, remember to always place such adverbs as well, badly, hard, and fast after the verb. Rewrite the following sentence. Finn well on his exam to do. Finn did well on his exam. Remember, the deposition of the adverb is very important when there is more than one verb in a clause. Read the following sentence and decide what the adverb modifies. They quietly asked us to leave the house. The adverb quietly modifies the verb asked. They asked us to leave the house quietly. The adverb quietly describes the clause to leave the house. Note that a writer can put an adverb of manner at the beginning of a sentence to catch the reader's attention. Rewrite the following sentence. He, the knife, to pick slowly. Slowly, he picked up the knife. Here is a short story using adverbs of manner. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I don't know what's going on with Kate. What do you mean? Well, she finishes her meal quickly and storms back to her room. When she is in the living room, she just quietly reads something and doesn't say a word. And today, she angrily slammed the door right in front of me. Maybe she's upset. Or is she angry with you? I don't know. Whenever I try to initiate a conversation, she answers passively aggressively. Be bold and ask her. You are siblings after all. She can't stay mad forever. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with the adverbs from the box. Truthfully, badly, patiently, safely, recklessly. A. The score was 3-2. Even though we lost, I don't think we played. B. I I don't want to be with her in the same car ever again. She drives. C. The plane landed on the runway. D. The judge asked him to answer the questions. E. Everyone waited for Mr. Smith to arrive. And now, read the following sentences and complete them by changing the adjectives in brackets into adverbs. A. Is anyone here? Whispered Megan. Cautious. B. She spoke so quiet that the class couldn't hear her. C. You are late, said Jane, angry. D. I think our national football team played really good. E. She, happy, ran into her open arms. And now, let's check your answers. The score was 3-2. Even though we lost, I don't think we played badly. I don't want to be with her in the same car ever again. She drives recklessly. The plane landed safely on the runway. The judge asked him to answer the questions truthfully. Everyone waited patiently for Mr. Smith to arrive. Is anyone here? Whispered Megan cautiously. She spoke so quietly that the class couldn't hear her. You are late, said Jane angrily. I think our national football team played really well. She happily ran into his open arms. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about adverbs of place. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other verbs. Note that adverbs usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked. It tells us how we walked. Now adverbs of place tell us where something happens. They do not modify adjectives or other adverbs. Have a look at the example below. I'm going back to school in a month. The adverb of place, back, modifies the verb going. It tells us where we are going. Remember that adverbs of place are usually placed after the main verb or after the clause that they modify. Have a look at the examples below. Come in. The adverb in modifies the main verb come. And in the sentence, Helen looked around trying to find a familiar face in the crowd. Note that the adverb of place around modifies the main verb looked, where Helen looked. Now the adverbs of place that end in where express the idea of location without specifying a specific location or direction. Have a look at the example below. I couldn't find my cat anywhere. The adverb of place, anywhere, expresses the idea of location, but it does not specify a specific location or direction. And adverbs of place that end in wards express movement in a particular direction. Have a look at the example below. Our dog likes to walk backwards. The adverb of place, backwards, expresses the movement of the dog. And with verbs of movement, here means towards or with the speaker. And there means away from or not with the speaker. Have a look at the examples below. You can hang your coat here. The adverb of place here tells us that you are standing near the hanger. And in the sentence, and you can put your shoes there. The adverb of place there tells us that you are pointing at the shoes rack. You are not standing near it. Note that here and there are combined with prepositions to make many common adverbial phrases. Have a look at the examples below. Could you come over here? Over is a preposition, and here the adverb. Together, they make an adverbial phrase. What are you doing up there? Again, up is a preposition, and there the adverb of place. And here and there are placed at the beginning of the sentence in exclamations or when emphasis is needed. Note that they are followed by the verb if the subject is a noun, or by a pronoun if the subject is a pronoun. Have a look at the example below. Here comes the train. The adverb of place here is used in the sentence to create emphasis. And note that it's followed by the verb, and its subject is train, a noun. And in the sentence, there it is. Note that the adverb of place there is followed by a pronoun, which is also the subject of the sentence. Now let's review the use of adverbs of place and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of place to show where something happens. Now make sure to place them after the main verb or after the clause they modify. Create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. Close when the door, you, out to go. Close the door when you go out. Also remember that we use adverbs of place that end in where to express the idea of location without specifying a specific location or direction. Read the following sentence and underline the appropriate adverb of place. I want to go anywhere, nowhere, somewhere nice for our anniversary. I want to go somewhere nice for our anniversary. Note that we use adverbs of place that end in wards to express movement in a particular direction. Rewrite the following sentence using an adverb of place that ends in wards. air balloon drifted up. The air balloon drifted upwards. Remember that here and there are combined with prepositions to make many common adverbial phrases. Read the following sentence and underline the adverbial phrase. I wonder how little Tom managed to get under there. Under there. Also remember that we place here and there at the beginning of the sentence in exclamation or when emphasis is needed. Note that they are followed by the verb if the subject is a noun or by a pronoun if the subject is a pronoun. Read the following sentences and fill in the blank using the appropriate forms of the words in the bracket. Here, the cake to come. Happy birthday! Here comes the cake. Happy birthday! There, you to be. I've been looking for you. There you are. I've been looking for you. Here is a short story using adverbs of place. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mike, have you seen my phone anywhere? I can't seem to find it. Try looking over there. I think you were sitting there last time. I've already tried looking there. Maybe I left it somewhere outside when I went shopping. I don't think you even took it with you. Wait, I can simply call you. There it is. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Eastwards, there, nearby, homewards, nowhere. A. After working the whole day straight, we headed. B. I have to go. I lost everything. C. We wanted to build a small park, but we lacked the funds. D. The ship sailed. E. Put the bags. We can unpack them later. Now, read the following sentences and underline the appropriate word or phrase. A. Mary turned over backwards and went back to sleep. B. There was a small lake outside, abroad. C. Is there everywhere, anywhere, I can find a perfect cup of coffee? D. Could you come over nearby, here? E. Here the birthday girl comes. Comes the birthday girl. Now, let's check your answers. After working the whole day straight, we headed homewards. I have nowhere to go. I lost everything. We wanted to build a small park nearby, but we lacked the funds. The ship sailed eastwards. Put the bags there. We can unpack them later. Mary turned over and went back to sleep. There was a small lake outside. Is there anywhere I can find a perfect cup of coffee? Could you come over here? Here comes the birthday girl. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about adverbs of time. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Note that adverbs usually modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Note that the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked, and it tells us how we walked. Now, adverbs of time tell us when an action happened, for how long, or how often. Note that adverbs of time are invariable. Have a look at the example below. Sorry, I'll call you in a minute. The adverbial phrase in a minute tells us when I'll call. Note that adverbs of time are usually placed at the end of the sentence, as in the example below. I'll do it tomorrow. Note that the adverb of time tomorrow is placed at the end of the sentence. But sometimes these adverbs can be put at the beginning of the sentence, and that's to give a different emphasis. Have a look at the example below. Later, they noticed his absence. Note that the adverb of time later is placed at the beginning of the sentence to give emphasis. And in the adverbial phrases that tell us for how long something has been happening, for is always followed by an expression of duration, while since is always followed by an expression of a point in time. Have a look at the examples below. They'll be away for 20 days. Note that for is followed by an expression of duration, 20 days. And in the sentence, I haven't seen you since June. Since is followed by an expression of a point in time, which is June. Note that adverbs that tell us how often something happens express the frequency of an action. They are usually placed before the main verb, but after auxiliary verbs. Have a look at the examples below. Sarah usually wakes up at 7 a.m. Now, the adverb of time usually is placed before the main verb, which in this case is wakes. But in this sentence, you must always be kind to others. Note that the adverb of time always comes before the auxiliary verb, be. But note that the main verb of the sentence comes after the auxiliary verb. But there is an exception, and that is when the main verb is to be, in which case the adverb goes after the main verb. Have a look at the example below. I am never late. Note that the adverb of time never comes after the auxiliary verb to be, am. And if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, use them in the following order. 1. How long? 2. How often? 3. When. Have a look at the example below. Peter worked at the mall for 4 days, every week last year. Note that 4 days tells us how long. Every week tells us how often. And last year tells us when. Now let's review the use of adverbs of time and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of time to show when an action happened or for how long it has been happening. Note that we place these adverbs at the end of the sentence. Create a sentence using the words in the brackets. Why, yesterday, you, to be absent. Why were you absent yesterday? Note that sometimes adverbs of time can be put at the beginning of the sentence, and that's to give a different emphasis. Create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. James, to realize soon that he, to make a mistake. Soon, James realized that he made a mistake. Also, remember that in the adverbial phrases that tell us for how long something has been happening, for is always followed by an expression of duration, while since is always followed by an expression of a point in time. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using for or since. I've been waiting for you an hour. I've been waiting for you for an hour. Bill has been trying to find a job. May. Bill has been trying to find a job since May. Now we place adverbs that tell us how often something happens before the main verb, but after auxiliary verbs. Note that if there is a verb to be, then the adverb goes after the main verb. Now create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. We, to buy groceries often together. We often buy groceries together. He, to be late, usually for classes. He is usually late for classes. And if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, make sure you use them in the following order. 1. How long? 2. How often? 3. When. Now read the following sentences and create a sentence using the following words in the bracket. Lily to study every day for 5 hours a month ago. She had a difficult exam at university. Lily studied for 5 hours every day a month ago. She had a difficult exam at university. Here's a short story using adverbs of time. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. When was the last time you cooked? I cook every day, so that must be today. When was the last time you took a bath? I don't remember really. I rarely take baths. I am more of a shower person. When was the last time you slept in? Oh, it was about a week ago. It was a wonderful Sunday. I woke up late, stayed in bed for a couple of hours, and just enjoyed life. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with the adverbs from the box. Daily, for hours, today, every year, later. A. I don't feel like doing my laundry. B. This newspaper arrives. My grandpa reads it while eating breakfast all the time. C. When I was a kid, I would play video games. D. We had a great Christmas tradition. We sent postcards to all the relatives we have. E. I think my parents came home. I'll call you. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with for or since. A. Peter just leaves if he waits for someone more than 5 minutes. B. We've been friends with Sarah ages. C. Emily moved to Peru and we haven't heard from her. D. You look much healthier. I saw you last time. E. She's been depressed months. She must see a doctor. Now, let's check your answers. I don't feel like doing my laundry today. This newspaper arrives daily. My grandpa reads it while eating breakfast all the time. When I was a kid, I would play video games for hours. We have a great Christmas tradition. Every year, we send postcards to all the relatives we have. I think my parents came home. I'll call you later. Peter just leaves if he waits for someone for more than 5 minutes. We've been friends with Sarah for ages. Emily moved to Peru and we haven't heard from her since. You look much healthier since I saw you last time. She's been depressed for months. She must see a doctor. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositions. Overview. A preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. The preposition in is used in the sentence to link the noun May to birthday. Her birthday. Note that prepositions do not change their form. Have a look at the example over here. I want what? To go. Where? To the movies. Meaning that I had a desire to go to the movies. Now, prepositions can consist of 1 two or more words. Have a look at the examples below. Josh went to the club instead of studying for his exam. There was a huge traffic in front of us. Now, prepositions can be divided into the following categories. A. Prepositions of place state the position or location of one thing with another. Have a look at the example below. Kate works at Starbucks. The preposition at tells us where Kate works. B. Prepositions of time denote specific time periods. For example, we usually go to our relatives at Christmas. Christmas is a specific time period, and at is used to denote this time period. C. Prepositions of direction or motion indicate movement from one place to the other. As in the example below, there's a great pub across the street. The preposition across tells us where the pub is and how to get there. D. Prepositions of manner express the manner in which something is done, as in the example below. You can't achieve success by doing nothing. The preposition by expresses the manner in which success is achieved, and it's not by doing nothing. E. Prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. Have a look at the example below. She couldn't attend the meeting due to some family issues. Now the prepositions due to tell us why she couldn't attend the meeting. Now let's review the use of prepositions and practice a bit. Remember that prepositions of place state the position or location of one thing with another. Read the following sentence and underline them. My sister lives in Oklahoma, but she is planning on moving to California. In. Also remember that prepositions of time denote specific time periods. Read the following sentence and underline them. I drink a cup of coffee in the morning and one more at noon. In, at. Note that prepositions of direction or motion indicate movement from one place to another. Read the following sentence and underline them. She was the person to work at Christmas or at Thanksgiving. At. Note that prepositions of manner express the manner in which something is done. Read the following sentence and underline the preposition of manner. Anne usually goes to work by bus. By. Also note that prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. Read the following sentence and underline the prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. I want to go to the fish market to buy something tasty for breakfast. 2. Here is a short story using prepositions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What do you do for fun? I usually hang out with my friends. Sometimes we go to the movies together. Sometimes we throw parties at someone's place. And you? That sounds cool. Well, I moved to the States in May, so I haven't really made new friends yet. All my friends are back home. Why don't you come over? I think you'll like my friends and they'll like you. Oh, that would be great. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following text and underline the prepositions. He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him warily halfway, and sat on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl, and lathered cheeks and neck. Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the harbor mouth of Kingstown. Ulysses by James Joyce. And now, let's check your answers. In friendly jest. 2. The parapet. 2. Himself. On the edge. Off the gun rest. On the parapet. In the bowl. To the parapet. On it. On the water. On the mailboat. Off Kingstown. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositions of place. Let's get started. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in is used to link the noun May to her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of place. Now, they are used to show the position or location of one thing with another. Note that we usually use prepositions of place when we answer the question beginning with where. Have a look at the example over here. Where do you live? I live in New York. The preposition of place in tells us where I live. New York. Now there are 3 main prepositions of place. A. At denotes specific point or location of something. Have a look at the examples below. There is someone standing at the door. The preposition of place at denotes a specific location, the door. There weren't many people at the theater. It's Monday after all. Again, the preposition of place at denotes a specific location, the theater. And in the sentence, Alex lives at number 25 Emerald Street. The preposition of place at gives us or denotes a specific address. And in this sentence, Ashley works at Apple. The preposition of place at denotes a specific company or workplace. B. In. In implies that something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area. Have a look at the examples below. I think I left my phone in the living room, meaning that the living room is part of your house. And in this sentence, Jake lives in the US. He lives in Texas. In the first sentence, the preposition of place in refers to the country, US. And in the second sentence, the preposition of place in refers to the state. C. On. On implies that something is located on the surface. Have a look at the examples below. Could you grab my phone? It's on the coffee table in the living room, meaning that it's on the surface of furniture, coffee table. And in this sentence, Jake's sister is on the West Coast. She absolutely loves the Pacific. In this sentence, the preposition of place on implies that Jake's sister is located along a road, river, or by the sea, lake, etc. And in this sentence, Alex lives on the third floor. The preposition of place on implies that Alex lives on a certain floor in the building. And in this sentence, sorry, I'll call you back. I'm on the train now. Again, the preposition of place on implies where I'm located. Public transport. My grandparents work on a farm. The preposition of place on in this sentence implies where my grandparents are located, which is on an open field, the surface of the earth. Now, sometimes you can use both at and in when you talk about the location, although there is a slight difference in meaning. Have a look at the following examples. My siblings are at the mall, meaning that you are stating the location in general. Your siblings could be inside the mall, somewhere at the entrance, or at the parking lot. And in this sentence, my siblings are in the mall now. It means that you are specifying that your siblings are inside the mall. That is the slight difference between at and in. Now let's review the use of prepositions of place and practice a bit. Remember that we use prepositions of place when you answer the question beginning with where. Now read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks using the appropriate prepositions of place. Where do you live? I live Paris, but right now I'm living Madrid for a couple of weeks. I live in Paris, but right now I'm living in Madrid for a couple of weeks. Also, remember that we use at to denote specific point or location of something, and we use in when something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area. Now read the following text and fill in the blanks with either at or in. As you know, my sister Mary works Apple. She really likes it there as she doesn't work a tiny cubicle, but an open space office instead. Mary says it boosts her creativity. As you know, my sister Mary works at Apple. She really likes it there as she doesn't work in a tiny cubicle, but in an open space office instead. Mary says it boosts her creativity. Remember that we use in when something is located in an enclosed space or within a larger area, and we use on when something is located on the surface. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with either in or on. I can't believe there is so much storage space. The closet. And look at these cute pillows. The bed. And there are even flowers. The vase. The windowsill. The room is just lovely. I can't believe there is so much storage space in the closet. And look at these cute pillows on the bed. And there are even flowers in the vase. On the windowsill. This room is just lovely. Here is a short story using prepositions of place. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Anne, hurry up! The Smiths are waiting for us at the restaurant. I know, I can't find my shoes. Have you tried looking for them in the closet? Not funny, Nick. I think I might have left them in the living room when I was taking pictures of my new shoes. There are some shoes on the bed. Aren't these yours? Oh, that's right. And now I need to find my phone. And I'm ready to go. It's right there on your bedside table. Oh, thanks. Love you. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with at, in, and on. A. My cat likes sleeping my bed when I'm work. B. Peter's relatives live the East Coast, so he doesn't visit them that often. C. Our kids love swimming the lake nearby. D. I am currently living Germany and doing my internship here. E. Were you the party too? I haven't seen you. F. Do you live with your parents or your own place? G. Kylie was the dentist's today. He needs some hugs in the evening. H. Meredith grew up a farm, Idaho. I left my headphones home. It's going to be a boring ride, the bus. J. There are so many tasty things, the menu. And now let's check your answers. My cat likes sleeping on my bed when I'm at work. Peter's relatives live on the East Coast, so he doesn't visit them that often. Our kids love swimming in the lake nearby. I am currently living in Germany and doing my internship here. Were you at the party too? I haven't seen you. Do you live with your parents or at your own place? Kylie was at the dentist's today. He needs some hugs in the evening. Meredith grew up on a farm in Idaho. I left my headphones at home. It's going to be a boring ride on a bus. There are so many tasty things on the menu. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositions of time. Let's get started. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in the sentence is used to link the noun May to birthday. Her birthday. Now there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of time. Note that these prepositions are used to denote specific time periods. Now we usually use prepositions of time when we answer the question beginning with when. Have a look at the example below. When did you move to New York? I moved there in 2007. Note that the preposition of time in tells us when I moved to New York. Now there are three main prepositions of time. A. At. At denotes precise time, as in the examples below. I'll pick you up at 5. The preposition of place at in the sentence denotes a precise time, 5. And in the sentence, we're all going to be sleeping at midnight. Again, the preposition of time at denotes a precise time, which in this sentence is midnight. Note that at is also used with such expressions as at night, at weekend, at Christmas, at the moment, at present, at the same time. Have a look at the example below. Mr. Rufus isn't available at the moment. May I take a message? Note that in the sentence, the preposition of time at is used with the expression the moment, at the moment. B. On. On is used for days and dates. Have a look at the examples below. I'm meeting up with my friends on Saturday, and on Sunday morning, I'm flying to Seattle. In these sentences, the prepositions of time on are used for days, Saturday and Sunday. And in this sentence, Mike has the project presentation on 11th November. The preposition of time on is used for the date 11th November. Same in the sentence. My family does nothing on Christmas Day. Preposition of time on is used for the date, Christmas Day. C. In. In denotes longer period of time like months, years, centuries, etc. Have a look at the examples below. The Parkers are moving to Greece in March. The preposition of time in is used to denote the month, March. And in the sentence, the story is set in the 80s. In is used to denote the century. Life in the Middle Ages wasn't like in a fairy tale. I don't know how people lived in the past. In these sentences, the prepositions of time in are used to denote longer period of time, the Middle Ages and the past. Note that in is also used with such phrases as in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Have a look at the example over here. Theo is an owl. He has a hard time getting up in the morning. Also note that we do not use prepositions before last, next, every, or this. Have a look at the sentences below. I guess we'll see Alice on next Monday. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the preposition on is not supposed to be used before next. The correct form would be I guess we'll see Alice next Monday. Now let's review the use of prepositions of time and practice a bit. Remember that we use at to denote precise time, and we use on for days and dates. Now read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks with at or on. Should I wake you up 1st January? Absolutely not. Why would you even do that? I just figured that if you start celebrating New Year, 11 p.m., you should be still up that hour. Should I wake you up at 6 on 1st January? Absolutely not. Why would you even do that? I just figured that if you started celebrating New Year at 11 p.m., you should be still up at that hour. Also remember that we use on for days and dates, and we use in for longer periods of time. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with on or in. My free time, I like to go to bars and listen to bands there. For example, I went to see the Ribs performing Sunday evening. It was simply amazing. Too bad that I had to work Monday, and I couldn't stay for too long that night. In my free time, I like to go to bars and listen to bands there. For example, I went to see the Ribs performing on Sunday evening. It was simply amazing. Too bad that I had to work on Monday and I couldn't stay for too long that night. Note that we use in with such phrases as in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. But make sure not to use prepositions before last, next, every, or this. Read the following text and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of time. Clark usually takes a shower the morning and the evening. But This week, he is taking a shower 3 or 4 times a day. It's an unusually hot summer. Clark usually takes a shower in the morning and in the evening. But this week, he is taking a shower 3 or 4 times a day. It's an unusually hot summer. Here is a short story using prepositions of time. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What does your summer look like? Well, I have my exams in June. I'll be studying in the mornings, in the afternoons, in the evenings. And at nights? No, not at nights. Nights are for sleeping only. I try not to mess up with my sleep schedule. That's a smart decision. Thanks. Then in a couple of weeks, I'll be backpacking with my friends. We haven't done it in such a long time. And on 4th of July, I'll be at my parents'. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with at, on, or in. Sometimes no preposition is needed. A. I don't like working out the mornings. I'm super hungry after sleeping. B. Where will you be New Year's Eve? C. Carlo went to Spain last June, and this time she'll go to Portugal. D. My parents were born the 60s. E. It rains a lot. Winter here. F. I don't like going out Friday evening. G. They're getting married 27th of August. H. Claudia lived in Peru, 2015. I don't want to do anything special. My birthday. J. Frank usually eats lunch noon. Now, let's check your answers. I don't like working out in the mornings. I'm super hungry after sleeping. Where will you be on New Year's Eve? Carlo went to Spain last July, and this time she'll go to Portugal. My parents were born in the 60s. It rains a lot in winter here. I don't feel like going out on Friday evening. They're getting married on the 27th of August. Claudia lived in Peru in 2015. I don't want to do anything special on my birthday. Frank usually eats lunch at noon. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositions of direction and motion. Let's get started. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example below. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the preposition in the sentence is used to link the noun May to birthday, her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions. Among them are prepositions of direction or motion. Note that these prepositions are used to show movement from one place to the other. Remember that we usually use prepositions of direction or motion when we answer the question beginning with where. Have a look at the example below. Where are you going? I'm going to the supermarket. Note that the preposition of direction or motion to tells us where we're going. The supermarket. Now, there are several commonly used prepositions of direction or motion. A. To. To is used to show movement in a specific direction. Have a look at the examples below. I'll head off to work in a couple of minutes. In this sentence, the preposition of direction, to, tells us exactly where I'm headed. And in this sentence, Kimberly moved to Florida a year ago. Again, the preposition to in this sentence shows Kimberly's movement to Florida, which is a specific direction. Note that you can also use towards in the meaning in the direction of. Have a look at the example here. Why are these policemen running towards Eric? The preposition towards meaning in the direction of Eric. B. Into. Now, into is used to show movement into something, enclosed space, while onto shows movement on top of something, the surface. Have a look at the example below. The dog jumped into the kennel while the cat leaped onto the roof of the kennel. Note that the preposition into in the sentence is used to show that the dog jumped inside the kennel. In this sentence, however, the preposition of direction or motion, onto, is used to show that the cat leaped on the surface of the kennel, on top of the kennel, not inside. C. Across. Across is used to show movement from one side to the other side of something. As in the example below, you can't walk across the street whenever you want, meaning that you can't walk from one side of the street to the other side of the street. D. Over. Over is used to show an upward and forward direction across something, as in the example below. The boys jumped over the fence and chased the cat, meaning that the boys jumped upwards and chased the cat. E. Through. Through is used to show movement within an enclosed space from one point to the other, as in the example below. I don't like driving through the tunnels. I feel a bit anxious then. The preposition through in this sentence shows that I do not like driving inside the tunnel. F. Past. Past is used to indicate movement near something while you are on your way to another location. Have a look at the example below. I waved at Mary, but she walked past me, meaning that she walked near me while I was on my way to another location. Now let's review the use of prepositions of direction or motion and practice a bit. Remember that we use to show movement in a specific direction, and we use across to show movement from one side to the other side of something. Read the following dialogue and fill in the blanks with to or across. Where are you going? I'm going the local bakery. They sell super delicious bagels there. It's right the street. I'm going to the local bakery. They sell super delicious bagels there. It's right across the street. Also remember that we use into to show movement into an enclosed space, while we use onto to show movement on top of something. Read the following text and fill in the blanks with into or onto. My dog jumped the couch next to me right when I opened the bag of jerky and put my hand it. My dog jumped onto the couch next to me right when I opened the bag of jerky and put my hand into it. Also note that we use through to show movement within an enclosed space from one point to the other. And we use past to indicate movement near something while you are on your way to another location. Now read the text below and fill in the blanks with through or past. The bike drove right me, and I just fell from unexpectedness. But the person didn't stop or anything. He went the park and disappeared. The bike drove right past me, and I just fell down from unexpectedness. But the person didn't stop or anything. He went through the park and disappeared. Here's a short story using prepositions of direction or motion. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how I can get to the nearest supermarket? Surely. You have to go through the small park over there, then turn right and go past the cinema. Right on the corner, you'll see a huge supermarket sign. Just go across the street and there will be the entrance. Thank you very much. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. Sarah's cat always jumps onto her bed whenever she enters the bedroom. B. I usually go over through the park on my way home. C. Walk across through the street at the traffic lights. D. They walked through the room and stood frozen. E. You are highly motivated when you are working past towards your goals. F. I need to go towards the library to get some books for my research. G. This ferry can take you across over the river. H. The dog jumped through over the fence to greet its owner. I. Michael usually buys coffee in the morning, but this time he was running late, so he went past his favorite coffee place. J. The lady carefully stepped from the train onto the platform. Now, let's check your answers. Sarah's cat always jumps onto her bed whenever she enters the bedroom. I usually go through the park on my way home. Walk across the street at the traffic lights. They walked into the room and stood frozen. You are highly motivated when you are working towards your goal. I need to go to the library to get some books for my research. This ferry can take you across the river. The dog jumped over the fence to greet its owner. Michael usually buys coffee in the morning, but this time he was running late, so he went past his favorite coffee place. The lady carefully stepped from the train onto the platform. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to have a look at an overview of conjunctions. Let's get started. Conjunctions are words that link other words, phrases, clauses, or sentences together. Have a look at the example over here. Susan is an amazing wife and a wonderful mom. Note that the conjunction end in the sentence is used to link amazing wife and wonderful mom. Now, conjunctions add complexity to our speech. They also allow us to form complex sentences instead of using multiple short ones. Have a look at the examples below. Bran likes eating. He doesn't like cooking. He finds cooking boring. Now, instead of these multiple short sentences, we can create one complex sentence by using conjunctions, as in the example over here. Bran likes eating, but he doesn't like cooking as he finds it boring. Note that conjunctions can be divided into the following categories. A. Subordinating conjunctions. Subordinating conjunctions link two clauses, a main or independent one and a subordinate, dependent one. Now, the most commonly used subordinating conjunctions are although, as, because, if, though, unless, etc. Have a look at the example below. She won't speak with her parents unless they apologize first. Note that the main clause or the independent clause is she won't speak with her parents, And the subordinate clause or the dependent clause is they apologize first. Now these two sentences were linked together by using a subordinating conjunction unless. B. Correlative conjunctions. Correlative conjunctions connect two equal grammatical items. Now these conjunctions come in pairs, either or, neither nor, not only but also. Have a look at the example below. Either we go to the party or we stay at home. Note that we go to the party and we stay at home are two equal grammatical items. C. Compound conjunctions. Compound conjunctions are phrases which are used as conjunctions. Now, a compound conjunction has two or three words that go together. For example, so that, as long as, even though, etc. Have a look at the example below. Mike lied to his parents so that he could go to the party. Note that the compound conjunction so that is a phrase that is used as a conjunction in the sentence. D. Coordinating conjunctions. Coordinating conjunctions are used to link words, phrases, and clauses of equal importance in a sentence. Now, there are 7 coordinating conjunctions: for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. Now, you can remember these with the help of the acronym fanboys. Have a look at the example below. Beth doesn't like cheese, yet she eats pizza nearly every day. Note that the clause Beth doesn't like cheese and she eats pizza nearly every day are of equal importance in the sentence, and they are connected with the coordinating conjunction yet. Now, let's review the use of conjunctions and practice a bit. Remember, the subordinating conjunctions link two clauses, a main or independent one and a subordinate dependent one. Read the following sentence and underline the correct ones. Yet, if it is raining outside, take an umbrella so that, unless you want to get wet. If it rains outside, take an umbrella unless you want to get wet. Also remember that correlative conjunctions connect two equal grammatical items. Read the following sentence and underline the correct ones. Either, neither did they message her afterwards, or nor did they invite her over again. Neither did they message her afterwards, nor did they invite her over again. Note that coordinating conjunctions are used to link words, phrases, and clauses of equal importance in a sentence. Read the following sentence and underline the correct ones. You claim to be allergic to dairy, yet, or you eat cheese, for, and butter. You claim to be allergic to dairy, yet you eat cheese and butter. Here is a short story using conjunctions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I heard that Eric is moving to a new place. Is that true? Yeah, he is moving to a bigger apartment with his girlfriend. Even though they haven't been dating for that long, they decided to live together to save some money. Yeah, it actually makes sense as rent is so expensive right now. Totally. As long as they get along, I don't see a problem with them living together so soon. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following text and underline the conjunctions. The studio was filled with the rich odor of roses, and when the light summer wind stirred amidst the trees of the garden, there came through the open door the heavy scent of the lilac, or the more delicate perfume of the pink flowering thorn. As the painter looked at the gracious and comely form he had so skillfully mirrored in his art, a smile of pleasure passed across his face and seemed about to linger there. But he suddenly started up, and closing his eyes, placed his fingers upon the lids, as though he sought to imprison within his brain some curious dream from which he feared he might awake. The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. And now, let's check your answers. And when, or, as, and, but, and, as though. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about coordinating conjunctions. Let's get started. Remember that conjunctions are words that link other words, phrases, clauses, or sentences together. Have a look at the example below. Susan is an amazing wife and a wonderful mom. Note that the conjunction "and" in the sentence is used to link amazing wife and wonderful woman. Now, there are many types of conjunctions, and among them are coordinating conjunctions. Now, these conjunctions are used to link words, phrases, and clauses of equal importance in a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. Sam complains about his job, yet he doesn't try to find a new job. Note that these two clauses, Sam complains about his job and he doesn't try to find a new one, are of equal importance in the sentence, and they are connected with the coordinating conjunction yet. Now remember that there are 7 coordinating conjunctions, and they are for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. Now you can remember them with the help of the acronym FANBOYS. Let's have a look at the use of these coordinating conjunctions in a sentence. They couldn't afford to rent the apartment, for it was too expensive. You can't have your cake and eat it. Samantha doesn't want to go out, nor does she invite us to her place. I was quite anxious at the beginning, but eventually I managed to pull myself together. You can't call me or send a message when you get off from work. Ben says that he is busy all the time, yet he has time to play online games every day. Bill is allergic to dairy, so he doesn't eat any cheese. Note that in all the sentences that we have seen so far, the coordinating conjunctions are used to link two phrases or clauses of equal importance. Now let's review the use of coordinating conjunctions and practice a bit. Remember The coordinating conjunctions are used to link words, phrases, and clauses of equal importance in a sentence. Now read the following sentences and underline the coordinating conjunctions. Katie wanted to play with us, yet she was too scared to make a move. Yet, the Johns needed to pay the rent, but they ran out of money. But they weren't on good terms with each other, nor did they try to change it. Nor. Now rewrite the sentence so that they have the same meaning using the coordinating conjunction. Philip likes hiking. He is fond of camping too. That's why he spent a lot of time traveling. Philip likes hiking and camping, so he spends a lot of time traveling. I didn't want to call you because it was too late, but I sent you a message. I knew that you could read it later. I didn't want to call you for it was too late, yet I sent you a message so you could read it later. Here is a short story using coordinating conjunctions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. My brother's birthday is coming up, yet I have zero ideas as to what to get him. Well, I doubt that gadgets are on your list, for they're too expensive. Maybe there's something he likes a lot. He definitely loves cinema and everything cinema related, but I'm not sure what I can buy. I heard of this online shop where you can buy actual movie poster. Just find out what movie he likes the most so you can get exactly what he wants. That's an awesome idea. Thanks a lot. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct conjunction. A. Mike claims to be good at time management, so yet he does everything last minute. B. Lily wanted to thank the stranger but he was nowhere to be seen. C. I wasn't in the mood to cook dinner, but so we ordered a takeout. D. They didn't like our proposal, and nor did they suggest anything else. E. I wanted to see my friend in Seattle, but so I got sick and couldn't go that weekend. F. There was something charming and nor elegant in the way she spoke. G. He can't call you right now, and there is no cell reception. H. Their family lives in different states, yet so they don't often spend holidays together. My sister always gets up early, yet she is running late every single day. J. Pete doesn't exercise, nor but does he eat healthy? And now, let's check your answers. Mike claims to be good at time management, yet he does everything last minute. Lily wanted to thank the stranger, but he was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't in the mood to cook dinner, so we ordered a takeout. They didn't like our proposal, nor did they suggest anything else. I wanted to see my friend in Seattle, but I got sick and couldn't go that weekend. There was something charming and elegant in the way she spoke. He can't call you right now, for there is no cell reception. Their family lives in different states, so they don't often spend holidays together. My sister always gets up early, and she is running late every single day. Pete doesn't exercise, nor does he eat healthy. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about material and compound nouns. Let's get started. Remember that a noun is a word that is used to refer to people, places, things, events, substances, and qualities. Now, have a look at the example over here. The dinner was amazing today. In this sentence, the dinner is a noun, and it is used to refer to a thing. Now, material nouns denote material or substance from which things are made, as in the examples below. A plastic bottle, a diamond ring, etc. Note that the word plastic is a material noun, and it is used to describe what the bottle is made of. The same thing with the word diamond. It is used to describe what the ring is made of. Now, material nouns are uncountable, thus they do not have a plural form. Generally, articles are not used with material nouns as they are uncountable. Have a look at the examples below. I really want to buy these cottons pants. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the material noun cotton should not be used in its plural form. The correct sentence would be, I really want to buy these cotton pants. Remember, the material nouns fall into several categories. A. Related to nature. For example, air, water, salt, coal, silver, gold, etc. B. Related to animals. Meat, milk, egg, wool, etc. C. Related to plants. Cotton, coffee, tea, wood, etc. D. Artificial or man-made materials, such as alcohol, cheese, brick, steel, etc. Now, a compound noun contains two or more words which are joined together and form a single noun. Remember that compound nouns can be words written together, words that are hyphenated, or separate words. The first word usually describes or modifies the second word, denoting its type or purpose. Consequently, the second word identifies the item itself. Have a look at the example below. I need to buy a new toothbrush. Toothbrush is a compound noun written together, and the first word, tooth, describes or modifies the purpose or type of the second word, which is brush. And so, toothbrush is a brush used for cleaning one's teeth. Now, there is no exact rule as to when we should write compound nouns together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Remember that if you are not sure how to write a compound noun, consult a dictionary. Have a look at the examples below. Could you go with me to the bus stop? The compound noun bus stop in this sentence is written as separate words. And in this sentence, my in-laws are incredible people. Hyphenated. I love your new haircut. You look fantastic. Haircut is a compound word written together. Note that the stress usually falls on the first syllable in compound nouns. As a result, the word stress helps to differentiate between a compound noun and an adjective plus noun. Have a look at the examples below. A greenhouse is a glass building used for growing plants that need warmth, light, and protection. In this sentence, the word greenhouse is a compound noun. And in this sentence, a greenhouse is a building that someone lives in. This building is painted green. In this sentence, the words green house is an adjective plus noun. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the material nouns denote a material or substance from which things are made of. Now, these nouns do not have a plural form, and articles are not used with them. Provide the correct form of the following sentence. Have you seen my rubbers, gloves? Have you seen my rubber gloves? Also, remember, the material nouns can denote things related to nature, animals, and plants. Now read the following sentence and underline these nouns. My ideal breakfast would consist of bacon and eggs and a glass of milk sitting somewhere at the beach, breathing fresh air and enjoying life. Bacon, eggs, milk, air. Remember, the material nouns can also denote artificial or man-made materials. Now read the following sentences and underline these nouns. Do you think that Alice will like this perfume? I don't know if she'll like its sweet scent. Perfume. Also remember that a compound noun contains two or more words which are joined together and form a single noun. Now the first word usually describes or modifies the second word, denoting its type or purpose. Consequently, the second word identifies the item itself. Now read the descriptions in the brackets and provide the appropriate compound noun. A machine used for washing laundry. Washing machine. A person who watches what is happening without taking part. A bystander. Now remember that there is no exact rule as to when we should write compound nouns together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Thus, you always need to consult a dictionary. Now have a look at the sentences below and decide whether the words in brackets should be written together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Helen loves going to the swimming pool in summer. Swimming pool, separated. Check-in and baggage drop-off for most flights open 2 hours before the scheduled departure time. Check-in, hyphenated, drop-off, hyphenated. I don't let my kids eat in their bedrooms. Bedrooms, written together. Here's a short story using material and compound nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you want me to cook something special for dinner? How about just wine and cheese? That sounds simple, yet fancy. Let's eat outside then. Yeah, I'll take some clothes so we could sit on the ground. Just don't take that cotton clothes. I had a hard time washing it last time. Roger. And I'll probably order some takeaway too, in case we get very hungry. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the material nouns. A. These leather boots are too expensive for me. B. You need to fry it in vegetable oil for 10 minutes. C. Throw some wood into the fire. It's getting cold. D. I don't like cast iron pans. They are very heavy. E. She bought stunning silk stockings. And now, read the following sentences and form compound nouns using the given definition. A. A room with a bath or a shower, a sink, and sometimes a toilet is called a B. If a person has red hair, we call him or her a C. The time in the morning when the sun appears is called D. Is the main character of Disney's first animated feature-length film and The Seven Dwarfs. E. The father of your husband or wife is called a And now, let's check your answers. Leather, vegetable oil, wood, cast iron, silk. A room with a bath or a shower, a sink, and sometimes a toilet is called a bathroom. If a person has red hair, we call him or her a redhead. The time in the morning when the sun appears is called sunrise. Snow White is the main character of Disney's first animated feature-length film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The father of your husband or wife is called a father-in-law. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about collective nouns. Let's get started. Now, a collective noun is used to refer to an entire group of people, animals, or things. Therefore, it includes more than one member. Have a look at the example over here. My family is very big. The word family in this sentence is a collective noun, and it is referring to an entire group of people. A collective noun can refer to several things. A. People, such as family, class, committee, staff, etc. B. Animals, a pack of dogs, a swarm of flies, a herd of horses, a litter of puppies, etc. C. Things, pack, set, bunch, stack, etc. Now remember that when the members within one group behave in the same manner, they are part of a collective noun. Thus, this noun becomes singular and requires a singular verb, as in the example below. Every day, the football team follows its coach out to the field for practice. Note that the members in this football team behave in the same manner. And when the members are acting as individuals, the collective noun is plural and requires a plural verb. Now, in many cases, it may sound more natural to make the subject plural in form by adding words like members, mates, etc. Have a look at the example below. After the practice, the teammates shower, change into their casual clothes, and head to their homes. Note that the members of this group are acting as individuals. They are showering, changing into their casual clothes, and heading to their homes individually. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that collective nouns can refer to people, animals, or things. Now read the following sentences and underline them. The jury is about to decide whether the man is guilty. The jury. A pack of wolves hunts at night. A pack of wolves. I can't believe he smokes a pack of cigarettes a day. A pack of cigarettes a day. Remember that when the members within one group behave in the same manner, they are part of a collective noun. Thus, this noun becomes singular and requires a singular verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb in the bracket. The orchestra often to play at the gala. The orchestra often plays at the gala. Also remember that when the members are acting as individuals, the collective noun is plural and requires a plural verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb in the bracket. Right now, the cast to practice their lines before shooting. Right now, the cast are practicing their lines before shooting. Here is a short story using collective nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I had the most amazing time backpacking with my classmates. Did you like Canada and its nature? I sure did. A range of mountains was magical, and the animals I've seen, a flutter of tiny butterflies, a herd of deer, and a family of beavers. Yeah, it's not something you can see here. True, I wanted to create some long-lasting memories of this experience, so I tried taking a sequence of photos, not disturbing the wildlife and just observing it from the safe distance. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following list of words and form collective nouns. A band of. B, a flock of. C, a team of. D, a pair of. E, an army of. F, a bouquet of. G, a hive of. H, a pride of. I, a choir of. J, a galaxy of. 1, sheep. 2, ants. 3, stars. 4, singers. 5, flowers. 6, players. 7, lions. 8, musicians. 9, bees. 10, shoes. And now, let's check your answers. A band of musicians, a flock of sheep, a team of players, a pair of shoes, an army of ants, a bouquet of flowers, a hive of bees, a pride of lions, a choir of singers, a galaxy of stars. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about countable versus uncountable nouns. Let's get started. Now remember that a noun is a word used to identify any class of people, places, or things, which are known as common nouns. Or a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these. And that is known as proper noun. Have a look at the example over here. You can buy coffee at Starbucks. The word coffee in the sentence is used to identify a particular thing, which is coffee. And the word Starbucks in the sentence is used to name a particular place. Now let's have a look at the difference between countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Now, countable nouns are things that can be counted, even if the number might be extremely high. For example, all the people in the world. Other examples are apple, song, house, etc. Uncountable nouns, on the other hand, are things that we cannot count with numbers. Note that they may be the name for abstract ideas or qualities, or for physical objects that are too small to count or shapeless. For example, liquids, gases, etc. Other examples of uncountable nouns are tea, money, love, etc. Note that countable nouns can be singular or plural, as in the example below. I have an apple, and you have 3 apples. However, uncountable nouns do not have plural forms, as in the example below. We're going to have rice for lunch. Note that rice is an uncountable noun, and so we cannot use a plural form. Also, with singular countable nouns, we can use a or an. Have a look at the example below. There is a girl outside. She is wearing a beautiful dress. However, we cannot use a or an with uncountable nouns. But you can often use the phrase a bag of, a cup of, etc. Have a look at the example below. There is a bowl of rice and a bottle of juice on the table. Now, if you want to ask about the quantity of a countable noun, you ask how many combined with the plural countable noun. Have a look at the example below. How many dogs are there? There are 5 dogs. And if you want to ask about the quantity of an uncountable noun, you ask how much combined with the uncountable noun. Have a look at the example below. How much coffee do we have left? We don't have much coffee left. Also, you can use many, a few, few with plural countable nouns, as in the examples below. Sorry, but I didn't take many pictures. I've got a few relatives living here. And with uncountable nouns, you can use much, a little, little, as in the examples below. We didn't do much shopping there. We have a little sugar left. Note that you can use some, any, a lot of, both with plural countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Have a look at the examples below. We like singing some crazy songs at karaoke. Did you buy any oranges? She showed a lot of signs of affection. And with uncountable nouns, we listened to some music there. I didn't buy any orange juice. There is a lot of love in the air. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the countable nouns refer to items that can be counted, while uncountable nouns refer to things that come in a state of quantity that is impossible to count. Read the following words and mark countable nouns as C and uncountable nouns as U. Water. Uncountable. Money. Uncountable. Cat. Countable. Anger. Uncountable. Computer. Countable. Beach. Countable. Sand. Uncountable. Street. Countable. Note that you can use a or an with singular countable nouns, and with uncountable nouns you can use a phrase a bag of, a cup of, etc. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the countable or uncountable noun. I want to buy plant so that my room looks nicer. I want to buy a plant so that my room looks nicer. Pete can eat bag chips without drinking anything. Pete can't eat a bag of chips without drinking anything. Now, if you want to ask about the quantity of a countable noun, you ask how many combined with the plural countable noun. On the other hand, if you want to ask about the quantity of an uncountable noun, you ask how much combined with the uncountable noun. Now read the following answers and provide the appropriate question. I got 6 muffins. How many muffins did you get? There isn't much sugar in them. How much sugar is in them? Also remember that you can use many, a few, few with plural countable nouns. And you can use much, a little, little with uncountable nouns. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with either many, a few, few, or much, a little, little. I've got a money left and a more errands to run. I've got a little money left and few more errands to run. Also note that you can use some, any, or a lot of, both with plural countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks with either some, any, or a lot of. There was strange tension between them, and a co-workers found it worrisome. There was some strange tension between them, and a lot of co-workers found it worrisome. Here is a short story using countable and uncountable nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. The kitchen was a total mess. What do you mean? There was mold everywhere. There was a pile of dishes in the sink. There were leftovers on the plates. There was some milk spilled all over the countertops. That sounds awful. Yeah, I wanted to clean it up, but there wasn't even any soap in sight. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined nouns are countable or uncountable. A. I washed my hair yesterday. B. You need to take 1 cup of flour. C. Sorry, but I need to breathe some fresh air. D. I'd like to give you some advice. E. Sam brought a bottle of red wine. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a or an. Note that sometimes no article is needed. A. It wasn't her fault. It was accident. B. When Mike was in Turkey, he stayed in big hotel. C. Sally is bundle of nerves as she has job interview tomorrow. D. There is lot of snow outside. Be careful. E. IQ test measures intelligence. Now, let's check your answers. Hair, uncountable. Cup, countable. Air, uncountable. Advice, uncountable. Bottle, countable. It wasn't her fault. It was an accident. When Mike was in Turkey, he stayed in a big hotel. Sally is a bundle of nerves as she has a job interview tomorrow. There is a lot of snow outside. Be careful. An IQ test measures intelligence. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about concrete nouns. Let's get started. Nouns can be concrete or abstract. Now, concrete nouns are tangible and you can experience them with your five senses. On the other hand, abstract nouns refer to intangible things like actions, feelings, ideals, concepts, and qualities. Have a look at the example over here. Food is great, but love is even greater. Note that the noun food in the sentence is a concrete noun because food is tangible and you can experience it with your five senses. Love, on the other hand, is an abstract noun because it refers to something that is intangible, feeling. Now, a concrete noun is a noun that can be identified through one of the five senses: touch, sight, hearing, smell, or taste. Have a look at the following examples. Who turned off the TV? Note that the noun TV in the sentence is a concrete noun. And in this sentence, what is that noise? Note that even though noise can't be touched, you can hear it. So it's a concrete noun. Now, concrete nouns fall into several categories. Let's have a look at those categories. A. People. For example, mother, friend, teacher, stranger, etc. B. Places. For example, school, McDonald's, Las Vegas, India, etc. C. Things you can touch and see. For example, plane, cup, lamp, book, etc. D. Things you can hear. For example, music, noise, someone's voice, song, etc. E. Things you can smell and taste. For example, herbs, cookies, bread, wine, etc. Now remember that concrete nouns can denote people, places, or things you can touch and see. Now read the following sentences and underline them. The burglar broke into their house. Burglar. I want to travel to Dubai and see Burj Khalifa with my own eyes. Dubai, Burj Khalifa. Could you pass me the water bottle standing over there? The water bottle. Also remember that concrete nouns can denote things you can hear and things you can smell and taste. Now read the following sentences and underline those concrete nouns. Where is that sound coming from? Sound. There is nothing better than freshly baked cookies. Cookies. Here's a short story using concrete nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. We went to the Maldives on our honeymoon. Wow, I know that there are a lot of luxury hotels and resorts. Yeah, they can be quite pricey, but I was saving up money for this occasion. I booked a honeymoon suite for us with Carol. Did she like it? Absolutely. There were rose petals on the king-size bed, there were candles everywhere, and you could see the ocean right through the windows. It was a magical place. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the concrete nouns. A. It was my dream to become a teacher. B. What's that noise? Where's it coming from? C. Ugh, it tastes like feet. I can't eat it. D. Her mom likes to bake apple pies on Sundays. E. A lot of teens don't go to prom. F. I've been dreaming about going to Spain. G. Sometimes you can't get a good job without higher education. H. It was a real act of bravery. I. Reading books with your child is a great bonding opportunity. J. Should I get you anything? I'm going to the shop. And now, let's check your answers. Teacher, noise, feet, mom, pies, teens, Spain, job, education, bravery, books, child, shop. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about abstract nouns. Let's get started. Remember, the nouns can be concrete or abstract. Now, concrete nouns are tangible and you can experience them with your five senses, whereas abstract nouns refer to intangible things, such as actions, feelings, ideals, concepts, and qualities. Have a look at the example over here. Food is great, but love is even greater. Note that the noun food in the sentence is a concrete noun, as it refers to a tangible thing. And love is an abstract noun because it refers to something that is intangible, feeling. Now, abstract nouns fall into several categories. Let's have a look at those. A. Emotions and feelings, such as anger, sadness, love, grief, etc. B. Human qualities and characteristics, such as beauty, maturity, humor, patience, etc. C. Ideas and concepts, such as knowledge, freedom, luxury, comfort, etc. D. Events, for example, marriage, birthday, career, adventure, etc. Now, many abstract nouns are formed from adjectives, verbs, or nouns. And sometimes you can add a suffix to the concrete noun or alter the word root to form abstract nouns, as in the example below. Child is a concrete noun, whereas childhood is an abstract noun. And remember, the nouns with the following suffix are often abstract. Shin, as in devotion, ism, as in pessimism, iti, hospitality, ment, movement, nas, as in restlessness, age, as in marriage, ens, as in brilliance, ens, as in indifference, ship, for example, relationship, ability, such as availability, AC, bureaucracy. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that abstract nouns can denote emotions and feelings or human qualities and characteristics. Now have a read of the following sentences and underline the abstract nouns. Michael's indifference was breeding hate towards him. Indifference, hate. Her dedication is something that can't be ignored. Dedication. Also remember that abstract nouns can denote ideas and concepts or events. Now have a read of the following sentences and underline the abstract nouns. Freedom of speech is a basic human right. Freedom, rights. Will you attend Kate and William's wedding? Wedding. And remember, the many abstract nouns are formed from adjectives, verbs, or nouns. And sometimes you can add a suffix to the concrete noun or alter the word root to form abstract nouns. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blank with the appropriate abstract noun. They totally failed. I was a total failure. Here is a short story using abstract nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It was such a lovely wedding. Yeah, you're right. There was so much love and appreciation in the air, and I couldn't stop looking at those two. They were destined to be together. I don't believe in destiny or anything like that, but I'm really happy that their friendship grew into a loving relationship based on mutual respect and trust. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the words in brackets to form abstract nouns. A. Conceive the word kind. B. Kate's parents can stop talking about the of going to college. Important. C. My brothers will get him nowhere. Lazy. D. It was my to accompany you. Please? E. I could see all shades of in her action. Angry. F. Jake had all sorts of when he saw his crush talking to another guy. Think. G. I am sure that our will last forever. Friend. H. I couldn't contain my excited. I. Dogs are known for their loyal. J. I value above all honest. And now let's check your answers. Kindness can save the world. Kate's parents can stop talking about the importance of going to college. My brother's laziness will get him nowhere. It was my pleasure to accompany you. I could see all shades of anger in her actions. Jake had all sorts of thoughts when he saw his crush talking to another guy. I am sure that our friendship will last forever. I couldn't contain my excitement. Dogs are known for their loyalty. I value honesty above all. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about possessive nouns. Let's get started. Now, the possessive form is used with nouns referring to people, groups of people, countries, and animals. It shows a relationship of belonging between one thing and another. Have a look at the example over here. Lisa's aunt is a doctor. Note that the word Lisa's in the sentence is in a possessive form, and it shows the relationship she has with her aunt. Now, to form the possessive, simply add an apostrophe plus s to the noun, as in the examples below. My brother's computer was stolen a week ago. Children's toys were on the ground. And if the noun already ends in s, just add an apostrophe. For example, students' homework will be assessed later. And for names ending in s, you can either add an apostrophe plus s or just an apostrophe. Note that the first option is more common. For example, they want to sell James's car. Now study some of the fixed expressions where the possessive form is used. For example, a day's work, a month's pay, in a year's time, for God's sake. Also note that the possessive is also used to refer to shops, restaurants, churches, universities, etc., using the name or job title of the owner. Have a look at the examples below. I want to go to Lungi's for dinner. Pete has an appointment at the dentist's at 10 a.m. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that to form the possessive, add an apostrophe plus s to the noun. Read the following sentence and provide the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. The baby clothes should be washed regularly. The baby's clothes should be washed regularly. And if the noun already ends in s, just add an apostrophe. Now have a read of the sentence below and fill in the blank with the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. Your parents' signatures are not needed in this case. Your parents' signatures are not needed in this case. And for names ending in s, you can either add an apostrophe plus s or just an apostrophe. Note that the first option is more common. I like Adam's style of writing. I like Adams's style of writing. And make sure to study some of the fixed expressions where the possessive form is used. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the possessive form of the word in the bracket. Jim needs more than a month's pay to cover his expenses. Jim needs more than a month's pay to cover his expenses. Also note that the possessive is also used to refer to shops, restaurants, churches, universities, etc., using the name or job title of the owner. Now have a read of the following sentence and provide the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. Some people do not agree with Facebook's new privacy policy. Some people do not agree with Facebook's new privacy policy. Here is a short story using possessive nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It's so difficult living together with him. James's clothes are always lying everywhere. And then he would come to our place together with his brother's friends and play board game till 10 p.m. Maybe he doesn't see this as an issue. Have you talked about it with him? Why can't he get it without me pointing these issues out? My parents' relationship isn't like that. Stop complaining, for God's sake. I think that James's patience will run out soon. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find mistakes. A. My mother's-in-law tips are really helpful. B. I want to go to Olivia Place. C. The girl's room was very messy. D. I don't like your t-shirt's logo. It looks weird. E. What's the book's title? F. We're hanging around at Macy's. Could you pick us up? G. I guess that they won't finish this project even in a year's time. H. Lawyers' fees aren't fixed. I. Have you already read today's newspaper? J. Kelly's boyfriend is running late. Where is she? And now, let's check your answers. My mother-in-law's tips are really helpful. I want to go to Olivia's place. The girl's room was very messy. I don't like your t-shirt's logo. It looks weird. What's the book's title? We're hanging around at Macy's. Could you pick us up? I guess that they won't finish this project even in a year's time. Lawyers' fees aren't fixed. Have you already read today's newspaper? Kelly's boyfriend is running late. Where is she? Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about possessive pronouns. Let's get started. Remember that a pronoun is a word that replaces a noun in a sentence, making the subject a person or a thing. Note that possessive pronouns are pronouns that demonstrate ownership. Have a look at the example over here. This car is mine. Note that the word mine in this sentence is a possessive pronoun, and it tells us who the car belongs to. Now, possessive pronouns are used instead of possessive adjectives and nouns. Have a look at the table below. Subject, I. Object, me. Possessive adjective, my. Possessive pronoun, mine. You, your, yours. He, him, his, she, her, hers. It, its. We, us, our, ours. They, them, their, theirs. Note that there is no apostrophe in possessive pronouns ending in S. Have a look at the example below. I don't remember buying these jeans. I think they are yours. And remember that possessive pronouns stand on their own. They are not used with another noun. Have a look at the example over here. This is her cat. Note that her is a possessive adjective and it can be used with a noun, as in her cat. And in the sentence, this cat is hers. Note that the possessive pronoun in the sentence, hers, is standing on its own. Now we can use possessive pronouns after of. Have a look at these sentences over here. Jake is one of my friends. Note that we can also say Jake is a friend of mine. Note that the possessive pronoun in the second sentence comes after of. And remember that possessive pronouns simplify constructions that show possession of a noun. Have a look at the examples over here. This is your room and that is our room. The simplified version of the sentence would be, this is your room and that is ours. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that possessive pronouns are pronouns that demonstrate ownership. Now provide the possessive form of the following pronouns. I, you, he, she, it, we, they. I, mine. You, yours. He, his. She, hers. It, its. We, ours. They, theirs. Also note that there is no apostrophe in possessive pronouns ending in s. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate possessive pronoun. This is not, give it back. This is not yours, give it back. Also remember that possessive pronouns stand on their own. They are not used with another noun. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate possessive pronoun. I don't think it's their car. I don't think this car is theirs. Note that we can use possessive pronouns after of. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using of and the appropriate possessive pronoun. I'll have lunch with Michael. He's my colleague. I'll have lunch with a colleague of mine. Remember, the possessive pronouns simplify construction that shows possession of a noun. Now read the following sentence and provide the simplified form of the sentence using a possessive pronoun. My phone is dead. Give me your phone. My phone is dead. Give me yours. Here is a short story using possessive pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. This dress is not yours. Give it back, sis. What are you talking about? I bought it a week ago. No, it's mine. I've had it for ages. You're always taking my stuff. This dress isn't yours. No, it's mine, and mine alone. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word. A. The kids are yours, and mine. B. The final decision is yours to make. C. B. Anne doesn't trust hers parents. D. What's mine is yours. Mine, friend. E. Don't go through mine stuff. It's disrespectful. And now, read the following sentences and simplify them by using possessive pronouns. A. Shall we go to your place or my place? B. Her birthday is on the 12th of May, and his birthday is on the 11th. C. I doubt that our kitty will get along with your cat. D. Colin is my childhood friend. E. These are my jeans, and these are Miriam's jeans. And now, let's check your answers. The kids are yours and mine. The final decision is yours to make. Anne doesn't trust her parents. What's mine is yours, my friend. Don't go through my stuff. It's disrespectful. Shall we go to your place or mine? Her birthday is on the 12th of May, and his is on the 11th. I doubt that our kitty would get along with yours. Colin is a childhood friend of mine. These are my jeans, and these are hers. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about quantifiers, a few and a little. Let's get started. Now, quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. The word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain qualifiers can be used with countable nouns such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns such as tea and money. Have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? The quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousins. But in the sentence, how much money did you spend? The quantifier much in the sentence is used with an uncountable noun, which is money. Also note that how much can be used when we want to know the price of something. Now, in this case, we can use how much with a countable noun, both singular and plural noun. Have a look at the example below. How much does this dress cost? Note that dress is a countable noun. Note that the quantifiers a few, a little, very few, and very little are generally used in affirmative statements, non-negatives, or questions. let's have a look at quantifiers that are used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples. Very few, meaning hardly any or not enough. Have a look at the example below. I've got very few friends. I need to be more outgoing. Note that friends is a countable noun. A few, meaning some or enough. Have a look at the example below. I know that I've got a few friends, but they're the best. Again, friends is a countable noun. And now let's have a look at quantifiers that are used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Very little, meaning hardly any or not enough. Have a look at the example below. We have very little tea left. I doubt that it'll be enough for 6 cups of tea. Note that the word tea in this sentence is an uncountable noun. A little, meaning some or enough. Have a look at the sentence below. We have a little tea left. Shall I make you some tea then? Again, tea is an uncountable noun. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Now have a look at the questions below and fill in the blank with the appropriate beginning of the question. Days are there in May? Time do you have left? How many days are there in May? How much time do we have left? Also remember that we use very few with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples, in the meaning of hardly any or not enough. And we use very little with uncountable nouns such as tea or money in the meaning of hardly, any, or not enough. Now have a look at the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. My sister has books. She doesn't like reading. My sister has very few books. She doesn't like reading. Thomas spoke English, so it was difficult to have a conversation with him. Thomas spoke very little English, so it was difficult to have a conversation with him. Also remember that we use a few with countable nouns such as chairs and apples in the meaning of some or enough, and we use a little with uncountable nouns such as tea and money in the meaning of some or enough. Now have a look at the sentences below and fill in the blanks with the appropriate quantifier. Even though there were only houses, the village looked welcoming. Even though there were only a few houses, the village looked welcoming. Thomas spoke a little English, so we managed to talk for a bit with him. Here is a short story using the quantifiers a few and a little. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Jane is so lucky. She has few problems with Spanish. Well, she's been studying for 4 hours a day for the past 3 years, so it's not like she does very little work. Yeah, but still, she has such a great result. On the other hand, I make few mistakes and people can't understand what I'm saying. It's so frustrating. Then you have to study more. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a few or a little. A. There is water in the kettle. B. We had snow last winter. C. There were students in the room. D. I have relatives living nearby. E. I speak Italian. And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with few or little. A. Sorry, but I've been very busy lately. I have free time. B. This is a very modern city, so there are old buildings. C. Amy isn't very popular. She has friends at school. D. I have very ideas. I doubt I can help you. E. She drinks very water during the day. And now, let's check your answers. There is a little water in the kettle. We had a little snow last winter. There were a few students in the room. I have a few relatives living nearby. I speak little Italian. Sorry, but I've been very busy lately. I have little free time. This is a very modern city, so there are few old buildings. Amy isn't very popular. She has few friends at school. I have very few ideas. I doubt I can help you. She drinks very little water during the day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the quantifiers much and many. Let's get started. Remember that quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Now let's have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that the quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousin. And in the sentence, how much money did you spend? Note that the quantifier much is used with uncountable noun, money. Also note that how much can also be used when we want to know the price of something. Now in this case, we can use how much with countable nouns, both singular and plural. Now have a look at the example below. How much does this dress cost? Note that the word dress is a countable noun. Note that much and many can be used in affirmative sentences in combination with to and so. Now in this case, they denote the excessive amount of something. Have a look at the examples below. I don't know what to do with so much sugar. Now in this sentence, the combination denotes the excessive amount of sugar. And in this sentence, there are too many people in here. The combination of too and many denotes the excessive amount of people in here. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use much with uncountable nouns and many with countable nouns. Now have a look at the list of words below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier, much or many. Stories. Many stories. Water. Much water. Energy. Much energy. People. Many people. Note that much and many are mainly used in interrogative and negative sentences. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. How dresses do you have? Not. How many dresses do you have? Not many. There isn't space for storage in my apartment. There isn't much space for storage in my apartment. Also note that you can use how much when you want to know the price of something. Now in this case, you can use how much with countable nouns, both singular and plural. Now complete the question below. How much it to cost? How much does it cost? Also note that much and many can be used in affirmative sentences in combination with to and so. Now in this case, they denote the excessive amount of something. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using to or so. There is much to be done and many people to deal with. There is so much to be done and too many people to deal with. Here is a short story using the quantifiers much and many. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How many friends do you have? I don't have many friends, but I don't think that there is some standard to that. Yeah, I totally get it. Are you all in the same friend group? Yeah, we always have so much fun together, even though that we don't have much free time now. We're all adults, have our own works and duties and responsibilities, so it's difficult to find time for hanging out. Well, many people don't even have that, so I'm happy for you. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with much or many. A. Could you help me wash the dishes? There aren't left. B. I couldn't think of good ideas. C. How dogs does your aunt have? D. How many should I have with me? E. Why is there so smoke in the kitchen? F. How electricity does this fridge use? G. I hope Mrs. Evans won't give us homework today. H. There were so people on the bus that I decided to walk to the mall. I. There are rules to remember when you write an essay. J. We don't see swimmers in the sea in winter. And now, let's check your answers. Could you help me wash the dishes? There aren't many left. I couldn't think of many good ideas. How many dogs does your aunt have? How much money should I have with me? Why is there so much smoke in the kitchen? How much electricity does this fridge use? I hope Mrs. Evans won't give us much homework today. There were so many people on the bus that I decided to walk to the mall. There are many rules to remember when you write an essay. We don't see many swimmers in the sea in winter. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the quantifiers a lot and most. Let's get started. Remember, the quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example below. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs and apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea or money. Now have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that the quantifier many in the sentence is used with a countable noun, cousins. But in this sentence, how much money do you spend? The quantifier much is used with an uncountable noun, money. Now, in spoken English and informal writing, when we want to indicate a large quantity of something, we tend to use a lot of, or lots of. Now, a lot means very often or very much. It is used as an adverb. Now, it often comes at the end of a sentence and never before a noun. Have a look at the examples below. My brother plays football a lot, meaning very often, and note that it comes at the end of the sentence. And in this sentence, she's a lot happier after quitting her job. Note that a lot in the sentence comes after a noun, and it tells us how happy she felt after quitting her job. Now, a lot of is more formal than lots of. They both mean a large amount or number of people or things, and they can be used with plural, countable nouns, and with singular, uncountable nouns for affirmatives, negatives, and questions. Now, have a look at the examples below. That's a lot of money. Singular, uncountable noun. There are a lot of great students here. Plural, countable noun. We've got lots of things to do today. Plural, countable noun. Now we use the quantifier most to talk about quantities, amounts, and degrees. We can use it with a noun as a determiner or without a noun as a pronoun. We can also use it with adjectives and adverbs to form the superlative. Now we use most with nouns in the meaning the majority of. If there is no article, demonstrative, or possessive pronoun, we use most right before the noun, as in the example below. Most tap water is drinkable, right before the noun. Now, when we are talking about the majority of a specific set of something, we use most of the plus noun, as in the example below. Most cakes are sweet. Cakes in general. The party was amazing. Kate made most of the cakes herself. Cakes in the sentence meaning a specific set of cakes at the party. Now we can leave out the noun with most when the noun is obvious from the context, as in the example below. Students can eat in the cafeteria, but most bring food from home. Most in the sentence meaning students. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use a lot as an adverb in the meaning very often or very much. Now it often comes at the end of a sentence and never before a noun. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blank with the appropriate quantifier. She loves cooking for her boyfriend. A lot. Also note that a lot of is more formal than lots of, but they both mean a large amount or number of people or things. For example, there are a lot of things to do here. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with a lot of or lots of. People went to see their performance yesterday. Lots of people went to see their performance yesterday. Remember that we use most with nouns in the meaning the majority of. And if there is no article, demonstrative, or possessive pronoun, make sure to use most right before the noun. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate quantifier. Rivers are heavily polluted. Most rivers are heavily polluted. And when we are talking about the majority of a specific set of something, we use most of the plus noun. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate form of the quantifier. Most students don't like doing homework. The students didn't do their homework that day. Most of the students didn't do their homework that day. Also, we can leave out the noun with most when the noun is obvious from context. Now read the following sentence and leave out the noun that can be replaced with most. High school graduates can take a gap year, though most high school graduates still go to college right after graduating. High school graduates can take a gap year, though still go to college right after graduating. Though most still go to college right after graduating. Here's a short story using the quantifiers a lot of and most. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I know that most teenagers like partying and going out with their friends, but most of my friends aren't like that. We go to the theaters and museums a lot. That's so interesting. What do you like the most about contemporary museums? Well, most people think the museums are really boring, but it's not true nowadays. A lot of museums are interactive. They are entertaining, engaging, and educational. And people of all ages have lots of fun in there. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a lot of, and most. A. My dad spends money on his hobbies. B. Of the children at the school have tablets. C. Generally speaking, pizzas contain meat. D. We had to write essays this semester. E. I don't like strawberries. F. Of time I spend reading at home. G. Peter looks younger than his brother. H. Don't worry, we have time to finish it. I. There are smokers in their family. J. Taxis pass down the street, so you'll be able to get home safely. And now, let's check your answers. My dad spends a lot of money on his hobbies. Most of the children at this school have tablets. Generally speaking, most pizzas contain meat. We have to write a lot of essays this semester. I don't like strawberries a lot. Most of the time I spend reading at home. Peter looks a lot younger than his brother. Don't worry, we have a lot of time to finish it. There are a lot of smokers in their family. A lot of taxis pass down the street, so you'll be able to get home safely. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the quantifiers some, any, and enough. Let's get started. Remember that quantifiers are adjectives and adverbial phrases that give approximate or specific answers to the questions how much and how many. Have a look at the example over here. Sorry, but there isn't much left for you to do here. Note that the word much in the sentence is a quantifier, and it tells us how much work is left to do. Now, to answer the questions how much and how many, certain quantifiers can be used with countable nouns, such as chairs, apples, while others can be used with uncountable nouns, such as tea and money. Have a look at the examples below. How many cousins do you have? Note that cousins is a countable noun. And in this sentence, how much money did you spend? Money is uncountable. Now we use some and any when we are talking about limited but rather indefinite numbers or quantities. In general, we use some for affirmative sentences and any for negatives and questions, but both can be used with countable and uncountable nouns. Have a look at the examples over here. Jane bought some flowers. Note that we use some in an affirmative sentence. And in this sentence, did Jane buy any flowers? No, she didn't buy any. First sentence is a question. And the second, negative. Note that some can be used for questions, typically offers and requests, if we think the answer will be positive. Have a look at the example over here. Would you like some tea? Note that we ask this question using some when we think the answer will be positive. Yes, I would like some tea. Also note that any can be used in the meaning of it doesn't matter which. Have a look at the example over here. You can take any bus. They all go to the center. Meaning it doesn't matter which bus you take. Now we use enough to indicate sufficiency, while in negative sentences, it means less than sufficient or less than necessary. Have a look at the examples below. I'll take your t-shirt. It's big enough to fit me. Now, in this sentence, enough is used to indicate sufficiency. And in this sentence, sorry, but I can't go with you. I don't have enough money for that. Enough in the sentence is used to mean less than sufficient. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember to use some when you are talking about limited but rather indefinite number or quantities. Also, use some for affirmative sentences. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. Tom is busy. He has work to do. Tom is busy. He has some work to do. Also, remember to use any when you are talking about limited but rather indefinite number of quantities. Now make sure to use any for negatives and questions. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. Did he show photos? No, he didn't show. Did he show any photos? No, he didn't show any. Note that some can be used for questions, typically offers and requests, if we think the answer will be positive. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. Can I have sugar, please? Can I have some sugar, please? Any can be used in the meaning of it doesn't matter which. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate quantifier. You can drop by time you want. You can drop by anytime you want. Remember that we use enough to indicate sufficiency, while in negative sentences, it means less than sufficient or less than necessary. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate quantifier. You're old to understand your parents. I don't have space in my apartment for a dog. You're old enough to understand your parents. I don't have enough space in my apartment for a dog. Here's a short story using the quantifiers some, any, and enough. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do we have any cookies? No, I don't think we have any cookies left. There were some candies though. Can I have some? Yeah, sure. And can I have some sugar too? This coffee isn't sweet enough. I thought it was sweet enough for you. But yeah, take some sugar if you want. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with some, any, or enough. A. Have you seen interesting movies recently? No, not really. B. Can I have milk in my coffee? C. This game cost $10 and I had $5. I didn't have money for it, so I had to borrow from my friend. D. I'm going out with friends of mine tonight. E. I have questions concerning my project, so I'll call you later. F. Mary doesn't have spare pillows at her place. You should take yours if you want to stay over. G. Which dress should I buy? You can take. I really don't care. H. You aren't working hard. I. Don't worry. This is to keep me awake. J. If you need sugar, it's in the white cabinet in the kitchen. And now, let's check your answers. Have you seen any interesting movies recently? No, not really. Can I have some milk in my coffee? This game cost $10 and I had $5. I didn't have enough money for it, so I had to borrow some from my friend. I'm going out with some friends of mine tonight. I have some questions concerning my project, so I'll call you later. Mary doesn't have any spare pillows at her place. You should take yours if you want to stay over. Which dress should I buy? You can take any. I really don't care. You aren't working hard enough. Don't worry. This is enough to keep me awake. If you need some sugar, it's in the white cabinet in the kitchen. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the distributives, both, either, and neither. Let's get started. Distributive determiners, or simply distributives, refer to a group of people or things and to individual members of the group. Note that they show different ways of looking at the individuals within a group, and they express how something is distributed, shared, or divided. Have a look at the example over here. Both of us like Mexican food. Note that both in this sentence is a distributive, and it refers to the pair who like Mexican food. Now, both refers to the whole pair and is equivalent to one and the other. Both can be used with plural nouns on its own, or it can be followed by of, with, or without an article. Now, when followed by a plural pronoun, both must be separated from the pronoun by of. Have a look at the examples below. Both of my parents approve of me going to college. Note that both in the sentence is used with a plural noun, parents, and it can't be with or without of. Both my parents. In this sentence, however, I told both of them to give me a call. Them is a pronoun, and so both must be followed by of. Note that both cannot be used with singular nouns because it refers to two things. Have a look at the sentences below. Both my sister likes traveling. Now this sentence would be incorrect because sister is in a singular form. And now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use both as an equivalent to one and the other. And you can use both with plural nouns on its own, or it can be followed by of, with, or without an article. Now, when followed by a plural pronoun, both must be separated from the pronoun by of. Now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate distributive. The parties signed the papers on Monday. Both of the parties signed the papers on Monday. Now, either is positive, and when used alone refers to one of the two members of the pair. It is equivalent to one or the other. Because it refers to just one member of a pair, remember that either must be used before a singular noun. Now, it can also be used with a plural noun or pronoun if followed by of. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the distributive either. I haven't been to those cafes. I haven't been to either of those cafes. Also remember that either can be used with or in a construction that talks about each member of the pair in turn. Now the meaning remains the same, but in this case, either is not functioning as a distributive. It is functioning as a conjunction. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of either. Stay with me, go away. Either stay with me or go away. Note that neither is negative and when used alone refers to the whole pair. It is equivalent to not one or the other. And because it refers to just one member of a pair, neither must be used before a singular noun. Now it can also be used with a plural noun or pronoun, but it must be followed by of. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the distributive neither. Classmate wanted to work on a project together with Peter. Neither classmate wanted to work on the project together with Peter. Also note that neither can be used with nor in a construction that talks about each member of the pair in turn. Now the meaning remains the same, but in this case, neither is not functioning as a distributive. It is functioning as a conjunction. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of neither. Mom, Dad came to our graduation ceremony. Neither mom nor dad came to our graduation ceremony. Here's a short story using the distributives both, either, and neither. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you want ice cream or cake? I want neither this nor that. Okay. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll have either juice or milk. Neither thing is good for you. Either stop being picky or I'll stop treating you. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and complete them with both, either, or neither. A. Where is Kim? Is she at work or at home? She's on vacation in Peru. B. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll have what you want. C. This dress or that green one. We can't afford of them. D. We are huge fans of their music. Of us want to go to their concert. E. Is it the 13th or the 14th today? It's the 16th. And now, rewrite the following sentences using both and, either or, neither nor. A. I don't have time and desire to go to the party. B. Adam was late and Kate was late too. C. Is he James or John? I don't remember his name, but it's one of the two. D. She didn't smile. She didn't cry. E. We can't stay for a little longer or leave right now. It's up to you. And now, let's check your answers. Where is Kim? Is she at work or at home? Neither. She's on vacation in Peru. Do you want tea or coffee? Either. I'll have what you want. Either this dress or that green one. We can't afford both of them. We are huge fans of their music. Both of us want to go to their concert. Is it the 13th or the 14th today? Neither. It's the 16th. I have neither time nor desire to go to the party. Both Adam and Kate were late. His name is either James or John. She neither smiled nor cried. We can either stay for a little longer or leave right now. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to talk about the present participle. Let's get started. Now, most commonly, we use the present participle, ing, as an element in all continuous verb forms, the present continuous, the past continuous, etc. Now, the auxiliary verb indicates the tense, while the present participle remains unchanged. Have a look at the example over here. I was playing computer games all night. Now this sentence is in the past continuous, was playing. Now when a verb ends in E, we get rid of the E and simply add ing, as in like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant and then add ing, as in sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we change the ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. Now the present participle is used not only to form verb tenses, it can also be used A after verbs of movement and position. For example, she went shopping. After a verb of movement and position, went. They came running towards me. After a verb of movement and position, again, came. B. After verbs of perception in the pattern of verb plus object plus present participle to indicate the action being perceived, as in the examples below. We saw him mowing the lawn. Verb, saw, object, him, present participle, mowing. Liz heard someone singing. Verb, object, present participle. C. After verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activity, as in the examples below. He sat looking at the pedestrians, doing two things at once. July walks reading his newspaper. D. As an adjective, have you heard of that amazing movie? Note that amazing in this sentence is used as an adjective, a word describing the noun movie. The family was trapped inside the burning barn. Again, as an adjective describing the noun barn. E. To explain the cause or reason. The present participle is used instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because. Have a look at the examples below. Feeling hungry, I made myself a sandwich. Meaning, I made myself a sandwich because I was hungry. Knowing that his roommate was coming, James cleaned the living room. Meaning that James cleaned the living room as he knew that his roommate was coming. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends in E, get rid of the E and then add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, change ie to y and then add ing. Now provide the present participle form of the words below. Begin, beginning, shop, shopping, know, knowing, run, running, go, going, feel, feeling, come, coming, sit, sitting. Remember that we use the present participle after verbs of perception to indicate the action being perceived. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. I washed her to paint the portrait of my mom. I watched her painting the portrait of my mom. Also remember that we use the present participle after verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activities. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Bella works out to listen to music. Bella works out listening to music. Note that we also use the present participle as an adjective. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Honestly, I think that these classes are super to be bored. Honestly, I think that these classes are super boring. We also use the present participle instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because to explain the cause or reason. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Minnie ate a chocolate bar to think her mother was in another room. Minnie ate a chocolate bar thinking her mother was in another room. Here is a short story using the present participle. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I can't believe this book can be so boring. I bought it thinking that it was a bestseller. What are you talking about? It's absolutely amazing. Well, believe it or not, but I fell asleep reading the first chapter. Knowing you, it's not a surprise. You told me that you read books right before going to bed. I'm just too busy during the day. Maybe I can listen to the audiobook? I can try it while walking to work. Yeah, that's a good idea. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with shopping, thinking, watching, or crossing. A. I called the cops. The lady was mugged. B. Samuel likes to bake cooking shows. C. Lily needed to go with her friends. D. Amanda saw me the street. And now, rewrite the following sentences using the phrases in the brackets. Note that the meaning should remain the same. A. Feeling. I went to bed early because I was sleepy. B. Knowing. I knew the importance of the project, so I was working the whole night. C. Thinking. I thought I could fix my phone, but I broke the screen instead. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. Do you listen to music commuting to work? B. Have you ever watched someone painting a portrait in the streets? C. What is the most interesting thing about growing up? And now, let's check your answers. I called the cops thinking the lady was mugged. Samuel likes to bake watching cooking shows. Lily needed to go shopping with her friends. Amanda saw me crossing the street. Feeling sleepy, I went to bed early. Knowing the importance of the project, I was working the whole night. Thinking I could fix my phone, I broke the screen instead. Sample answers. Yes, I listen to music commuting to work. No, I have never watched someone painting a portrait in the streets. The most interesting thing about growing up is how your perception of the world changes. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the past continuous tense. Let's get started. Now, we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now, this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Have a look at the example over here. I was working on my computer and my brother was reading a book when we heard a loud bang on the door. Now, we use the past continuous tense in this sentence to describe the two things were happening at the same time when there was a loud bang on the door. I was working and my brother was reading a book. Now, to form the past continuous tense, we use was or were plus verb ing. Wasn't, weren't plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Jim was playing video games all night. Negative form. Jim was not playing video games all night. He wasn't playing video games all night. Question form. Was Jim playing video games all night? Another question. Why was he playing video games all night? We can also use the past continuous tense with such phrases as at 7 o'clock, for 2 hours, in January, last week, all night, etc. Have a look at the example below. Kate was trying to find a nice apartment in her area for 5 months. Was trying for 5 months. We can also use the past continuous tense with when and while, meaning during that time. Have a look at the examples below. While they were waiting for the train, it started to rain. James broke his finger when he was playing basketball. Now, non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the past simple instead. Have a look at the examples below. I was having fun at the party, but Kim was wanting to go home. Now, this sentence would be incorrect because we cannot use want in a continuous tense. The correct form would be, I was having fun at the party, but Kim wanted to go home. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now, this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Now, read the following sentence and decide which sentence describes background situation and which sentence describes a sudden event. While Emily was cooking dinner, the phone rang. Background situation. Sudden event. The phone rang. Also remember that we use the past form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the past continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the past continuous tense of the verbs in the bracket. Mike to paint the walls in the living room. Anne to play with her toys there. Helen to get ready for a date. And Nancy to take pictures of that busy evening. Mike was painting the walls in the living room. Anne was playing with her toys there. Helen was getting ready for a date, and Nancy was taking pictures of that busy evening. Remember that to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the correct form of the past continuous tense of the words in the bracket. What you to do at 7 p.m. yesterday? I not to celebrate my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I to help my boss at work instead. What were you doing at 7 p.m. yesterday? I wasn't celebrating my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I was helping my boss at work instead. And now, find the time markers in the following sentences. It was snowing heavily yesterday. I was making snowmen with my kids the whole day. Yesterday. The whole day. And now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank with either when or while. Peter fell asleep. He was watching TV. Peter fell asleep when he was watching TV. Here is a short story using the past continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Nate, where were you yesterday? I was trying to reach you the whole evening. Sorry, Sam. It was such a crazy day. Why so? Well, my college project was due, so I was running all over the city collecting information. I needed to write an article, so I was meeting up with people. I was even interviewing strangers in the streets. That sounds like a stressful day. You bet. While I was interviewing one old lady, a cop came up to me and wanted to see my ID. But that's okay. Did you finish your project at least? Thankfully, yes. I was working on it the whole day. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Last summer, I was swam in the river every day. B. While I was taking a shower, the phone ringed. C. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. And now, read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable time marker. At, while, when, or in. A. Sally was working on her thesis 8 o'clock. B. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed. His mom took a picture of him. C. I was living in Italy 2009. D. A burglar broke into their house. They were watching TV. Now answer the following questions. A. What were you doing at 5 p.m. last night? B. What were you doing when you heard a phone call? C. What was your family doing when you went on a vacation together? Now, let's check your answers. Last summer, I was swimming in the river every day. While I was taking a shower, the phone rang. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. Sally was working on her thesis at 8 o'clock. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed when his mom took a picture of him. I was living in Italy in 2009. A burglar broke into their house while they were watching TV. Sample answers. I was watching a movie with my friends. I was having a bath when I heard a phone call. My family was spending time at the beach when we went on a vacation together. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the present continuous tense. Let's get started. Now, we use the present continuous when we talk about something happening at the time of speaking or actions happening around now, even though not at the moment of speaking. Note that this tense also has some future meaning. Have a look at the example over here. Hey, what are you doing? I'm working on my thesis. I am graduating this semester. Note that in this sentence, the present continuous tense is used to talk about something happening at the moment of speaking and the future. Now, to form the present continuous tense, we use to be plus verb ing. The negative, to be plus not plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. He is sleeping on the couch in the living room. Negative form. He is not sleeping on the couch in the living room, or he isn't sleeping there. Question form. Where is he? Is he sleeping? Now, when verbs end in E to form the present continuous tense, we get rid of the E and add ing. For example, like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant plus ing. For example, sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we turn ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. We can also use the present continuous with phrases such as now, right now, at the moment, today, this week, etc. Have a look at the example over here. I'm quite busy this year as I'm trying to start my small business. Note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Have a look at the examples below. The population of the world increases very fast. Note that the increase of the population of the world is a changing situation, and so we must say the population of the world is increasing very fast. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, get rid of the E and then add ing to form the present continuous tense. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, make sure to double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, replace it with y and then add ing. Now provide the present continuous form of the words below. Shop, shopping, study, studying, stand, standing, stop, stopping, get, getting, lie, lying, fly, flying, drive, driving. Remember that we use the present form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the present continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. I to fry potatoes, my mom to wash the dishes, and my brother to wait patiently for dinner to be ready. I am frying potatoes, my mom is washing the dishes, and my brothers are patiently waiting for dinner to be ready. Now make sure to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. It to rain outside. No, it not to rain. It's a bit cloudy, but kids to play outside anyway. Is it raining outside? No, it isn't raining. It's a bit cloudy, but kids are playing outside anyway. Now, find time markers in the following sentence. Samantha is taking Chinese classes this year. She's studying a lot. This year. Also note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the word in the bracket. The economic situation is already bad, but it to get worse. The economic situation is already bad, but it's getting worse. Here is a short story using the present continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello, Mike. How are you doing these days? Hi, Sam. I'm fine, thanks. I'm doing an internship at one publishing house. Oh, really? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, I'm learning a lot of small but crucial details. How about you? Well, I'm not working at the moment. I'm trying to find a job in my field. It's a difficult task. Yeah, I totally get you. Well, I have to go now. Good luck. Thanks. Good luck to you too. See you. Bye. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Be quiet. am trying to concentrate. B. Sorry, I can't help you right now. am fixing my dad's computer. C. It's very warm today. Why are you wearing a coat? And now, read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable phrase. Beginning, becoming, doing, or giving. A. Don't disturb Anne. She is her taxes. B. This is brilliant, isn't it? Their best performance. C. At first, I didn't like my job, but to enjoy it. D. Ocean pollution is a real problem. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. What are you doing right now? B. Is there anything interesting happening in your country? C. Do you know what your family is doing now? And now, let's check your answers. Be quiet. I am trying to concentrate. Sorry, I can't help you right now. I am fixing my dad's computer. It's very warm today. Why are you wearing a coat? Don't disturb Anne. She is doing her taxes. This is brilliant, isn't it? They're giving their best performance. At first, I didn't like my job, but I'm beginning to enjoy it. Ocean pollution is becoming a real problem. Sample answers. I am doing my homework right now. There isn't anything interesting happening in my country now. My family is having a dinner party today. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the future continuous tense. Let's get started. Now, we use the future continuous to say that we will be in the middle of doing something at a certain time in the future. Remember that we often use this tense when we compare what we are doing now with what we will be doing in the future. Have a look at the example over here. The movie starts at 8 and ends at 10. At 9, I will be watching the movie. Now, the future continuous tense is used in this sentence to talk about what I will be doing in the near future. To form the future continuous tense, use will plus be plus verb ing. The negative, won't, plus be plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Sarah will be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Negative sentence. Sarah will not be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Or, she won't be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Question form. Will Sarah be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Another question. Where will she be flying at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Now we can also use the future continuous tense with phrases such as at 5 o'clock, at that time tomorrow, this evening, in 5 years' time, etc. As in the example below. Where will you be living in 3 years' time? Future. Note that we also use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Have a look at the example below. I'll be going to the shop later. Can I get you anything? Note that the future continuous tense is used in the sentence because I will definitely go shopping later. Now let's compare will be doing with the other continuous forms. Jane has an ordinary 9-to-5 job. At 11 o'clock yesterday, she was working. This sentence is in the past continuous. At 11 o'clock today, she is working. Present continuous. At 11 o'clock tomorrow, she will be working. Future continuous. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus be plus the ing form of the verb to make sentences into the future continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. It'll be a busy morning for me. I to cook, I to clean, I to wash the dishes, and I to get my siblings ready for school. It'll be a busy morning for me. I'll be cooking, I'll be cleaning, I'll be washing the dishes, and I'll be getting my siblings ready for school. Remember to form questions by inverting the subject and will, and to form negatives with will not or won't be plus the ing form of the verb. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. Why you to work on your project that late? Well, I not to work on it alone at least. Why will you be working on your project that late? Well, I won't be working on it alone at least. Now read the following sentence and find time markers. In 1 year's time, I will be traveling across Europe. 1 year's time. Remember to use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the word in the bracket. You can't take my laptop. I to use it during my presentation today. You can't take my laptop. I will be using it during my presentation today. Note the difference between will be doing and the other continuous forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate continuous form of the words in the bracket. Yesterday, I to wait for my paycheck, and tomorrow, I to go on a cruise. Yesterday, I was waiting for my paycheck, and tomorrow I will be going on a cruise. Here's a short story using the future continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Dan, will you be using your bike this afternoon? Yes, you can take it. Will you be going outside then? Yes, I'll be going out with my friends tonight. Do you need something? Will you be passing the post office? Most probably. Can you get my package? Okay. I hope this package is not heavy. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. B. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. C. Where will Sam will be working in 1 year's time. And now, read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. You'll recognize her. She to wear a red dress. B. Everyone to sleep at that hour. C. Fred to work as a lead developer in 4 years' time. D. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I to take my son to daycare. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you be doing at 7 p.m. tomorrow? B. What will you be doing in 5 years' time? C. What will people be celebrating on the 1st of January? Now let's check your answers. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. Where will Sam be working in 1 year's time? You'll recognize her. She'll be wearing a red dress. Everyone will be sleeping at that hour. Fred will be working as a lead developer in 4 years' time. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will be taking my son to daycare. Sample answers. I'll be driving to Boston this time tomorrow. I'll be working at a tech company. People will be celebrating New Year on the 1st of January. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about modal verbs, must, may, and might. Let's get started. Now we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Remember that we use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Now modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now it means that they are used together with the main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now we can use the modal verb must, A, to express obligation, duty, or prohibition. Now this also refers to laws and regulations. Have a look at the examples below. You must wear a seatbelt at all times. Now in this sentence, must is used to express obligation or duty. And in this sentence, you mustn't use your smartphone while driving. In this sentence, mustn't is used to express prohibition. B, to emphasize the necessity of something. People must drink a lot of water during the day. Necessity. C, to express our certainty in something being true. For example, look, there are puddles everywhere. It must have rained. Meaning that I am certain that it has rained. The same in this sentence. You are still working? You must be tired. D, to give a strong recommendation. You must listen to the song. It's so catchy. Strong recommendation. Now you can use the modal verb may, A, to give permission or prohibit something. For example, if you have finished the test, you may leave the room, giving permission. You may not park here, prohibiting. B, to ask for permission, more polite than can. May I use your bathroom, please? C, to express wishes. May you both live happily. D, in academic or scientific language, to refer to things that typically happen in certain situations. For example, drivers may feel tired after driving for 3 hours straight. Note that we usually use the modal verbs may and might without a significant difference in meaning when expressing possibility. However, might often implies a smaller chance of something happening. Have a look at the example over here. I might go to the movies tonight. I'm not sure. Smaller chance of me going to the movies tonight. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use must to express obligation, duty, or prohibition, to emphasize the necessity of something, and to express certainty in something being true. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. You gossip about your coworkers. You mustn't gossip about your coworkers. Kate, go to the doctor. She looks ill. Kate must go to the doctor. She looks ill. John didn't call me last night. He have been busy. John didn't call me last night. He must have been busy. Also remember that we use may to ask for permission, and we use may or might to express possibility. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I open the curtains. It's quite dark here. May I open the curtains? It's quite dark here. We go to China for our honeymoon. We are still thinking about it. We might go to China for our honeymoon. We are still thinking about it. Here is a short story using modal verbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you know why I've been feeling so sick lately? I'm not a doctor. You must set an appointment with one. No, I'm fine. I must be tired from working 12 hours a day. It may be, but you must go to the doctor anyway. I'll try to sleep more. You know that it might get worse, right? Should I come along? That would be great, actually. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with must or may. A. The lights are out. They have gone out. B. I borrow your pen, please? C. You go once you fill out the papers. D. We go now, otherwise we'll miss our flight. And now, match the following sentences. A. You may not cross the street here. B. Will you be at home at 8? C. May I borrow your red dress? 1. I might go to a dinner party next week. 2. The traffic is crazy. 3. I might stop by. And now, recreate the situations. Form sentences using must or might. A. Your friend is trying to park his car. Tell him that there is a sign, no parking nearby. B. Your sister is baking a cake. Tell her to follow the recipe. C. You want to go to the movies with your friend, but you're not sure if it is still on. And now, let's check your answers. The lights are out. They must have gone out. May I borrow your pen, please? You may go once you fill out the papers. We must go now, otherwise we'll miss our flight. You may not cross the street here. The traffic is crazy. Will you be at home at 8? I might stop by. May I borrow your red dress? I might go to a dinner party next week. You mustn't park here. You must follow the recipe. We might go to the movies. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the modal verbs shall and should. Let's get started. Remember that we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Now, we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember, the modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now, it means that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Nowadays, the most common use of shall in everyday English is in questions that serve as offers or suggestions. For example, shall I? Shall we? Have a look at the examples below. Shall I order some pizza? Shall we go now? It's getting late. Now you can use the modal verb should, A, to give advice, a recommendation, or a suggestion. For example, I think you should study more. B, to express that a situation is likely to happen in the present or in the future, more like a prediction. Have a look at the examples below. Kelly should be at home by now. You can stop by. I ordered some t-shirts 10 days ago. They should come in mail this week. C, to express an obligation. However, it's not as strong as must. Now, it is used instead of must to make rules, orders, or instructions sound more polite. Have a look at the example below. You should never lie to your parents. D, to say that something was expected in the past but didn't happen. Now, in this case, we use should plus have plus past participle. As in the example below, I should have studied more, but I was too lazy. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use shall to make offers or suggestions, and we use should to give advice, a recommendation, or a suggestion. We also use should to express that a situation is likely to happen in the present or in the future. Now read the following sentences and provide the appropriate modal verb. We buy cupcakes or one big cake. Shall we buy cupcakes or one big cake? She wear black. This color doesn't suit her. She shouldn't wear black. This color doesn't suit her. It's really windy today. It rain tomorrow. It's really windy today. It should rain tomorrow. We also use should to express an obligation. Also remember that we use should to say that something was expected in the past but didn't happen. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. You listen to the teacher's instructions in class. You should listen to the teacher's instructions in class. Barry have stopped Allison from buying another car. Barry should have stopped Allison from buying another car. Here is a short story using the modal verbs shall and should. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Shall we go to this new bar? Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Some band should perform there tonight. Oh, sounds interesting. Shall we go now? I think it might get a bit crowded on a Friday night. Yeah, we should go now. I don't want to be somewhere in the back the whole night. Shall I get a taxi? No, it's fine. It's just a 15-minute walk from us. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with shall or should. A. We go now or we'll miss our train. B. I give him a call. He seemed nice. C. You pay more attention to your health. D. No one disrespect another person's opinion. And now, match the sentences below. A. Shall I call in sick? B. You should go to the doctor. C. Shall we go to the park? 1. I'm not feeling well. 2. The weather is amazing. 3. It might be something serious. Now provide answers for the following questions. A. What should we do in case of fire? B. What shouldn't people do when they are having an argument? C. What should people do to become happy? Now let's check your answers. We should go now or we'll miss our train. Shall I give him a call? He seemed nice. You should pay more attention to your health. No one should disrespect another person's opinion. Shall I call in sick? I'm not feeling well. You should go to the doctor. It might be something serious. Shall we go to the park? The weather is amazing. Sample answers. We should call 911. They shouldn't call each other names. People should be themselves to become happy. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about the modal verbs will and would. Let's get started. Remember that we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Now, we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember, the modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now, it means that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now, we can use the modal verb will, A, to express rapid decision, as in the example below. Which one? I will have the tuna sandwich. B. To express thoughts or beliefs about the future. For example, I think they will remain friends forever. C. To make an offer, a promise, or a threat. For example, I will not disappoint you. D. To talk about predictable behavior. For example, he will eat chocolate when he feels anxious. Remember that we use won't when someone refuses to do something. Have a look at the example below. I tried reassuring him, but he won't listen to me. Refuses to listen. And we can use the modal verb would, A, as a polite invitation or to offer. For example, would you like to spend this evening together with me? B, to describe a prediction. For example, it would be nice to be a little bit funnier. C. Not to sound impolite when disagreeing with someone. For example, I wouldn't put it like that. D. To describe past habits. For example, she would fall asleep when she was on a train. Remember that we use wouldn't when someone refuses to do something. For example, James said that he wouldn't help us at all. Refused to help. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will to express thoughts or beliefs about the future and to make an offer, a promise, or a threat. And we use would as a polite invitation or offer. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I guess we live on Mars someday. I guess we will live on Mars someday. If you don't stop playing around, I be very angry. I will be very angry. You like some coffee? Would you like some coffee? Also remember that we use would not to sound impolite when we disagree with someone and when we want to describe past habits. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I like to point out that you need to make a few changes there. I would like to point out that you need to make a few changes there. She called me at night whenever she had a fight with her boyfriend. She would call me at night whenever she had a fight with her boyfriend. Here is a short story using the modal verbs will and would. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Would you like to go to the movies tonight? I certainly would. I think you like this one. You like comedies, right? That's right. When I was a kid, I would watch comedies from the 90s. It would be cool to see some older movies on a big screen. Yeah, that would be cool. Shall we go now, though? I'll make a quick call and we can go then, okay? Yes, sure. Take your time. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with will or would. A. I call you later. Sorry. B. Chris hang up whenever I brought up that issue. C. If I had a chance, I become an astronaut. D. We be very grateful if you had sent these prints immediately. And now, match the following sentences. A. I don't mind if you stay. B. Will you say something? C. Will he ever grow up? 1. You can't ignore my questions. 2. It would be amazing actually. 3. He is so immature.
Answer the following questions. A. What will you do tomorrow? B. Do you think that you will win the lottery one day? C. What would you do if you were a mayor of your city? And now, let's check your answers. I will call you later. Sorry. Chris would hang up whenever I brought up that issue. If I had a chance, I would become an astronaut. We would be very grateful if you could send these prints immediately. I don't mind if you stay. It would be amazing, actually. Will you say anything? You can't ignore my questions. Will he grow up? He is so immature. Sample answers. I will stay at home and relax. No, I don't think that I'll win the lottery one day. If I were a mayor of my city, I would improve the ecological situation. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about limiting adjectives. Let's get started. An adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Now the word cute is an adjective and modifies the noun cat. Note that in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second sentence, it comes after the noun. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example over here. This sandwich is delicious. Note that this is a limiting adjective and it defines the noun sandwich. It tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, there are several categories of limiting adjectives. Let's have a look at those categories. A. Articles are the most commonly used adjectives. A and the indicate whether the noun is used indefinitely or definitely. Have a look at the example below. This is a bed, a mirror, a wardrobe, and an easel in the room. B. Demonstrative adjectives are adjectives that are used to modify a noun so that we know which specific person, place, or thing is mentioned. Now, the most common demonstrative adjectives are this, that, these, and those. Have a look at the example below. This is July, and that girl over there is Judy. C. Numerals can function as limiting adjectives, limiting the noun to a specific number or amount. Have a look at the example below. 1 chocolate bar, 2 cups of coffee, and 10 hours of hard work were put into this. D. Indefinite adjectives are used to describe a noun in a non-specific sense. Now, the most common indefinite adjectives are any, each, few, many, much, most, several, and some. Have a look at the example below. There were several people in the room. Several describing the noun people in a non-specific way. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use articles a and the to indicate whether the noun is used indefinitely or definitely. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate article. There is laptop, cup, open envelope, and pile of books on table. It is total mess. There is a laptop, a cup, an open envelope, and a pile of books on the table. It is a total mess. Also remember that we use demonstrative adjectives this, that, these, those to indicate which specific person, place, or thing is mentioned. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate demonstrative adjective. Shoes are quite nice. They'd go well with red dress. These or those shoes are quite nice. They'd go well with this or that red dress. Remember that we use numerals to limit the noun to a specific number or amount. Now read the following sentences and underline these numerals. Sorry, but we can't throw a party for one person. We should invite at least 20 people. 1, 20. Remember that we use indefinite adjectives any, each, few, many, much, most, several, and some to describe a noun by showing an element of uncertainty. Now read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. The most important thing in the world is to be humane. Most. Remember not to confuse indefinite adjectives with indefinite pronouns. Now, indefinite adjectives modify nouns or pronouns, while indefinite pronouns are stand-alone pronouns. Now, read the following sentences and decide in which sentence the words in bold are used as an indefinite adjective or as an indefinite pronoun. There are only a few people left. There are only a few left. In the first sentence, a few is an indefinite adjective. And in the second sentence, a few is an indefinite pronoun. Here's a short story using limiting adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mom, do we have any cookies left? No, we don't. There is a single piece of pie in the fridge. Nah, I don't want that. I wanted to make a cheesecake, so I needed some cookies to make the dough. I'm sorry, dear, but you have to go to the shop then if you want to make this cheesecake today. This can wait. I'll finish the pie then. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a, and, or the. A. Do you live in house? No, I live in apartment. B. Weather was amazing last month. C. Anne didn't want to come in as there was dog in room. D. Would you like apple? And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with this or these. A. Whose shoes are? B. Is a great coat. C. Our beloved sons. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with some or any. A. I got nice presents for you. B. She's too bossy, so she doesn't have friends. C. There isn't juice left. And now, let's check your answers. Do you live in a house? No, I live in an apartment. The weather was amazing last month. Anne didn't want to come in as there was a dog in the room. Would you like an apple? Whose shoes are these? This is a great coat. These are our beloved sons. I got some nice presents for you. She's too bossy, so she doesn't have any friends. There isn't any juice left. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about pronominal adjectives. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Also note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Note that the word cute is an adjective, and it's used to describe or modify the noun cat. Now, in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second sentence, it comes after the noun cat. Now, limiting adjectives help to define or limit a noun or pronoun by telling which one, what kind, or how many. Have a look at the example over here. This sandwich is delicious. Now, this is a limiting adjective, and it defines the noun sandwich. It tells us which sandwich is delicious. Now, in this category, there are pronominal adjectives. Now, these adjectives are pronouns which are used to modify nouns. Have a look at the examples below. This book is interesting. Now, this is a pronominal adjective. It modifies the noun book. And in this sentence, this is an interesting book. This is a pronoun. It represents the noun book. Now, pronominal adjectives can be subdivided into the following groups. A. Demonstrative adjectives. This, that, these, and those. Have a look at the examples below. Those shoes were old-fashioned. These shoes are much better. B. Possessive adjectives. My, your, his, her, its, our, or their. For example, their cat likes to sleep on the floor. C. Distributive adjectives such as each, every, either, or neither. Have a look at the example over here. Every attempt was met with suspicion. D. Interrogative adjectives such as which, what, whose. For example, whose pants are these? E. Indefinite adjectives such as some, any, all, few, several, many, both, little, much, more, and most. Have a look at the example over here. Both parents were present. Indefinite adjective. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that this, that, these, and those are demonstrative adjectives. Now read the following sentences and underline these adjectives. This top doesn't go with these pants. Maybe you should try that blue top you bought a week ago. This, these, and that. Also remember that my, your, his, her, its, our, and their are possessive adjectives. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate possessive adjective. He, Mom washed, we, dog, while we went on a vacation. His mom watched our dog while we went on a vacation. Also remember that each, every, either, and neither are distributive adjectives. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate distributive adjective. Single day was a good day. The road was straight with fields on side. Every day was a good day. The road was straight with fields on either side. And remember that which, what, and whose are interrogative adjectives. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate interrogative adjective. Type of music do you like? What type of music do you like? Note that we use indefinite adjectives such as some, any, all, few, several, many, both, little, much, more, and most. Now read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. Many people enjoy running in the morning. Many. Here is a short story using pronominal adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Whose book is this? This is my book. I've been reading it for several days. The title of this book looks really catchy. Yeah, I won't deny that. And I have this New Year's resolution to read more books, so I thought I'd give this book a try. What books do you usually read though? I like to read some fantasy or sci-fi novels, and the plot has to be interesting. Yeah, I agree with your opinion. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the pronominal adjectives and decide whether they are demonstrative, possessive, distributive, interrogative, or indefinite adjectives. A. Thank you. These flowers are beautiful. B. Every child has the right to life. C. Which color should I pick? Red or blue? D. I'm afraid he will need several days to recover. E. It is said that neither side of the brain is dominant over the other. F. I don't find that TV shows amusing. G. I like her new haircut. Looks stylish. H. I could tell that the dog was happy to see me by its wiggling tail. I. Those seconds of pure happiness were difficult to forget. J. Do you know whose jacket this is? And now, let's check your answers. Thank you. These flowers are beautiful. Demonstrative. Every child has the right to life. Distributive. Which color should I pick? Red or blue? Interrogative. I'm afraid he will need several days to recover. Indefinite. It is said that neither side of the brain is dominant over the other. Distributive. I don't find that TV show amusing. Demonstrative. I like her new haircut. It looks stylish. Possessive. I could tell that the dog was happy to see me by its wiggling tail. Possessive. Those seconds of pure happiness were difficult to forget. Demonstrative. Do you know whose jacket this is? Interrogative. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about degrees of adjectives, comparatives. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Note that the word cute is an adjective and it is used to modify or describe the noun cat. And in the first sentence, note that the adjective cute comes before the noun cat, and in the second, after the noun cat. Now, most adjectives can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative and the superlative. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adjectives. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start with the positive degree. For example, this is a tall building. The comparative form, this building is taller than that one. And the superlative, this is the tallest building. Now, to form a comparative sentence, we use the following formula. Noun or pronoun as the subject, plus verb, plus a comparative adjective, plus than, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Have a look at the example below. My room is larger than Jake's. My room, being the subject, is verb, larger, comparative adjective, than Jake's, the object. Remember that sometimes the second item of comparison can be omitted, as in the example below. If you start working out, you'll get thinner. No second item in the sentence. Now, when an adjective ends with one syllable, we simply add er to form the comparative. For example, smart, smarter. And when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add er. For example, big, bigger. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, and then add er. For example, dry, drier. Now, when an adjective ends with two syllables, we simply add er, or we add more. For example, happy, happier, tangled, more tangled. And when an adjective ends with three syllables, we simply add more. For example, beautiful, more beautiful. Now let's have a look at the following table, where we can see how we can form the comparative and the superlative forms of irregular adjectives. Positive, good. The comparative form of good, better. Superlative, the best. Bad, comparative form, worse. Superlative, the worst. Far, comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Little, comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Much or many, comparative, more. Superlative, the most. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when forming the comparative degree, follow the pattern, noun or pronoun, subject of the sentence, plus verb, plus comparative adjective, plus than, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Now read the following sentence and provide the comparative form of the adjective in the bracket. Adam is tall than Jim. Adam is taller than Jim. Also remember that when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add er. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, then add er. And when there are two syllables, we add er or more. And when there are three syllables, we simply add more. Now provide the comparative form of the adjectives below. Heavy, heavier. Fat, fatter. Hot, hotter. Easy, easier. Wealthy, wealthier, or more wealthy. Important, more important. Difficult, more difficult. Here is a short story using comparative adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm okay. And how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I must say that you look more tired in comparison to when I saw you last time. Yeah, my life is definitely more complicated now. I'm finishing my studies and craving for sleep. I try to choose healthier options when I eat. I try to be more active, but it doesn't help when you sleep 4 hours a day. I totally get you. Life was definitely easier when we were kids. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word or phrase. A. It was better, more good this time. B. This dress is a lot longer than the other one. C. Today, Tom feels more bad, worse than yesterday. D. Bill is more attentiver when he is talking to someone in person. E. Our drive took longer than expected. And now, read the following sentences and form the comparative degree. A. Non-smokers usually live long than smokers. B. The weather this winter is even bad than last winter. C. A holiday by the sea is good than a holiday in the mountains. D. This skirt is beautiful than that one. E. Our house is big than theirs. And now, let's check your answers. It was better this time. This dress is a lot longer than the other one. Today, Tom feels worse than yesterday. Bill is more attentive when he is talking to someone in person. Our drive took longer than we expected. Non-smokers usually live longer than smokers. The weather this winter is even worse than last winter. A holiday by the sea is better than a holiday in the mountains. This skirt is more beautiful than that one. Our house is bigger than theirs. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about degrees of adjectives, the superlative form. Let's get started. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Also note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Have a look at the example over here. This is a cute cat. This cat is cute. Now the word cute is an adjective and it modifies the noun cat. And note that in the first sentence, the adjective comes before the noun cat, and in the second, it comes after the noun cat. Now, most adjectives can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative and the superlative degree. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adjectives. Now, have a look at the examples below. Positive degree. For example, this is a tall building. Comparative form, this building is taller than that one. Superlative, this is the tallest building. Now, to form a sentence using superlative adjectives, we use the following formula. Noun or pronoun as the subject of the sentence, plus verb, plus the, plus superlative adjective, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Have a look at the example below. My room is the largest one in the house. My room, subject, is verb. The, largest superlative adjective, house, object of the sentence. Remember that sometimes the group that is being compared with can be omitted. Have a look at the example below. She is the prettiest girl in the office. Note that this part of the sentence, girl in the office, can be omitted. She is the prettiest. Now, when an adjective ends with one syllable, to form the superlative, we simply add est. For example, smart, the smartest. And when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add est. For example, big, the biggest. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus a y, we keep the consonant, then change y to I, and then add est. For example, dry, the driest. Now, when an adjective ends with two syllables, we add est or the most. For example, happy, the happiest. Tangled, the most tangled. And when an adjective ends with three syllables, we simply add the most. For example, beautiful, the most beautiful. Now let's have a look at the comparative and superlative form of irregular adjectives. Positive, good. Comparative form would be better. Superlative, the best. Bad. Comparative, worse. Superlative, the worst. Far. Comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Little. Comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Many or much. Comparative, more. Superlative, the most. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when forming the superlative degree, follow the pattern, noun or pronoun as the subject of the sentence, plus verb, plus the, plus superlative adjective, plus noun or pronoun as the object of the sentence. Now read the following sentence and provide the superlative form of the adjective in the bracket. Adam is tall, boy in class. Adam is the tallest boy in class. Also remember that when an adjective ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and then add est. And when an adjective ends with a consonant plus y, we keep the consonant, change y to I, and then add est. And when there are two syllables, we add est or the most. And when there are three syllables, we simply add the most. Now provide the superlative form of the adjectives below. Heavy, the heaviest. Fat, the fattest. Hot, the hottest. Easy, the easiest. Wealthy, the wealthiest or the most wealthy. Important, the most important. Difficult, the most difficult. Here's a short story using superlative adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm okay. And how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I must say that you look more tired in comparison to when I saw you last time. Yeah, my life is in the most complicated stage now. I'm finishing my studies and I'm craving for sleep. I try to choose the healthiest options when I eat. I try to be the most active, but it doesn't help when you sleep 4 hours a day. I totally get you. Life was definitely in the easiest stage when we were kids. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word or phrase. A. You are truly the best, the most good. B. This dress is the most unusual, the more unusual one you've ever had. C. That was the worstest day in their life. D. Bill is the most attentive student I've ever seen. E. This was the more funnier ride ever. And now, read the following sentences and form the superlative degree. A. This is good movie I've ever watched. B. This was little favorite option of ours. C. Have you heard of dangerous animal in Alaska? D. You are a smart person I know. E. Who is rich man on earth? And now, let's check your answers. You are truly the best. This dress is the most unusual one you've ever had. That was the worst day in their life. Bill is the most attentive student I've ever seen. This was the funniest ride ever. This is the best movie I've ever watched. This was the least favorite option of ours. Have you heard of the most dangerous animal in Alaska? You are the smartest person I know. Who is the richest man on earth? Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to talk about adverbs of frequency. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Note that there are two adverbs in the sentence.
Now the adverb really modifies the other adverb, which is slowly. And the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Adverbs of frequency tell us how often something happens. They are also used to indicate routine or repeated activities. Have a look at the example over here. I always do my homework. Now the adverb of frequency in the sentence always tells us how often I do my homework. Remember that these adverbs are usually placed before the main verb but after auxiliary verbs. Now have a look at the examples below. Our company frequently has brunches with potential clients. Note that has in the sentence is the main verb, and the adverb of frequency frequently comes before it. But in this sentence, you should always wait for the green light to cross the road. Should is an auxiliary verb, and it comes before the adverb of frequency, always. And the main verb is wait. Now, the only exception is when the main verb is to be, in which case the adverb goes after the main verb, as in the example below. We are usually optimistic. Now, when the frequency is 100%, the adverb of frequency we use would be always. For example, Sarah always helps her mom with dinner. And when the frequency is 90%, we use usually. For example, we usually go out on Fridays. And for 80% frequency, we use normally or generally. For example, Sean normally eats breakfast at 8 a.m. For 70%, often or frequently. For example, they often go to their parents at weekends. 50%, sometimes. For example, Peter sometimes forgets his kids' birthdays. And for 30% frequency, we use occasionally. For example, I occasionally eat vegetarian food. And for 10% frequency, we use seldom. For example, we seldom go on vacation together. For 5%, hardly ever or rarely. For example, Meredith hardly ever drinks coffee. And for 0% frequency, we use never. For example, they never eat junk food. Now we can also use the following expressions when we want to be more specific about the frequency. For example, every day, once a month, twice a year, 3 times a day, every other week, daily, monthly, annually, etc. Have a look at the example over here. I usually eat pizza once a month. Now, if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, use them in the following order. First, how long? Second, how often? And third, when. Have a look at the example over here. Peter worked at the mall for 4 days every week last year. 4 days? How long? Every week? How often? Last year? When? Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of frequency to show how often something happens or to indicate routine or repeated activities. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. I to invite sometimes my friends over. I sometimes invite my friends over. Now, the most common adverbs of frequency are always, usually, normally, generally, often, frequently, sometimes, occasionally, seldom, hardly ever, rarely, and never. Now, create a sentence using the following words or phrases in the bracket. We to go on Wednesdays, occasionally, to the pub. We occasionally go to the pub on Wednesdays. She to go in the morning to the gym often. She often goes to the gym in the morning. Also remember to place adverbs that tell us how often something happens before the main verb but after auxiliary verbs. Now, if there is a verb to be, then the adverb goes after the main verb. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. Michael first to call Anne usually. Michael usually calls Anne first. My mom with us never to be angry. My mom is never angry with us. Note that we can also use the following expressions when we want to be more specific about the frequency. For example, every day, once a month, twice a year, 3 times a year, etc. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. I to eat once a month, pizza, usually. I usually eat pizza once a month. Now, if you need to use more than one adverb of time in a sentence, make sure to use them in the following order. First, how long? Second, how often? Third, when? Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. Kate to work daily last month for 10 hours. Kate worked for 10 hours daily last month. Now here's a short story using adverbs of frequency. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Maggie, you look fantastic. Thank you, Liz. Have you been working out? Yeah, actually, I usually work out every other day. I think it helps me to always stay in shape. Plus, I've noticed that my mood has gotten better too. And do you have a special diet? Honestly, no. But I try to eat healthy every day. Of course, I can't have pizza once in a while, but it doesn't happen that often. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. Twice a year, annually, occasionally, every other day, seldom. A. Pam orders food online. B. Nina drinks alcohol. She doesn't like the taste of it. C. I have exams at uni.
birthdays are celebrated? E. Sam goes to the gym. He is too lazy to do it daily. And now, restore the word order in the following sentences. A. I late to get up, often on Saturdays. B. How often to travel you? C. When usually to go on vacation you? D. Samantha for work never to be late. E. He 3 times a day not to take a shower. And now let's check your answers. Pam occasionally orders food online. Nina seldom drinks alcohol. She doesn't like the taste of it. I have an exam at uni twice a year. Birthdays are celebrated annually. Sam goes to the gym every other day. He is too lazy to do it daily. I often get up late on Saturdays. How often do you travel? When do you usually go on vacation? Samantha is never late for work. He doesn't take a shower 3 times a day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about adverbs of degree. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now, there are 2 adverbs in the sentence, really and slowly. Really modifies the other adverb slowly, and slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Now, adverbs of degree tell us about the intensity of something. They are usually placed before the adjective, adverb, or verb that they modify. Have a look at the example over here. I was too scared to move forward. Too is an adverb of degree, and it tells us how scared we were, the intensity of our fear. Now, the most common adverb of degree are extremely, quiet, just, almost, very, too, enough, etc. Now, enough as an adverb meaning to the necessary degree goes after the adjective or adverb that it is modifying. Have a look at the example below. This bed isn't comfortable enough, meaning that it's not comfortable to the necessary degree. Also note that enough is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or something. Have a look at the examples below. They're not old enough to get married. This suit is big enough for Mike. Now, to as an adverb meaning also goes at the end of the phrase and modifies. And to as an adverb meaning excessively goes before the adjective or adverb it modifies. Now, to is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Have a look at the examples below. I'd like to go to the cinema too, meaning also. And in this sentence, is he too young to become a president? No, he isn't too young for that. Too in these sentences meaning excessively. And note that they come before the adjective they modify, young. Note that there is a big difference in meaning between too and very. Very expresses a fact, while too suggests that there is a problem. Have a look at the examples below. She speaks very quickly. That is a fact. And in this sentence, she speaks too quickly. I can't understand her. The adverb of degree too in this sentence suggests that her speaking too quickly is a problem. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use adverbs of degree to show the intensity of something. Now the most common adverbs of degree are extremely, quiet, just, almost, very, too, enough, etc. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the bracket. It, quiet, to be funny, into her. Yesterday, twice, to run. It was quite funny to run into her twice yesterday. Also remember that we use enough as an adverb meaning to the necessary degree. Make sure to place it after the adjective or adverb that it modifies. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. This tea hot enough not to be. This tea isn't hot enough. Note that enough is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Now create a sentence using the phrases or words in the following bracket. You to be mature to make decisions enough for your own sake. You are mature enough to make decisions for your own sake. Also remember that to as an adverb meaning also goes at the end of the phrase and modifies. And to as an adverb meaning excessively goes before the adjective or adverb and modifies. Now to is often followed by to plus infinitive or for something or someone. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. I can to play the guitar. I can play the guitar too. Sorry, but this to be for me to buy expensive. Sorry, but this is too expensive for me to buy. Note that there is a big difference in meaning between to and very. Very expresses a fact, while to suggests that there is a problem. Now create a sentence using the words or phrases in the following bracket. It to be outside, hot, very. It's very hot outside. It hot to be too outside. I to go out, not to want. It's too hot outside. I don't want to go out. Here's a short story using adverbs of degree. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Katie is incredibly talented. She plays the piano, she sings, and she is learning the violin too. Really? That's just amazing. I was never persistent enough to do something like that. I've always thought that mastering these musical instruments is simply impossible. Maybe you haven't tried hard enough. She told me that she practices every single day. Can you believe it? That's too much for me. I'm too lazy for that. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the adverbs from the box. To, really, enough, just, incredibly. A. We did well on the test. We have the highest scores among the others. B. Jim has left before you arrived. C. I want to go there. Don't go without me. D. He didn't try hard. He gave up, really. And now, restore the word order in the following sentences. A. She sick to be to go to school too last week. B. Tom to leave rarely the house. C. You silly that to be. D. It nice to be rather to see her yesterday. E. Look, that lady, stunning to be just. And now, let's check your answers. We did incredibly well on the test. We have the highest scores among the others. Jim has just left before you arrived. I want to go there too. Don't go without me. He didn't try hard enough. He gave up really quickly. She was too sick to go to school last week. Tom rarely leaves the house. Are you that silly? It was rather nice to see her yesterday. Look, that lady is just stunning. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to talk about comparative and superlative adverbs. Let's get started. Remember that an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Now, usually, adverbs modify verbs, telling us how often, when, or where something was done. Have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now, there are two adverbs in the sentence, really and slowly. Really modifies the other adverb, slowly, and slowly modifies the verb walked and tells us how we walked. Now, most adverbs can show degree of quality or quantity by forming two degrees of comparison, the comparative degree and the superlative degree. Now, these degrees are formed from the positive degree, which is the usual form of adverbs. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start with the positive. She eats slowly. Slowly is the positive degree. The comparative form would be she eats more slowly than we do. Superlative, she eats the most slowly of us all. Now, the comparative form is used for comparing two actions or states, while the superlative is used for comparing one action or state with all the others in the same category, as in the example below. He runs faster than Jack does. Comparative. But we need to check for sure who runs the fastest. Superlative. Now, when adverbs end in ly, we add more or the most to form the comparative or the superlative form. For example, happily, more happily, the most happily. And when adverbs end in e, we add r or st. For example, late, later, the latest. Now, the comparative form of the adverb well is better. The superlative, the best. Badly, the comparative form, worse. Superlative, the worst. Much, comparative, more. Superlative, the most. Little, comparative, less. Superlative, the least. Far, comparative, farther, further. Superlative, the farthest, the furthest. Note that it is impossible to have comparatives or superlatives of certain adverbs, especially those of time, for example, daily, yesterday, or then. Place, for example, there, up, down. And degree, for example, very, just, to. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the comparative adverbs are used to compare differences between the two objects they modify. Now, superlative adverbs are used for comparing one action or state with all the others in the same category. Now read the following sentence and underline the comparative or superlative adverb. This car is better than that one. I want to see which one is the best. Better than, the best. Now form the comparatives and the superlatives of the adverbs below. Quietly, more quietly, the most quietly. Low, lower, the lowest. Near, nearer, the nearest. Seriously, more seriously, the most seriously. Now form the comparative and the superlative degrees of the adverb badly. She performs yesterday. Has anything happened? She performed of any actor today. She performs worse than yesterday. Has anything happened? She performed the best of any actor today. Note that it's impossible to have comparatives or superlatives of certain adverbs, especially those of time. For example, daily, yesterday, then. Place, for example, there, up, down. And degrees, for example, very, just, to. Now provide the correct form of the sentence below. He cooks more daily than his sister. He cooks daily while his sister rarely cooks. Here's a short story using comparative and superlative adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I haven't thought that Paul can play basketball that well. Actually, he was in the basketball club at school. So back then he played even better. Honestly, I think he played the best of any teammates. Yeah? I didn't know that. Yeah. But after the knee surgery, he started to play less and less. Sadly, that was inevitable. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Form the comparatives and the superlatives of the following adverbs: very, well, long, loudly, badly. And now, read the following sentences, underline the mistakes, and then correct them. A. Susan came to work very lately yesterday. B. You should speak more quietlier at the library. C. We ran quite farly that day. D. Tim sings the bester. Everyone loves his singing. E. They drive more careful after the accident. And now, let's check your answers. Very, no comparative or superlative. Well, better, the best. Long, longer, the longest. Loudly, more loudly, the most loudly. Badly, worse, the worst. Susan came to work very late yesterday. You should speak more quietly at the library. We ran quite far that day. Tim sings the best. Everyone loves his singing. They drive more carefully after the accident. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to talk about prepositions of manner. Let's get started. Now, a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example below. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Now, the word in the sentence is a preposition, and it is used to link the word or the noun May to her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions. Among them are prepositions of manner. Now, they are used to express the manner in which something is done. We usually use prepositions of manner when we answer the question beginning with how.
Have a look at the example over here. How did she lose weight? She lost weight by exercising. The preposition of manner by expresses the manner in which she lost weight. Now there are several groups of prepositions of manner. A, in, and with. In and with are used to describe the way in which something is carried out, as in the examples below. She left the stage in tears. She was singing with tears in her eyes. B, by. By is used to denote either a person or a means of transportation, while with denotes an instrument. Have a look at the examples below. This house was built by my grandfather, denoting a person. Helen goes to work by bus, denoting a means of transportation. You need to cut the cake with a knife, denoting an instrument. Now we can also use by plus verb ing. For example, you can't prove them wrong by doing nothing. C, at. At can be used to describe aggressive behavior. Now compare the following examples. He talked to his wife. He talked at his wife. Note that the first sentence has a neutral behavior. And in the second sentence, the preposition of manner at describes an aggressive behavior. Note that we can also use the phrase in a friendly way or manner to describe actions, as in the example below. Mrs. Anderson spoke to me in an extremely polite manner. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use in or with to describe the way in which something is carried out, and we use by to denote either a person or a means of transportation. Now read the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of manner. The student left the class, tears after being shouted at. The teacher. The next day, the teacher, tears in her eyes, was apologizing to the student. The student left the class in tears after being shouted out by the teacher. The next day, the teacher, with tears in her eyes, was apologizing to the student. Now we use by to denote either a person or a means of transportation, and we use with to denote an instrument. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate preposition of manner. All the pies are baked. My mom. Recently, she has started baking sponge cakes. You need to whisk the dough for 30 minutes to get a nice texture, but it was too rough to do it manually. But a new mixture is truly a piece of cake. All the pies are baked by my mom. Recently, she has started baking sponge cake. You need to whisk the dough for 30 minutes to get a nice texture, but it was too rough to do it manually. But with a new mixture, it is truly a piece of cake. Also note that we use at to describe aggressive behavior. Now rewrite the following sentence using the preposition of manner at. Mr. Towles always talks to his employees. Neutral. Mr. Towles always talks at his employees. Aggressive behavior.
Here's a short story using prepositions of manner. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Alice looks amazing. How does she manage to lose weight? By exercising regularly. Was there some special diet? No, not really. For example, I go to work by bus and Alice always goes on foot. It seems obvious, but you really can lose weight by walking everywhere. Maybe I need to change my attitude to walking. I work out with pleasure because I feel like I'm definitely doing something to lose weight. But when it comes to walking somewhere, I'd rather go by car. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with in, with, but, or at. A. Trying to cut a steak, a fork is not the best idea. B. I don't like traveling long distance, car. C. Little Susie left the room, tears after being scolded. Her parents. D. Al was telling her something, but she suddenly snapped him. E. Kim suddenly stopped playing and threw the ball, Noah. F. Mr. Griffith always reacts anger whenever a student makes a mistake. G. You can't make friends being grumpy all the time. H. This story was written Agatha Christie. I love Sandra's attitude to everything. She always does things a joyful manner. J. You'll actually save time going there foot. And now, let's check your answers. Trying to cut a steak with a fork is not the best idea. I don't like traveling long distance by car. Little Susie left the room in tears after being scolded by her parents. Al was telling her something, but she suddenly snapped at him. Kim suddenly stopped playing and threw the ball at Noah. Mr. Griffith always reacts with anger whenever a student makes a mistake. You can't make friends by being grumpy all the time. This story was written by Agatha Christie. I love Sandra's attitude to everything. She always does things in a joyful manner. You'll actually save time by going there on foot. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Let's get started. Remember that a preposition is usually a short word used to link nouns, pronouns, or phrases to other words within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is in May. Note that the word in is a preposition and it's used to link the noun May to her birthday. Now, there are many types of prepositions, and among them are prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Remember that they are used to indicate why, what for, or because of what something happens. We usually use these prepositions when we answer the question beginning with why. Have a look at the example over here. Why don't you eat breakfast? I don't eat breakfast to sleep more in the mornings. Now, the preposition of cause to in the sentence tells us what for. Now, there are several commonly used prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Now, let's have a look at those uses. A. Due to. Now, due to is used to express the cause of the action. Have a look at the example over here. Due to her strict parents, Liz rarely went out. It was difficult for her to make friends. Meaning that her parents were the cause of her not making friends. B. To. To is used to express the purpose of the action. Now, it's usually followed by a verb. Have a look at the example over here. People go to clubs to dance and to meet new people. Now, these two things are the purpose of people going to clubs, dancing and meeting new people. C. For. For is used to express the reason of the action. Remember that it's usually followed by a noun or pronoun or adjourned. For example, he was taken to the police station for driving under influence. Now, DUI was the reason he was taken to the police station. Now, remember that because of is also used to express the reason of something happening. Have a look at the example over here. I need to go home earlier because of my sick cat, meaning that my cat is sick and that's why I need to go home earlier. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use due to express the cause of the action, and we use to express the purpose of the action. Note that to is usually followed by a verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the gaps using the appropriate preposition. Emma always has to go to the shop on the outskirts of the city, buy soy milk, her dairy allergy. Emma always has to go to the shop on the outskirts of the city to buy soy milk due to her dairy allergy. Now we use to express the purpose of the action. Remember that to is usually followed by a verb, and we use for to express the reason of the action. And for is usually followed by a noun or pronoun or adjourned. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the appropriate preposition. My parents always give extra pocket money to my little brother doing well at school. Thankfully, he is saving up the money, buy a computer instead of spending it on food. My parents always give extra pocket money to my little brother for doing well at school. Thankfully, he is saving up the money to buy a computer instead of spending it on food. Here is a short story using prepositions of cause, purpose, and reason. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why can't you go out with us tonight? That's all because of my parents. They are quite strict and don't want me going out late at night. But you aren't going to be alone. I know. They think that all people go to clubs only to get drunk, but I've never done anything inappropriate. There is no reason for them being so negative about it. You're still living with your parents, so you can't really do anything about it. We'll go out some other time then, okay? Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. We would like for to thank you for to your hospitality. B. The kid left the room due to cry in his room. C. Dan's mom can't drink milk because of to her allergy. D. It's all because of to you. E. We're so happy for to have you here. F. I always bring sweets for to my little cousins when I'm visiting them. G. Their shop was closed down due to for the financial struggles. H. Oh, the things we do for due to love. I. Due to for the shortage of staff, we are working overtime. J. Timothy always makes coffee because of for his wife in the morning. And now let's check your answers. We would like to thank you for your hospitality. The kid left the room to cry in his room. Dan's mom can't drink milk because of her allergy. It's all because of you. We're so happy to have you here. I always bring sweets for my little cousins when I'm visiting them. Their shop was closed down due to the financial struggles. Oh, the things we do for love. Due to the shortage of staff, we are working overtime now. Timothy always makes coffee for his wife in the morning. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about prepositional phrases. Let's get started. Now, a prepositional phrase is a group of words consisting of a preposition and a noun, pronoun, gerund, or clause. Have a look at the example over here. She tried to calm down the baby by singing lullabies. Now, by singing lullabies is a prepositional phrase, and note that it consists of a preposition, by, gerund, singing, and a noun, lullabies. A prepositional phrase always consists of two basic parts at minimum, the preposition and its object. Have a look at the example over here. I think I'll be at home. At is a preposition and home is a noun, object of the sentence. Now, a prepositional phrase is a group of words that consist of a preposition and a noun, as in the example over here. Eric was fired from McDonald's. Preposition, noun. B, a preposition and a pronoun. For example, he always leaves little presents for me. For is the preposition and me pronoun. C, a preposition and a gerund. For example, Carol managed to lose some weight thanks to exercising. To, exercising, gerund. D, a preposition and a clause. For example, I need to talk to you about stuff we need for our trip. Clause. Now, a prepositional phrase can function either as an adjective or an adverb in the sentence. Now, as an adjective, the prepositional phrase answers the question, which one? Have a look at the examples below. The boy with red hair was taking photos outside. Which one? The one with the red hair. And as an adverb, the prepositional phrase answers the questions how, when, where. Have a look at the example over here. Gabby went for a run at 5 o'clock. When did she go for a run? At 5 o'clock. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that a prepositional phrase is a group of words consisting of a preposition and a noun, pronoun, gerund, or clause. Now read the sentences below and underline the prepositional phrases. You can lose some weight by not eating anything, but it's a bad idea. By not eating, which is preposition plus gerund. I'll be staying at my grandma's place tonight. At my grandma's place, preposition plus noun. Also remember that as an adverb, the prepositional phrase answers the question how, when, where. Now read the following sentences and match them. Also, underline the prepositional phrases. A. How long have you been learning Italian? B. When did you wake up? C. Where did you buy such a pretty pair of boots? 1. Oh, thank you. I got them at our local mall. 2. I've been trying to master it for 10 years. 3. At 8 o'clock, though it's my day off today. How long have you been learning Italian? I've been trying to master it for 10 years. When did you wake up? At 8 o'clock, though it's my day off. Where did you buy such a pretty pair of boots? Oh, thank you. I got them at our local mall. Here is a short story using prepositional phrases. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you have any plans for tonight? Yeah, I'm going on a date with David. I think we're going to a bar or something. With whom? With David, my colleague. He's a really nice guy. He was transferred from another department about a month ago, and we have so much in common. Oh, that's amazing. Let's hang out some other time then. Sure. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct preposition. A. In, on a beautiful Thursday morning, I found out that I got expelled from to university. B. My grandma Judy grew up in a farm in Idaho. C. Come over onto here. Look at that cute puppy. D. Could you pass me that book? Which one? The one from with a yellow cover. E. My grandparents live in of a tiny house in by the lake. F. Stop beating above around the bush. I can't understand anything. G. I always see people jogging on through the park. H. There was a huge pile of books under into the desk. I. Jenny can't have guests over at her place because of the landlord. J. Ben got sick due by eating junk food all the time. And now, let's check your answers. On a beautiful Thursday morning, I found out that I got expelled from university. My grandma Judy grew up on a farm in Idaho. Come over here. Look at that cute puppy. Could you pass me that book? Which one? The one with a yellow cover. My grandparents live in a tiny house by the lake. Stop beating around the bush. I can't understand anything. I always see people jogging through the park. There was a huge pile of books under the desk. Jenny can't have guests over at her place because of the landlord. Ben got sick by eating junk food all the time. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to talk about subordinating conjunctions. Let's get started. Conjunctions are words that link other words, phrases, clauses, or sentences together. Have a look at the example over here. Susan is an amazing wife and a wonderful mom. Now the word "and" in the sentence is a conjunction, and it's used to link two sentences together. Susan is an amazing wife, a wonderful mom. Now there are many types of conjunctions, and among them are subordinating conjunctions. Now subordinating conjunctions link two clauses, a main independent one and a subordinate dependent one. Have a look at the example over here. Although Emma wanted to go together with them, she declined the invitation. Note that she declined the invitation is the independent clause, the main one, and Emma wanted to go together with them is the dependent clause, subordinate clause. These two sentences are linked together with the subordinating conjunction although. Now, the most commonly used subordinating conjunctions are although, as, because, if, since, though, unless, while, whereas, etc. Note, subordinating conjunctions perform two functions in a sentence. They state the importance of the independent clause and provide a transition between two ideas within a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. Once she stopped caring about strangers' opinion, Liz became happier. Note that Liz became happier is the main clause, and she stopped caring about strangers' opinions is a subordinating clause. Now, if the subordinate clause follows the main one, we do not usually use a comma, as in the example over here. My mom cries, main clause, whenever she watches a romantic comedy, subordinate clause. Note that a comma is not used in this sentence because the subordinate clause follows the main one, my mom cries. Now, if the subordinate clause precedes the main one, use a comma to separate the clauses. Have a look at the example over here. After he had completed his studies, George decided to travel for a year. Main clause, subordinate clause. Now, in this sentence, a comma is used because the subordinate clause precedes the main clause. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the subordinating conjunctions link two clauses, a main independent one and a subordinate or dependent one. Now read the following sentences and underline the correct ones. Whenever, since you asked me, yes, I did sign up for the class. Since. If, unless you are happy with your own self, you'll be happy whenever, wherever you go. If, wherever. Also remember that if the subordinate clause follows the main one, we do not usually use a comma. And if the subordinate clause precedes the main one, make sure to use a comma to separate the clause. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate punctuation. After he called her, Susan had a smile on her face for the rest of the day. Comma. Although I adore Mike, he isn't the most polite person on earth. Comma. Billy gets extremely impatient whenever his mom's cooking breakfast. No comma. Here is a short story using subordinating conjunctions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Whenever my mom doesn't let my little brother eat candies before dinner, he throws a tantrum. That sounds awful. Yeah, we don't know what to do about it. Even though we try to be calm and explain that you can have some candy after eating properly, he becomes all whiny. maybe he doesn't like something particular. I remember that I hated broccoli when I was a kid, and yet I was always forced to eat it. You have a good point. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct conjunctions. A. My brother doesn't like cooking if because he hates cleaning up afterwards. B. I know that Carol won't go outside with us if while she has a morning shift day. C. Until now that we are grown-ups, we should be in charge of our decisions. D. As long as, even though you continue avoiding your fears, you can't live a better life. E. Bob doesn't go for a run unless it's sunny outside. F. Even though, because I was tired, I went to the party. G. Linda always goes to thrift shops rather than because she can't afford brand new clothes. H. I wanted to talk to Mr. Johns, whose support was always important to me. I. Once, while Kate graduates from high school, she wants to travel around the world. J. That as soon as the dog hears the doorbell, it runs towards the door. And now, let's check your answers. My brother doesn't like cooking because he hates cleaning up afterwards. I know that Carol won't go out with us if she has a morning shift day. Now that we are grown-ups, we should be in charge of our decisions. As long as you continue avoiding your fears, you can't live a better life. Bob doesn't go for a run unless it's sunny outside. Even though I was tired, I went to the party. Linda always goes to thrift shops because she can't afford brand new clothes. I wanted to talk to Mr. Johns, whose support was always important to me. Once Kate graduates from high school, she wants to travel around the world. As soon as the dog hears the doorbell, it runs towards the door. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Welcome to this tutorial. Today, we're going to talk about correlative conjunctions. Let's get started. Remember that conjunctions are words that link other words, phrases, clauses, or sentences together. Have a look at the example over here. Susan is an amazing wife and a wonderful mom. Note that the word and is a conjunction and it's used to link two sentences together. Susan is an amazing wife, a wonderful mom. Now there are many types of conjunctions, and among them are correlative conjunctions. Now correlative conjunctions are used to connect two equal grammatical items in a sentence. Have a look at the example over here. Either you apologize or I'll call mommy. Note that you apologize and I'll call mommy are two equal grammatical items. Now these conjunctions come in pairs. For example, either, or, neither, nor, not only but also, rather than, etc. Now when using correlative conjunctions, pay attention to the subject-predicate agreement so that you have parallel structures. Have a look at the examples below. College life is not only about partying, but also study like crazy. Now this sentence would be incorrect. The correct form would be college life is not only about partying, but also about studying like crazy. Note that a negative correlative like neither nor can go at the beginning of a sentence. Now in this case, the word order is inverted and the auxiliary verb comes before the subject. Now compare the sentences below. Neither did Sam clean the apartment nor did he buy groceries. Sam neither cleaned the apartment nor bought groceries. Note that in the first sentence, the auxiliary verb did comes before the subject, Sam. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that correlative conjunctions connect two equal grammatical items in a sentence. Now these conjunctions come in pairs. For example, either, or, neither, nor, not only, but also, rather than, etc. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the correct ones. Juice, water, I don't drink anything else. Either juice or water. You should buy sweets for yourself, for your small siblings. Sharing is caring. You should buy sweets not only for yourself but also for your small siblings. Sharing is caring. He'd stay at home the whole winter. Go out in the freezing weather. He'd rather stay at home the whole winter than go out in the freezing weather. Note that a negative correlative like neither nor can go at the beginning of a sentence. Now in this case, remember that the word order is inverted and the auxiliary verb comes before the subject. Now read the following sentences and provide the correct form. Maggie neither to call me nor to send a text yesterday. Maggie neither called me nor sent a text yesterday. Neither me nor me a text yesterday. Neither did Maggie call me nor did she send me a text yesterday. Here is a short story using correlative conjunctions. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. We can't go either to the park or to the mall. I don't feel like going anywhere. I'd rather stay at home than go anywhere. Is something wrong? No, everything's okay. I just feel a bit sick. I don't know why though. Neither did I eat anything weird nor did I drink alcohol. You should definitely rest then. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and correct the mistakes. A. They are either crazy nor madly in love. B. Neither did Becky understand her friend, nor she tried to understand her. C. Traveling alone isn't as fun as to travel with friends. D. These jeans are both expensive or outdated. E. She'd rather buy frozen food than cooking every day. F. This joke is neither funny or appropriate. G. Not only will they come here, but will they also stay with me for a whole week? H. He would rather die than would tell them the truth. I. She finds James not repulsive only, but also annoying. J. Only not does he sing, but he also dances at the same time. And now, let's check your answers. They are either crazy or madly in love. Neither did Becky understand her friend, nor did she try to understand her. Traveling alone isn't as fun as traveling with friends. These jeans are both expensive and outdated. She'd rather buy frozen food than cook every day. This joke is neither funny nor appropriate. Not only will they come here, but they will also stay with me for a whole week. He would rather die than tell them the truth. She finds James not only repulsive, but also annoying. Not only does he sing, but he also dances at the same time. Thank you for watching this tutorial.